morning. Do you hear that? Do you hear it? It's my microphone working. Amazing. Started stream. Alright, so there's a bunch of stuff I gotta do today. This is the first thing. And this is kind of a detour, but I'm gonna do that nonetheless. Then over here, I'm gonna add, make sure game servers can run more than one game on them, and that they stop allowing the old players in. I should do away with the post-game time probably. And the other thing is make sure the client can connect to more than one game. Hey Lepko. Okay, but this is the first step. Let's check this out. How do I even do this? BL tool cosmetics. Oh, I know. Set Dropbox OAuth equals, and I got to do this off screen. Okay, now I run this. All right. So, let's see what this puts us at. Yeah, so this artwork is something you haven't seen before. And what I'm trying to do, which really I guess I don't need new artwork for, I'm trying to get this to show up transparent. And that's not currently the case. Hey Jen, hey William. I wonder how to get this to work. I had this problem a long time ago with something else. Let's go over to this. So, I'm nearly positive that the problem comes from here. I just don't know where. Hey Timbra. What table do I have? So, it's that one. Okay. This get colorized sprite. So the problem is somewhere in here, or there's something extra that I need to do. It could even be from generate texture. So let's look up Pixie.js discussion. Generate texture. How did I do this? Did I make a container just for the sake of scaling? No, there's something else I need to do here, and I don't know what it is. Maybe mask spray? Base spray? Let's try that stuff. Because I don't know what this is. This and mask spray. Let's try that out. Does that work? Did it? I can't actually tell. I think I might have, yeah, this. Okay, let's try that again. Well, the colors look more normal, but I still don't think this is transparent. What's the lamp in the corner? I mean, they're all Philips Hue bulbs or strips, but yeah, it's not a special lamp. Hey JWL. Okay, so I'm pretty sure this artwork is transparent, and this is just giving me a hard time. I think there's probably a better way to do this. So this, open with GIMP. Also, hang on. There's a speck on my glasses. Alright. I actually think it's still there. Oh, well, too bad. Alright, so this is transparent, or at least partially transparent. I think the way I should test this is with how would I do this? What if I did just base color.a equals 0.1? Yeah, then this starts happening. Which would lead me to believe that that base is not totally transparent. but it is. It definitely is. Oops. Yeah, there are no pixels over there. And yet this is drawing that way. Why is that? Base color dot A. What if I just times equals 0.1? Does that thing still show up? Ah, no, that. Okay, what if I, there's just so many problems right now. Clear, what if I cleared this to 1.0 and then 0, 0, 1? So now it's bright red in the background. Okay, how about we mute that a little bit? Okay, now it's darker red in the background. But then this, I'd expect to see this be red. I don't know what's going on. Maybe I also say colorize sprite dot blend mode equals 1. Blend mode. No, that doesn't really matter either. Like this one's working totally fine. The headpiece. It's the torso that looks weird. And I don't know why that is. Huh. Did you get the mic problem figured out? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, right. I can get rid of that, huh? The microphone is back to normal today. I had to plug the mic into a different USB slot for it to work. Not sure why. Okay. Okay, no. Setting the alpha to... Alright, here's what I want to do then, I guess. If base color dot A is greater than 0, base color dot A equals 0.1. And we probably need to say 0.0 here. So let's try that out. Okay, good. Now, I still don't understand why this isn't transparent and this is. Is there any difference in this art? I mean, this is full white. But when I'm setting its transparency lower, weird, and then that has the same thing, right? That's full white as well. Is it because of the mask? Like the white is there in the mask, whereas the white... No, it doesn't have to do with that either. So strange. I'm not sure why this is showing up transparent, but this isn't. What am I doing differently with the head image? Oh, you know what? I might have... Aha! That actually is the issue. I had this left over here. I was working on this last night, like really late, and I forgot what changes I'd made. Apparently that was one of them. So then this should change it so that they're all transparent. Okay. Okay, so now let's try this. And let's set... I don't know if the blend mode there matters too. Where did that go? Blend mode. So do these matter? The base spray and the mask spray? Doesn't seem to matter. And then does this one matter? I guess it's the clone that needs the blend mode set. Yeah, I think that's it. I think I just needed to set a blend mode. The only problem is I want to test this out, and I want to test it, I don't know how. How do I do this? Let me think about this. So I guess alright, hang on. I have an idea. I just need to set this up so that it's definitely gonna work. Yeah. Oh, wow, Deborah. That's interesting. Huh. Strange. Okay, let's just edit this. And actually cut this thing out too. I don't know how best to verify that I just did this correctly or not. Really, the only thing I wanted to see is this smoke. If I set this to what, 300 or something like that, this smoke is supposed to be translucent. And I don't think it is. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to just edit it. See, it's like, it's mostly opaque, I'd say. How do you even... I don't know how to do this. Hey, Digia. Actually, you know what? If these things aren't getting repacked, are they getting packed? Done packing sprites. Okay, so that implies that if I make a change here, and then I just save that, that what? This is going to have a smudge on it now? Apparently. Alright, let's check that out. Is the smudge there? I don't see it. Probably should have made it more obvious than what I just did. Where is this even being... No, it's not that one. Where is this being saved? Downloaded images. Yeah, that should be right. Done packing sprites. How did this not show up? Do I need to... I'm very confused about why this isn't happening. Alright, let's do that. Save that one. Of course, this won't be used in the color mask, but that's fine. I don't think this is actually working. Let's take a look. If I go into public images test2.png, I don't know what that is. But test.png. Oh, this would be like impossible to see unless I change the color of this. Okay, great. Alright, so that actually just repacked things. Like, I have a feeling that didn't make it in. No, it didn't. I'll just rerun this. There we go. Okay, that definitely made it in. So then I will make this more transparent now. How do you actually even do this? Color to alpha, semi-flatten. I don't know how to do this. GIMP, semi-transparent color. Control L. Oh, okay. I just make a new layer and then set the opacity on that. Alright, great. Then that's what we'll do. So I will make... I'll just draw something on here. Doesn't really matter what. And we'll do it in a new layer. Alright, so let's draw a circle and a square and a triangle. And then we can change the opacity of this. That's not how we do that. There we go. Alright, so it's at 50%. Now I'll make a new layer above that. And I'll set this one at 100%, and I'll just do this. That way I can compare the two different blue colors. That should work. That should work. Hey, Froxy. It's going well. I think there's a lot of stuff that's finally coming together, and I hope that this week is the week that I get a public bot-lane game going on AWS. Alright, so did this work? These two blues are different colors. The issue is that setting a blend mode like that is screwing up the rest of the artwork. Like, this looks totally wrong now. I wonder what the other Pixie blend modes are. I wonder how this is even working. Pixie.blend modes. Normal, add, multiply, screen, overlay. Hey, they already had an overlay blend mode. Who knew? Who knew? And normal is 0. Huh. I wonder where they take these into account. Could I have just drawn two sprites on top of each other without making a shader for this? That might have been a better idea. In fact, let me look through their code base. I bet they have this somewhere here. Tint with overlay. This is Canvas Tinter though. Did they use the right formula here? And what about here? GL1, GL1 minus source alpha. So basically all of these in GL are going to be the same. Except for what? These two? Hard light, soft light difference. These aren't even really used correctly. And normal is... Yeah. I don't want to do this. I want to do the 1 minus source alpha. I want this to just be regular. I don't think there's a reason to have that there. But then everything becomes, where is, yeah, like this doesn't get mixed correctly, does it? Canvas has built-in blend mode, so they're probably using those one on Canvas. Yeah. And then I'm guessing, so let me make a new layer, I guess, and draw a circle on the inside here. And we'll set the opacity of that to like 20%, 15%, fine. This doesn't help. Come on, all right there. Actually, maybe that's correct. Maybe, I don't know. This is just so weird. Is there a mask on that? No, there isn't. Hey, folk. Try a different background color and compare. Yeah, I can do that. I could... Yeah, I guess I'll do that. Alright, so then here's what we'll do. We'll say if this dot test R equals undefined, then this dot test R equals 0.5, this dot test G equals 0.5, or 0.0. And then I guess set interval, this dot test R dot test R equals this dot test G, this dot test G equals temp, and we'll do that every 2 seconds. And then we can just use these things. Okay, so now that'll alternate every 2 seconds in background color. Yeah, that's definitely working, because this is changing in color from green to red. The weird thing is the smoke doesn't look like it's getting affected at all. That's the part I don't understand. Like, if you look at this image, what's the opacity on this? I guess that's... and what's going on? I am just trying to figure out why this smoke wasn't showing up as translucent. And... I don't know. I guess the conclusion I'm coming to is maybe it is, but it's just hardly translucent. How do I get exactly what the alpha value is out of a pixel here? I don't know how to do that. Can't get alpha value. Is there a mask over the smoke? There isn't. Hold shift while using the color picker. Okay, yeah, I would have figured that out. So color picker and then hold shift. Whoa. What is this? Wait a second. No. No. What's going on here? I'm in the wrong layer, that's why. There we go. So alpha is 70%. Yeah, and that's pretty much true all throughout. This is probably slightly more opaque. Yeah, 76%. So at 70%, maybe it's just not obvious enough. Hovering over should give you an RGBA value. I don't see that. But, hey, Andre. Yeah, paint.net might help with that. Okay, well, it sounds like if I do this, if I take this and then I do, what, select float, and then the floating layer I make more opaque, then this would just work fine. Now I export this to the same image that I had before, and then rerun this. Which means I didn't need to change any code, right? That's the weird part about this. Like, yeah, now the smoke is clearly rendering as either green or red, and it's only getting that color. Okay, so first of all, points to Lepco. Good idea on the changing colors thing. So transparency does work. I don't think I changed any code, did I? Let me take a look. Where is... It's all of these things. So, okay, that doesn't count as changed code. This is totally different. This is all commented out. This is all commented out. So I didn't change anything. So transparency already is working. Well, that was a big waste of time. Okay, I'm going to take a picture of this. One green picture, and then one red picture. There. Yeah. Okay, well, there's that. You know what, let me save these off too before I forget. Quaddle green. And red. All right, not bad. So, okay, first of all, let's comment on the artwork here. This is pretty awesome, right? I think if I export this correctly now, I'll try to show you guys what it would look like in the game. I actually haven't even done this, so I'm excited. Let's get rid of all the cruft there and then just save this again. Now the colors are going to look a little bit weird. And let me get rid of that blinking background color because that's going to be distracting. So let me refresh this. Okay, good. And then rerun this. There. Okay, now let's get just the new images here. Wait, are these colored correctly? Yeah, they are. Okay, good. So next. Wait, no, this is a bad way to do things. The right way to do things would be to have something like this. So I need to set this like way over there. 300 maybe? Yeah, that's about right. And then this would be negative 50. No, it's positive. This bot is gonna look super weird. Right? I mean, look at where the head connection point is. That's about right. Now we just need to make this go over farther. And then bring this down a little bit. There. Okay. Now we make it connect to the legs correctly. So this needs to be much higher. Even higher than that. Even higher than that. I think this artwork might just be too big. Okay, and then leg X is going to be like 60-ish? No, more than that. I can't estimate this stuff apparently. All right, so there. Now this looks super weird. Are you using TMI.js for your bot? Yeah, for one of them I am. All right, so there's that. Now that that's set, let's change this to a normal thing, and then this to the legs. We'll hit update here, and then set these things to 0. All right, that's pretty good. And then this needs to be lower. And then we probably need the connection point to also be lower. and maybe over a bit. Okay, good. So now the only other thing we have to do is the head. And this actually isn't too bad already. We'll just put this up here. Okay, cool. So now when I randomize the bot, now that I've set those values, okay, I think this is a little strange looking, right? Would you ever want to play with a bot that looked like this? It's possible. Actually, even this I kind of screwed up, huh? I think this should look a little bit different than that. In fact, the legs should probably be more like that. And then we raise this to accommodate. It just looks strange, I think. In fact, I think what's strange about it is this part is what should be lower. Whoops, not that. There. Alright, I don't know. Like, I think something like this looks cool. I think this is cool. I think it's once it's this body with basically any other head that it starts to look a little bit weird. Right? I think that's a little weird. Well, let's mark this down. I'm going to try to get these offsets here. Should quickly add mouse transforms, I think. Oh yeah, that's a good idea too. Yeah. Because this is not the most usable thing. I'm just going to also take a picture of this. And then I think that's it. Quaddle combo. I'm trying to make a point and bet system but can't figure out how to do it. Can you help me out? Well, what is it that you want? What are your requirements from the system? It's probably every so often add points to someone. And then the bet system is like what exactly? Like what are you trying to accomplish? And also, the other thing I'd suggest is you could always look at this. So they have a point system in here. Yeah. So you can take a look at how PhantomBot did this. And I think they have a bet system as well. Yeah, they do. So I'll link this stuff to you. And MCS Mike says, what a dragon. Yeah, so this is the Quetzalcoatl bot. There are a couple of pieces of art we have here. Also, what's going on here? Oh, this has no secondary color. Oh wait, it does. Never mind. It's just not getting updated correctly for some reason. That's... Oh, because this is not full red. No. No, 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 no. This is like a weird orange color, isn't this? What is it exactly? Green 22%. Ugh, I can't do that. So the shader, we could change the shader so that it would accommodate that. We could say if this is greater than 0, if this is greater than 0 and this is greater than this. Otherwise, if this is greater than 0 and, whoops, no, it's G is greater than R and then R is greater than G. Okay, so let's do that. So this should fix that bug. But it'll go back to being weird offsets. But yeah, now we can actually color this correctly. Okay, that's an issue. Other than that though, it looks pretty decent. Alright, well that was it. That was just a brief interlude here. So I'm gonna write myself a note. Share Quaddle stuff with Jason. I'll say the secondary color is like 100% red and 22% green. I can change my algorithm to work with this if needed. It's been done, Mike. You got access to it. For those of you who aren't using Better Twitch TV, the icon for my channel is now an emote. So if you have Better Twitch TV, you can see this. Okay, do I want to check this in? I might as well. But then the rest of this stuff I don't want to check in. So let's clean all of this up. I don't care about that stuff. So this stuff doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. This shouldn't be checked in, so I just won't check it in. Revert. This stuff we get rid of. And I'll just write a quick comment here about note. I check to make sure green is greater than red here so that lossy compression still works with the mask images, which would result in non-pure green/red colors, but perhaps, yeah. Non-pure, I should say impure. You're welcome for that, Adam. I talked to him last night. Alright, thanks. Alright, these aren't needed at all. Yeah, these aren't needed at all. So let's revert that. This isn't needed, this isn't needed. This, whatever. And then this, finally, there's one tiny change I kind of want to keep here, which is this change. The rest of these I don't want. Alright, so let's check this in. Very minor changes to the cosmetics tool. So one is the shader now accepts impure green/red colors in the color mask. That way lossy compression will work. And two is whatever I just did here. Oh yeah, I'm no longer listing Dropbox folders recursively because it broke on the, it broke after I deployed it to Azure. I may have to fix this later. Do you think it helps to make flowcharts to figure out stuff? If so, what software should I use to create them? Draw.io? I haven't heard of Draw.io. Let me check that out. Wait. I've never made flowcharts for my own personal use. I've only made them for a presentation sort of thing. How good is this software? That was weird. What? I want to like trash this thing. I guess I just press this button. I mean, this seems pretty good. It's a little weird to get used to because I'm just trying to move this thing. There we go. Where's text? Yeah, okay. Well, anyway. Yeah. If this works for you, then great. Take over for you. Wouldn't a properly compressed PNG for mass data be smaller than, say, JPEG? Yeah, maybe. But there's lossy compression even on PNGs. What I'm talking about is this site. Like, if we use this, optimize your images with a perfect balance in quality and file size, smart PNG and JPEG compression. So this sort of thing changes the colors of the pixels to get better compression. Yeah. Well, okay, so the other thing, it's not really worth discussing too much. Everything's going to eventually be put into a sprite sheet. And unless the sprite sheet is compressed, it doesn't matter. And I'm not doing that yet. And there's a lot of other considerations here. So, Folk, what made you decide to want to use flowcharts? I'm just curious. I think it's a fine decision. Not lasting Dropbox folder. Okay, good. So let's commit this. So then that's done, and I'll report these findings later today at some point. Let's go back to the infra project, which is where my to-do list is. So we can mark that off. Okay, so now I'm finally back to what I wanted to do today. I know that right now, I've been on for like, 40 minutes almost, and that was all art stuff. We're getting back to infrastructure. I just wanted to take a quick look at that. Yeah, so like I said, the consideration here is that while the mask images have exactly 3 colors, they're put into sprite sheets that have more. What I could do eventually is put the masks into different ones, and I don't know. It doesn't really matter. Okay, so make sure game servers can run more than one game, etc., etc. I think I need to put this lower on the list, which is what? Yeah, that's this. Well, that's good, Folk, and I'm curious about your results, like if it ends up working for you. All right, so where I left off yesterday, so the stream kept cutting out. Follow up on that. Turns out it was Twitch's problem, so not my end of the stream. And I had tested all of this out. I can show you guys if you want to see it. I should probably just do this anyway for my own sake, so fine. Let's go into here, run that, Info Matchmaker, run that, BLCE, run that, and then BL Game Server, run cluster. And finally here. So let's run 5 different servers. These are all important. Oh, pusher secret needs to be specified. Set pusher env. Alright, does that work? Yeah, fine. I gotta switch at some point. Alright, whatever. So 3010 I think I've been going to. I'm not sure why. I don't think I need to do that any longer. Let's try that out. Because yesterday I was having a problem with this. I couldn't set the port to 3000 for some reason. And now, yeah, I'm having that same problem. What is using that port? You know what? No. Here's what I'm going to do. We're going to find out what's using that port. We're going to find out if it's one of these at least. So if I run this again, port 3000 still in use. Okay, what about now? Still in use. Still in use. Found it. Okay, the overseer is using port 3000. Well, there's no reason for that. So we'll change that to 3010 and we'll keep the client at what it was. How'd you fix the microphone? Oh yeah. Lepco. Pasted it in. I just used a different USB slot. And yeah, folks, there's a way that you can, I ran a command yesterday. It didn't tell me the process name though, although I probably could have gotten that. Well, whatever. If I just run these things again. Oh, except for this one. Let's run it that way. Now, something I'm curious about is how many servers does this think it has available to it? I gotta take a look at that. So if I go to get num game servers, this is post. What is this? No, this is wrong. You don't post to reserve. Doesn't make any sense. Fine. Get num game servers. I don't even think this exists. It doesn't. There's health, and that's it. So this shouldn't even exist. Let's delete it. Okay, but health, send, I don't know where this is. Game server clusters 8083. So let's do that and hit send. Why is this still failing? Did I not start this up? Listening on 3003. Should also be listening on the rest. Oh, whoops. Oh, I gotta do cluster run, not regular run. Okay, there we go. Now if I hit send, it should return 2. Perfect. Okay. All right, got it. So how many does this think that there are? Where is the overseer? Ping, register. I think this stuff is overseer stuff. This is matchmaker, matchmaker. Okay, so overseer server. We have like a get num game servers. This thing. We need to get that. So let's duplicate this and then close out of these tabs. Edit. So this will be get num ready game servers. And we'll just put overseer in parentheses there. Great. Okay, so we're gonna get num ready game servers on 8080 and we're gonna hit save send. Count 2. Okay, so if I were to restart this really fast, does it say count 4? Yes. Now, does this eventually go down to count 2? Because that's something... Actually, nothing restarts game server, so maybe this isn't a big deal. But this is wrong. I don't actually have 4 available to me. In fact, I could probably fix this. What is happening here? Register game server is getting called twice, right? An endpoint with this host already exists. Overwriting it. Something's wrong. Something's definitely wrong. An endpoint with this host already exists right here. Add endpoint. Is there a limit to how many servers you can spin up and kill at AWS? There is. They don't tell you what the limit is exactly, I think. But you can get it raised if you need. This is strange. I gotta think of how this is gonna work. Okay, so a game server registers itself and says, I have 2 games ready to be played. That server restarts and registers itself again and says, I have 2 games. The overseer ends up thinking there are 4. So how is that possible? And did this fix itself eventually? Nope, still says 4. Okay, so when it registers, does it say how many game servers it has? Cluster master overseer. Here, right here. Register. Num ready game servers. Okay, so let's search the overseer for that. You have a new mic again? Yeah. He's here. Yep. Right here. Endpoint monitor. Well, that's actually one of the things. It's this. Make sure our game servers are up to date. How does this add up? Like literally, where does it do the addition? How did it get the number 4? It should have just been an overwrite. We make a game server endpoint with that many, then we add the endpoint. I think the problem is this should have never been called. Registration handlers, register endpoint. And we know that it already existed, and that's what printed out over here. An endpoint with this host address already exists. Overwriting it. Endpoint type ID host address. Yeah. Yeah. Do I somehow... Okay. I think I know what's going on here. I think. So let's do this. Logger.info, number of non-critical endpoints. This is, I'm pretty sure what the issue is. I think this is going up somehow, and I don't expect it to be. And then from there, I can figure out what's going wrong exactly. So let's do this. We'll restart that. This will say number of non-critical endpoints 1. Yep, look at that. So that's correct. Now, if I do this again and it says 2, then we have a problem, and it should be pretty easy to figure out what's going on. Yeah. All right, we have a problem. So number of non-critical endpoints 2. The weird thing is it says it knows it already exists, and it says overwriting it. That part just isn't working. Oh, hey, EJ. Yeah, and you did, Spurman. Oh, and I can see them changing behind me, huh? Okay. Folk says, another question, do you think streaming has improved your workflow and productivity? Does it give you more motivation? Yeah, I think it has. I think there are some times where it's much worse to stream. And I think those are almost exclusively times when I'm learning. I think learning is just harder to do in front of an audience. And I don't think it's something you typically ever do in your life. Usually you're showing what you've learned in front of an audience. And oh yeah, no, the blinds aren't open. The rest of the time though, yeah, I think I'm more productive. I was watching another programmer earlier. The guy isn't as opposite when it comes to do with. Hey again, Digital Crosshair. Hey Philly. Yeah, I'm surprised you noticed actually. You weren't streaming when I followed you. Hey, how did you notice actually? Did you get emails or something about this? Okay, so what's going on here? Oh, this is the issue. I overwrite this here, but then here I do a dot push. I should not be doing a dot push here. Yep. So let's do let endpoint already exists equals false. So then here, I don't like that. Let's change it to this. Okay, good. And then here what we do is if... No, you know what? No, I can just do this here. We don't need to... So we overwrite, we don't want to track the same endpoint multiple times. This is especially severe. Well, it's severe in every case. I don't need to say when it's especially severe. Okay, so now let's try this again. I think I fixed the bug. So let's see what we got here. So if I say, this should be 2. If I rerun this, it should still say 2. Perfect. Problem solved. All right, so let's check that in. That was a quick fix. And I think it all was localized to this file. Yeah, and then we can get rid of this too. And all of, what's going on here with the spacing? That, yeah. I kind of want to do some logging here too, so that we know how many endpoints we're tracking, but maybe not. In add endpoint, an endpoint of this host address already exists, overwriting it. And I could say something like, we now have X critical endpoints, or we now have X non-critical endpoints. I could just do this. I'm going to take a look at what this actually prints out as, because I don't know if this is going to be important. Okay, so whenever we start up a server now this is going to say how many. Yeah, so add in an endpoint, a matchmaker. Number of critical is 1, number of non-critical is 0. When I start up the account server, that's actually weird. What? It added a matchmaker again. Did I close the wrong thing? What's going on? Oh. Added an endpoint. endpoint with this host address already exists. Oh, I know what's happening. They all have the same host address because I'm connecting from the same computer. Okay. Well, that's why I can't run this on my own machine. Yeah. There's actually, I'm pretty sure, no way this can work now. Yep, I broke everything. Okay, so the only way this was working locally was due to a bug. Because when you're running locally, you have the same IP address for everything. How do I address this? So problem. When running locally, every endpoint will have the same IP address. So when we check to see in the overseer if the endpoint already exists, it will always say that it does and then overwrite it. So solution number one could be make a flag specifically for testing from a single IP address where hosts aren't overwritten. This would probably be super buggy. Solution number two is only work based on the combination of IP plus port. And yeah, solution number three is, well, solution number two is change how we identify endpoints from just being IP address to being, so 2A would be combination of IP and port, 2B would be like UUID. Yeah, I don't like solution number one either because it would just introduce a lot of extra complexity in the code base. Change how we identify endpoints from just being IP address to being an IP and port. And yeah, UUIDs could work as well. But I feel like it's not as much the identity of something. I think IP and port is fine. Then the only problem becomes I'm saving things by host address right now. So I need to save by host address and port. Identify everything by unique ID. See, I'm going to do the solution. This would mean that, wait, I guess, do I generate UUID at runtime or each runtime or just once and save it to a file? I guess it's having it be a different one every time could be fine. Do you pull endpoints or use persistent connections? I pull them. Well, I pull most of them. So game servers, account servers, I think I'm pulling those. The other overseer has a persistent connection. Yeah, FPS. Okay, let me see. So right now I'm storing endpoints by type and then their addresses for easy lookup. Let's take a look at where I'm using this. Endpoint type ID. I'm actually rarely using this. Huh. So, okay, this wouldn't be too bad then. Yeah, that's not bad. And then what about this one? Endpoints by address. I'm probably using this more frequently. Values. Replicate endpoint added. Alright. Endpoints by address. here. Each endpoint knows its own address though, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. So then there's no, I could just use UUID here. Someone is tired today. This should be something stored in your overseer database, yeah? Well, Superman, I'm gonna have port and IP regardless. I mean, that's information that's stored here. I guess the question was just, when a new endpoint comes in, how do I differentiate it from another endpoint? Using a unique ID, using the host and IP address, I think that's all fine. And this is not something I was planning on storing in the database. I'm not sure, but I do think this is something I should address here. I don't think a UUID accomplishes anything unless it's persistent. I don't think it accomplishes anything. I think the combination of IP and port is fine. Yeah, because I'm going to have that anyway. Okay, I think I'm going to do that. Hey Digite. How is it going? And yeah, I think async and await could be really nice, but it's got to be implemented. Also, I just want to point out that there's a new emote. So there. Okay, so I think the solution here is this combination of port and IP. I think this is best because UUIDs accomplish the same thing, but are one level extra of indirection. So endpoints by address, this would be stored differently. Plus, I never even used the keys of this, right? I don't know if any of this matters, actually. Oh, for this sake. Replicate, matchmaker, promoted. Host address and port. Okay, yeah, I'll do this by host address and port. This is exactly like that Hunter 2 quote. I don't see the emote, just Adam bot. But that makes the emote. The emote is just the icon of the channel. Also, I can close out of these things. What happened to the closed dialogues? That was weird. Huh. Wait, Chifili, did you ever answer that question from earlier? I don't think you did. I'm going to type it out. How did you find out that I'm following you? I'm not in line for a sub button. No, I never applied again. I applied once. I got rejected. What is BTTV? It's Better Twitch TV, and it's a set. It's a email. It's a Chrome extension. Gives you a bunch of extra features. Huh, I have emails turned off. I wonder if I should turn them on for this. Consider turning on emails for Twitch follows. It's funny because my bot has them turned on. So every once in a while I get an email saying that someone followed Botland bot or Botlad, which I think is really weird because they're never going to be streaming. It'd be pretty strange if I streamed from them. Alright, so I think we can do this. I think if we say endpoints by, what do you call the combination of host plus port? I guess what Spurman said, URL. Endpoints by URL. Or it's not really a URL though, it's just host and port. I don't know. Oops. Stored by a combination of host address plus port for easy lookup. the host addresses are stored by IPv6. Okay, sure, Chrome extension, Firefox extension. Who uses Firefox? Whoops. Come on, desk, you can do it. You can do it, desk. Okay. So host addresses are stored as IPv6. So now everywhere that we use this needs to be slightly different. So let's say this, or find existing endpoint. Do endpoints connect to the overseer or only vice versa? Almost all of them will connect to the overseer. The only, well, actually, yeah, that's true. I think all of them do. Yeah. Slither. It works better on Firefox than on Chrome? Okay. So find existing endpoint, given an endpoint, and then find existing endpoint by host and port. Host address port. And probably save endpoint by host and port. Or whatever. We'll figure that out in a sec. So then this is return this dot endpoints by address, host address plus port. And then this is host address equals endpoint dot what? Get host address and get host port. Alright, there. And host, so port, I guess, is this. Get host port. Return this dot find by host address and port. Endpoint should generate its own UUID. I don't see what the point of that is, because it's already unique if it's got a certain host address and port. Nothing else can, like, you can't have two services running on the same port. And I'd say that if you were doing that, that they're really just one service that you've probably semantically split into two. And Deltas, thanks for following. Or I guess just Delta maybe. But thanks for following. And then yeah, like I don't see why you would use UUID over this. Not with that attitude. Okay, so endpoints by address. So here's what we'll do. We'll say this dot find existing endpoint game server endpoint. And is host address even used here any longer? Nope. Okay, well that was easy. So then what else do we have? Endpoints by address. So the values of this are going to be the same. That's fine. This is going to be different. Const endpoint equals this dot find endpoint by host and port. So host address and then serialized, I guess just port. Let's do that. Const port equals serialized endpoint. Now, when I serialize an endpoint, do I serialize it? Nope, it's called host port. Isn't that lovely? Okay, cool. So endpoints by address, we go back to this thing, we do this again. There. Cool. What's this? This needs to change. Existing endpoint equals this dot find existing endpoint. So is the host address even used? It is, but that's weird. Yeah, this needs to be changed. endpoints by type. This can't be saved the way that it is. Also, what is the point of this? Oh, if I didn't have any of those types yet. Okay. So we'll just change this. We'll change this to host address plus port. We don't actually have the port right now, so let's get that. And same thing here, we gotta do this. Okay. All right, that's good. So let's keep searching for this. If not, you tilde out exists. So const existing endpoint equals this dot find existing endpoint. Do we have an endpoint here? Yes. So if we don't already have an endpoint, then we can remove it. And is the host address used here? It is, but it needs to be the port as well. So when we remove these things, we can do that. So return that this equals that, and host port port equals endpoint to compare dot get host port. So we identify them. You know what I could do? I could say like get host and port. Turn this dot host address plus this dot host port. So this serves as a kind of identifier for a particular endpoint. Just the two values concatenated into a string. In fact, I'll return them so that they're explicitly a string, not that it matters. Okay, fine. You're right. It should be a colon or something in there. I thought about how that wouldn't matter, but I guess I came to the wrong conclusion. We concatenate them with a colon despite not treating this as a URL so that we can differentiate. Oh wait, colons are already inside IPv6 addresses, right? Alright, let's look up the IPv6 format. Hi Merlin. How is it going? Use of colons. Oh boy. They are just rampant in here, aren't they? I could just use 3 colons or something like that. Or a tilde even. Do tildes exist in here? No, we'll just use the tilde. So that we can differentiate between host and port easily. What is that hotkey and plugin you're using to shorten your rows to 80 columns? That's DocBlocker. And that is just for comments, but it's still pretty helpful for comments. So if you had a really long line here, you could hit Alt-Q. Cooler today, only 83 in here instead of 93. Hopefully the AC will be up today. Yeah, paid all that money for something. Better get AC out of it. Okay, so everywhere that I'm doing this is wrong now. Oh boy. Host and port equals existing endpoint dot get host and port. This is just bad. Yeah, this is just bad. And I've got to change how these things are done now too. This, for example, host and port equals endpoint Then we save these things off. Now, find existing also needs to change because I changed how these things are concatenated. This makes it pretty terrible. Yeah. This format needs to match endpoint get host import. It'll all be in there. So let's continue looking through this, just make sure I did everything correctly. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. We get host address and port here, but now we don't use them. I don't think that's needed any longer. Yeah. Are they used here? They are actually used here. But they're not really needed as well. Host address port. So we can just do this. Host and port equals get host and port. The tilde was just to give something that doesn't already show up in an IP address. I guess this is the reason to possibly use a UUID instead. That way it's a devoted identifier. Okay, well, endpoints by address. Let's take a look at these. Host address, host port. I don't know. I don't think this is a good idea. What else did I do here? Remove endpoint. Okay. Add endpoint. Alright, well, maybe this will work. Better to abstract away the identity of the host instead of calling a host import and whatever. Yeah. I don't think it'll have any other meaning to it. So, plus I wrote right in here, it's basically an identifier. Do I have any other ID? Yeah. Gets an identifier for a particular endpoint because only one endpoint runs on a particular host plus port combination, we're using that as the basis for our identifiers. Yeah, the problem, there's too much here. Get host and port. Yeah. Every other instance of this has to change. Yeah, I think, Spurtman, I think that's probably what I'm going to do. Because I don't like this. But the UUID could just be based on host and port for now. I don't think endpoint, I don't want to change the whole registration flow, that's why. I just think it would take too long and I don't think it provides enough benefit. So endpoints are now stored by, I guess, ID. So I type, and then their IDs for easy lookup. See endpoints by ID for a comment on what the IDs look like. Okay, so endpoints stored by a combination of host address and port for easy lookup. So no, now it's endpoints stored by ID for easy lookup. The ID is pulled from endpoint get ID. You don't need to make sure a UUID is unique before using it, or at least you ideally shouldn't. When would you estimate this would be complete? Probably another 10 or 11 months. If you use some sort of auto enumeration for ports, using port for identity may break if another endpoint comes live on the port with something else previously used. Yeah, that shouldn't happen. That shouldn't happen. Okay. Welcome home, Tinbara. Alright, so let's see. Host address, host port. We get these things. We really need to say just find it by ID. And there's no form ID at all. I don't know how I want to change this exactly. Well, yeah, so Mike, you're correct. I think Spearman's being a little bit pedantic here. There's nothing stopping you from making your own UUID, and it could be one that someone else has made. In fact, if you're making it yourself, it's probably very likely that someone else has made it. Alright, I'm debating on how I want to do this, because I still think this is a bad system. I think this should change to, like, find by ID, and then we happen to pass in the ID. But if we don't have the ID, then I guess we call something like get ID of endpoint based on this, return host address plus tilde plus port. I don't know. It's just not a good idea. Yeah, I think it's very likely if you write your own UUID, because chances are you're going to do something like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, or some combination of things that a human would hit, right? And then chances are someone's typed that same thing. It's like there are only so many different ways that if you just mash the keyboard, you're going to type something out. Whereas if you were to be perfectly random about it, you would type something that maybe people haven't typed before. It's a meaningless observation. So I don't want to keep going into that. Find existing endpoint. So we do this. So instead of this, this needs to be const ID equals endpoint.getID. And then we do this, return it by ID. Great. So now everything else that uses this is wrong. Say get ID of endpoint. We don't even have an endpoint here. Get ID, get endpoint ID from host and port, because right now we can do this, but eventually we won't be able to. Or maybe I just want to change this here. No, oh, I see. By generating UUID, you meant using appropriate functions. Oh, yeah, no, I'm aware of that. And I'm aware that the newest version of the algorithm should take time into account so that there's no chance of you ever generating any of the UUIDs from before. Alright, I don't like any of this. I just don't. Because when things get serialized, they're not serialized with their ID. I could just do this anyway. Yeah. We could just do get endpoint, or find existing endpoint by host and port. And then this dot get ID Okay, there. Great. I hope I'm happy. Just made this way more complex. Oh, the old one was time-based, but they replaced it. I did not know that. Huh. I guess because that cuts down on the amount of entropy based on the time, but also clocks aren't all synchronized. All right, well, let's take a look. So I don't have endpoints by address anymore. That doesn't exist. Endpoints by type, I need to make sure everywhere this is being used, it's using everything set correctly. So this is going to be changed to ID, or rather endpoint ID maybe. Let's do that. All right, good, good. Okay, so I think this is reasonable. Now let's take a look at this one. So endpoints by ID, good, good, good. Yeah, okay, that's everything. So the only other function, if I were to even look through this, would be this, I guess, because I don't use this anywhere. Yeah, I don't really use this anywhere. Use this here. Okay. Adam's playing construction. Did Pusher work in the end? Had to sleep. Yeah, I got it working last night, and I can show you that in a bit. In EJ, what happens if a time I don't know, ever gets repeated? Like you have two different endpoints running this algorithm and they happen to be in the same millisecond, and then they generate the same random whatever, 100-byte sequence of characters. It's not a guarantee that it's random. Or it's not a guarantee that it's unique, sorry. Just like regular UUIDs. And what I meant by repeated, I actually meant like leap seconds, those sorts of issues, time zones, whatever else. I can't exhaustively enumerate them all. Okay, well, I think this is working. Let's try it out. So I'm going to restart everything. So I start this up. Hopefully it doesn't crash. Also, let me go check just really quickly where this thing is. Okay. That sounds like construction, but I think it's just a delivery to a restaurant nearby. Just had this weird experience here. I think it must be a Twitch glitch. Posted my username as someone else's. Whoa, William, can you take a picture? Also, hi. Alright, so let's start up a matchmaker now. So we have one critical, added an endpoint, colon 8081. Okay, good. That's fine. What about this? One critical, one non-critical. Alright, good. And what about this one? Is it gonna work? Alright, one critical and two non-critical. And now if I query this, it should say count 2. Okay, everything's good so far. Now I restart this, and we should end up with one critical, two non-critical, and count should still be 2. Oh, it all worked. Okay, so bug fixed. I am now basing things on a combination of host address and port. Oh, good. Justin found something strange. Oh, your name is that when you're not logged in? Must have been a UUID collision. Okay, great. So looks up an endpoint by its ID to see if it already exists in this class. So this is an endpoint, and it returns potentially the endpoint. This is meaningless, right? Find existing endpoint. We already have an endpoint. All we need to do is see if it exists. Yeah, we don't care about things if it doesn't. Existing endpoint. An existing endpoint by. So this doesn't need to exist. This needs to be changed to is already tracking endpoint. Something along those lines. So now this is return util.exist. Let's just do it this way. It's existing endpoint equals that, and then existing endpoint. So now this returns a Boolean. So it looks up an endpoint by its ID to see if it already exists in this class. Yeah, that's good. Got a Sublime question. I've got a bunch of URLs in text. I need to wrap them. Is there an easy way to do that? Yeah, if you've got, so it depends on how they are in text. If you have something like google.com, bing.com, you can put cursors on each line, and I can tell you how to do this if you want, and then just manually type out ahref equals whatever, and then you can actually go get the URL text here and do something like that if you want. But it all depends on how it's formatted. If you want to pass me like 2 or 3 of them, I can like test it out and then give you a list of instructions on how to do it. Oh, cool, calling Simon. I'm glad. Okay, so is already tracking endpoint. Now we gotta get rid of find existing endpoint. So this changes into if this dot game server endpoint. Okay, so let's generally copy this and search for other instances of this. All right, good. And then I gotta lint this code afterward. I also have to retest it now that I'm fixing this. So if not already exists, existing endpoint, then we can't delete it. This is the one case where we're gonna do that. An existing endpoint, we actually, no, that's fine, right? That's fine. No, it's not called existing endpoint though. It's called endpoint. And this needs to be done away with. I don't know what I'm thinking for really any of this stuff. Jeez. Find existing endpoint. All right, let's lint that. Multiple line doesn't really work because they're inline references. I need to duplicate what I'm selecting as the text of the anchor. Yeah, like I said, if you send me 3 or 4 of them, something along those lines, I can help you do this. Because you can still, like, imagine if you had, oh, I don't know. Yeah, you'll have to send me it. I can talk about it then. So existing endpoint is not a thing. And linting should pass. Good. And now we run all the tests again. And they're manual tests because I don't have automated tests for this stuff yet. All right, so 1 critical endpoint, 1 non-critical endpoint, 2 non-critical endpoints, count is 2. We run this again, it should say that it already registered with us. Yep. It does say added an endpoint though. I don't know about that. That seems a little bit weird. Oh, the host address already exists. Yeah. It's right here. But then we say added anyway. And why would we replicate this? What's the point of that? I guess it was something, oh, version numbers, that's why. We replicate this even in the case where the endpoint already existed in case the version number changed. I mean, that's a very edge case scenario, but hey, look, Hallow. Okay. Yeah, by the way, anyone who's talking about regex here and wants to be able to test it out, this site is amazing, and I think it's the best tool I've ever used when it comes to regex. You just type something in here, so you do something like foo or bar, and put the G flag there. And then when you say like, hey foo, I am bar, how are you fooing today? It'll find things based on your regex, highlight it, tell you the match and the group number, tell you the reasons why all these things are, give you like help on all this stuff. It's pretty great. Recycling links I told you about. I found out about this at my last job. Well, fine, take credit for everything. You replicate this in that case. So the only thing that's kind of weird is that we're printing this out no matter what. Yeah, no, I think that's fine. Oh no, I do want to do this the old way. Const existing endpoint equals this dot endpoints by ID. I guess the ID is going to be the same no matter what, so we can do this. This dot get endpoint ID by type. What is this stuff? No, let's go back up here. It's find. That's what I want. Endpoint ID. Because this is what we want to print out here. Yeah, there we go. And then I think this is... No, EJ, you might have told me about it too, but I know for sure I knew it before I even started the stream. In fact, I probably have it written down in my notes, and it could even be timestamped. Let me see if that's the case. Yeah, I do. I actually did timestamp it in my notes. July 10th, 2014 is when I found out about it. What's funny is at one point at my last job, actually, is the person who I'm telling the story about, are they watching right now? Let me check the chat. No, they're not. All right, well, anyway, so we were in a meeting and this guy said like, hey, I think we should do it this way. I said, that's not what you said before. He's like, I never said that. And I pulled up my notes and I had another time-stamped like quote from this guy. He was a nice guy. There wasn't like a major conflict or anything. It was just funny because I happen to timestamp almost all of the notes that I write. So there, EJ, forging OneNote. All right, I think this is working. All right, good. So I'm gonna check this in. Unfortunately, well, endpoint monitor and endpoint are the parts that change that are important here. Cat name with a tilde so we can easily differentiate. Yeah. All right. Good. I'll keep the whole number of critical and number of non-critical. That's fine. This stuff looks good. Yeah. I just need to finish commenting these things, but I don't need to lint the comments because they're just comments. So find existing endpoint. This is a utility function that gets an ID from just a host address and port. This is helpful. Actually, this is only helpful in the case where we serialize an endpoint, right? Which is called from where? Register matchmaker. That's weird. Yeah, that's... There's probably a reason why I did that. Yeah, but anyway, it's all network cases. This is helpful when we've sent only the address and port over the network. I'll say when we've received only the address and port over the network and need to correlate it to an endpoint. I don't think this is even worth commenting, and this returns a string. Beep. Simple wrapper around find existing endpoint by ID. I'm not even going to comment this. Yeah. And then looks up an endpoint by the given ID. This is probably a pointless function. In fact, I only call this from a couple of places. Let's see, endpoint. Alright, wait, what else am I missing in chat? Hang on, I gotta compile this. Okay, hang on, let's see. So there's this. Then there's this. Then there's this. Then there's this. Alright, I gotta compile this. Then Denver links it in. Alright, this is gonna be like the world's longest quote. Okay, and then, and DMAX said, just want to say thanks for streaming code all the time. I just turned in my final project for VD class and got this email from the teacher. Your final project design is quite impressive. May I share a screenshot of your project and your name and presentations that I give to about? Wow, nice. It's something to really be proud of, and I'd like to share your success. Your streams made me a better coder, and I want to thank you for that. Well, awesome. And then you ended your message with I. So if you try to start a new sentence, Twitch does have a max number of characters you can send. So I didn't see anything after the I. But yeah, that's really great. And you really have yourself to thank for that. And like, if anything, it's like 1% me. But I think that's awesome. That's good. Instead of IRC, you don't need a coffee stick. Yeah, I know. Oh, I found that out. Okay, got it. Okay. Hey, Andoran. Okay, so yeah, I'll add this as a quote at some point. EJ, I don't even care if it's factual. Cheese and hard, you bet. That's the name of the stream. Cheese 13531. So let's close out of these things. I fixed that. I fixed this. And I commented everything. All right. Whew. What happened? What happened here? Okay, none, and then these two. So fixed a bug where, well, it wasn't really a bug, but fixed a bug where I was identifying endpoints solely by their host address. So when I tried to host, well, darn it, the bug goes deeper than this. When I tried to host multiple endpoints on my own machine locally, they all overwrote each other. I only found this bug when I realized that And I realized another bug, which is that when a game server cluster restarts, or which is that endpoints were still getting pushed to an array even when they were found to already exist. I.e., I don't know what I'm going to say here. Okay, so before some title of where I'm from, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so let's try this out. So we'll copy paste all this into Sublime. And then after, you want an li, where I'm from, an href. This would probably be actually really, really hard to do, I think, because you've got to ignore all new lines. Yeah, I'm not sure, Orange Ray. And yeah, no, Timbray, I don't care. You can link it or paste it in. Is he eating me up inside? Yeah, I'm sorry, Orange Ray. I probably can't help you with this. Or if I could, it would have to. Yeah, I don't know. Although, well, it depends. Actually, if you can join lines. So I was gonna say you could just search for something like this. All right, and then I'm not gonna do this anymore. But you could search for the start of the line, then a digit, any number of digits, and then a period. And so you can find all of these, find all, and then join lines until they're all on one line. Then the line breaks will be no more. But this is like at the point where you're almost writing a program to do this. Can I see run.cmd and cluster run? Yeah, sure. I don't know why there's a kappa at the end of it. So most of them are really simple. They just set some environment variables and then call into node. So cluster run, this is one difference in that. Let me find the other one too. Hang on. All right. So here is, these both run game servers. They both call into something that's run.js. This is what sets the game server environment. That way both of these can set the environment for a game server, and they can call into different processes. So in this case, we're calling into cluster main. In this case, we're just calling into like a single main, just an instance main. Let me know if that helps you out, Squirrel. Oh man, this is Temporario's keeping track of chat. Got megabytes of logs from Adam1353's channel. Great. Are you going to make this into PHP? I see more and more games that run in PHP. No, that is not the plan. And what is this program going to be or do? Are you asking me in Vision? And yeah, sorry, Orange, I couldn't help more. So using CMD to start your server is interesting. Well, I'm using CMD to start them locally. So when I start them locally, they're using a bunch of, essentially made up stuff, like localhost. And I don't know if you saw my passwords here were all password or something really simple. When I'm running them on Linux, I'm using Ansible. And Ansible, I have like a whole suite of scripts to do this. So here, variables are more secure. They're saved into a vault, which is encrypted. And then any variables which are not secure, so these are dev passwords, are just saved here, just like before. But running Ansible on Windows is not super easy. Also, EJ, if you don't want me to upload that quote, I won't do it. That's fine. Because you're like really asking about these logs here. Sub spam in a non-partnered channel. Oh, I didn't even read it. I just saw it was spam and banned the person. I mean, if it's not written in English and if I see a price tag, I'm probably gonna ban the person. Fix the bug where identifying endpoints solely by their host address. So when I try to host multiple endpoints, they all overrode each other. Now I'm identifying them by a combination of address and port. I only found this bug when I realized which is that endpoints were still getting pushed to an array even when they were found to already exist. So they were being tracked multiple times. Oh, Botland bot timed them out, yeah, but then I clicked the ban button. Do you want me to show you the logs where I timestamped? This is gonna be like Adam bothers his loyal viewers day. Okay, great. So this is done. We're finished with this. You can check in this nonsense. All right, now what? So I just finished testing this stuff. I did finish testing this, and I did not do anything about it, I'm pretty sure. What is this? Players per game. I don't care about that. I don't care about that. Yeah, this stuff doesn't matter. We can revert all of this. What about this? There's matchmaker queue status. The users are not being tracked. This is just a comment. Yeah, I guess we can check in the comment, like clarified a comment. Fine. But this code is what changed the most. Oh, thanks, Spirit Man. That's actually helpful. Alright, so we're not going to check this in. Joke's on him, there are no subs here. Well, not Adam subs. I'm sure there are subs here for other people, though. So get matchmaker queue status. This is the account server REST client from the game server. Get MMQ status. Where is this? What is this? Maybe it is for the account server. Get MMQ status. Oh yeah. Gets your queue status, i.e. not tracked. Well, whether you're tracked in queue or whether you're not tracked in queue or in game. Returns a promise and it'll resolve with that. Great, cool. Queue status type. Good, setup pusher, a whole bunch of garbage here. Great, cool. Oh, it's promisified too. Yeah, that was the thing that I changed at the end. Excuse me. Okay, so we have resolve and reject, get the status, handle it. Handle it does that. Alright, so let's go take a look. Handle MMQ status. When you obtain your matchmaker queue status from the server, you pass it to this function to handle the potential cases. E.g., if you're already in a game, this could reconnect you. So then this is a matchmaker queue status something. I don't know what. Oh, it's an object. It's not even that. It's an object. An object that minimally contains, or it's not even potentially defined. An object that, if defined, minimally contains a type which corresponds to MMQ status, what this thing, whatever. And then what does this return? Nothing? Yeah, nothing. This is synchronous. No, this is synchronous. I don't need to write that. How's it, hey Magpie? Okay, so that's done. Do we have any pull the matchmaker to occasionally find out the game? Yeah, that's something I'm going to need to do much later. Let me write this down. Handle MMQ status. Pull the matchmaker. Yeah, this. So I probably need to change this around in the client. There's at least one case that's worth looking into. No. So one, it automatically rejoins whatever game you were in when you reconnect. The client may not want this to happen even if they can't join another game. And then two, and this is probably more important, is that if you reconnect, so if you reconnect and you're told that you're in the queue, it's possible that you missed the matchmaker telling you that the queue popped, which means you won't be told to join the game. We probably need to pull the matchmaker in that case. There's a to-do item in the code about this. Okay, I think I saw a couple follows out of the corner of my eye. What was that? Super Iron Bob, thank you for following. And maybe that's all I saw. Yeah, and you'll get a whisper from Botlad soon. If you ever see my lights going crazy, that's people who follow me doing that. Hardcore Squirrel says, you guys see that on Windows 10 font rendering in Sublime is bad? Is it? I don't think I noticed a difference actually, because I'm on Windows 10. Oh, whoa, did Esku make something that works? Oh, nice! That is really nice. Good job, Esku. And hi, Flumpy Wumpy. You could barely find a font that's properly rendered. Huh. That's strange. I'm using the hack font. I think it's pretty good. Alright, so let's go back up to here. I just need to finish checking this in. So this is all fine. Setup pusher. This is intended to be called right before you use it. And then add to matchmaker queue. Okay. Where is setup pusher? Here. Let's just write a comment around that. So that we're only using a connection for as short a time as possible. You can hear back from the yeah. Okay, good. Cool. Okay. Alright, not bad. Okay, what else do I have here? Can ignore that, can ignore that, can ignore that. So the only things that changed is that I'm now getting your status when you start up the game. So I need to test this, and this is what I couldn't show you guys yesterday because the stream kept cutting out. So I'll show you guys this, and then I'll move on. So right now we have 2 available game servers, and it takes 2 people to be in a game. So check this out. If I go to localhost 3000 here and here, okay, hang on, I gotta start the client for that to work. All right, there we go. Okay, so I'm gonna connect as Adam over here and as Adam2 over here. Now, there are a couple of different cases and I wrote them all down, but I'll show you guys again. So there's test multiple game server instances. We're going to be testing that. Test joining the queue normally. So watch this. This is joining the queue normally. We hit join game and it grays out the button and now we're in the queue. Now we're not told a time or anything. I'll work on the UI for that later. Then test rejoining when you're in the queue. So watch this. We're going to refresh this page, and remember that this was Atom over here, not Atom2. But because I connected as Atom2 over there, it saved it to local storage. So now when I hit connect again, we should see this be grayed out. It is. And now when I hit join game over here, they'll both be put into a game immediately. Perfect. Okay, and now they should be on different teams. Yep. And you can put bots down at this point if you wanted to, and over here too, whatever. We'll just put a random move bot. Good. Deploy, deploy, deploy. Okay, so you see them moving around. Now if I were to refresh this page, so first of all it says that I disconnected, great, and I connect. As soon as I hit connect, I'll be put right back into the game. So that's automatic reconnection happening. And the way that works is it contacts the account server, which contacts the matchmaker. The matchmaker says, yeah, this person's already in a game, and here's the IP address. That filters back to the client, and the client automatically reconnects you. So now I'm back in the game, and I can see exactly what the other player is seeing. It's synchronized again. Everything's perfect. So the only other thing I think worth testing is if I were to reconnect as Atom2 here, it'll actually boot this player off. So right now you see these red bots moving. You won't see them moving as soon as I hit connect. Yeah. So the reason that happened is because you can only be connected from one device at a time. So it says you just connected from another device, closing this session. So everything works. Doing well. Okay. Good. When you connect to the account server from the client, it now fetches your MMQ status. If you're not being tracked, then nothing happens. If you're in the queue, then it grays out the join button and reconnects to pusher. If you're in a game, it will automatically reconnect you to the game. Okay, that's good. Oh, whoops. I forgot to do something. Forgot to lint the code. Alright, let's fix that. Hopefully there are no errors. There's one that's allowed to happen, and that's hacky code that I added. And yet I see 2 here. Well, let's add the semicolon and then rerun this and then amend the commit and not check in the other 3 files that I had. Come on. Okay, good. So we go to amend commit and we choose not to commit this, 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 or this. There are actually 4 files. Okay, there we go. Is it really worth it to write all these long commit messages? You're still in development. I'm sure that over time it adds up to whatever, maybe what, an extra 30 or 40 minutes over the course of a year and a half. But I think it's helpful. And Miwei Sid, hello fellow game dev, how goes it? It's going well. And there are a lot of icons in chat in general. There are 2 turbo users right now, a whole bunch of moderators. What kind of game are you working on? I am working on this, Botland. So this is the game that I was showing here, and it is actually currently playable, although it's a relatively old version of the game. Not that there's a newer version. The newest version is just a very old version. But the way that it works is you make bots using different pieces of hardware. Oh, I can't show you that. Okay, I actually can't show a lot right now. And then you write AI for them. And the AI you write can be as simple as something like fire missiles, pursue an enemy, and move randomly. And so this could be the AI you have. And once you do that, you deploy it into the arena, and then they work based on the rules that you gave them. And whatever team has the most points at the end of the game wins. Hey, Judge Bacon. Unmod, everyone. Okay, so that's done, so we can check that off. What's next? When you click join game, it should add you to the matchmaking queue. When the client starts up, it needs to ask whether we're in the queue. That is done. That is done. Make sure game servers can run more than one game on them and that they stop allowing the old players in. I should do away with the post game time probably. Okay, what I meant by this is make sure game servers can run multiple games. Make sure, okay, it's game server instances. That's the problem here. Make sure game server instances can run multiple games sequentially on them. This is going to be a little bit tougher. You ever make 3D games? I don't think I haven't like finished a 3D game. I've worked on a couple of small projects, but I like 2D games. I don't know. Adam, I recommended it to you on that day, but it was after you already knew about it, so you probably said, oh, thanks, I already knew about it. Okay, we got it all figured out. I can move on with it. Make sure multiple game servers and run. Huh. Okay. Client can connect to another game after finishing on a given game server. I don't know if this is the best thing to do yet. Well, this is pretty important actually. I should probably do this. So when a game ends, we boot all the players off of it. We disconnect their sockets. What else do we need to do? And then we make sure they can't rejoin. My buddy Len was working on this project. Oh, cool. Looks good. Sorry for the link. It's just an image. No, links are fine. I mean, good links are fine. Bad links are bad. All right, so let's take a look at this. So right now, a game server, where do we store the allowed players? It's in Connection Manager. So we need to delete that. Delete that. So the Connection Manager needs to know to shut everything down. And I believe the Connection Manager has a pub sub in here. Yeah, so we can send out a message over that. And the game server just needs to know when the game ends. And then I need to test all of this out. So I think we can do all of this over the pub sub that I have. And then test all of this out by making it so that a game only lasts like 10 seconds and then boots you from the server. You drew everything you see? Yeah, it's good. I definitely can't draw. And on your profile, I can see some graphics. I'll write myself a note to check it out. Check out this profile. All right. So if I'm going to pub sub this, I know when a game ends because a game server figures that out. Update game state right here. Post game. So if we're in the current, if we're in game and we're ready to transition to a new state, then that means we're actually going to boot all of the players offline. And transitioned into post game is going to be print team scores. Reset all players' outstanding buff choices. Yeah, this is going to be terminate all instances. Huh, let me think about this. And then that's it. Then we also, there's a lot of stuff we need to do here actually. Tell the cluster master that we're finished. Yeah, so make sure you can't rejoin the game server. Make sure the cluster master reports the correct number of free game servers, or ready game servers, I should say. How long is that to-do list? It's incredibly long. I've just been adding to it all the time. It actually ends here, which I don't think you can see the scroll bar. No, you can't. But watch this. So this says I have 333 lines in this to-do file that's just archive stuff. So the to-do file is really only this long. Oh, see you, Timbre. Well, for now. Okay, so we go back to here. Tell the cluster master that we're finished. Do we need to do this? Or do we just update our own state? I gotta make sure that this works correctly. Cluster main, I don't care about that. Cluster master. So I keep track of all of the different instances here. Where do I do that? Set up rest server.listen. Something here seems wrong. And I don't know. It's wherever we're tracking this. Where is this being tracked? And why do I not have this somewhere else? Game server instances. Here it is. Oh, it's in the environment. That's why. Cluster M. Okay. Game server instances. And this keeps track of whether they're ready or not. So let's take a look. Set ready for game. Yeah. Something needs to tell this that it is going to be ready for another game, because we currently have running game. Doesn't have it anywhere. Running game. It happens in the cluster level. So a game server itself doesn't know whether it's running a game or not. That's a problem, right? I'm pretty sure that's a big problem. Yeah, yep. That's a big problem. Okay. Game servers need to keep track of their own state. They shouldn't start their countdown timers unless they're marked as ready for game. There are a lot of pieces of this. I've got it to the point now where matchmaking, at least it works according to your skill level, but everyone's skill level is set to the same. It connects you to a game server. It can provision new game servers, kind of. And I feel like this stuff is never ending. Like, there's just tons and tons. Just when I think I got done with one task, there's like 40 other tasks. All right. So what we're going to need is an event. This is a totally different bug, by the way. Because I'm pretty sure the way that this works is this. If I start this up, let's mark the time when I started it. Started game server. I'll test this out in a few minutes if I remember it. More quality time spent with you guys. No, I like that part. I would very much like to know that this is a tractable to-do list, and I don't have that feeling right now. I feel like it could take a month, it could take 2 months, it could just spin out of control and I never finish a game because I just keep working on this stuff. I don't believe in that last one. I think I've been making progress and I think it's been pretty good. By the way, you guys can hear me better than yesterday, right? Because I am using this microphone now, which I was using the rest of the entire stream other than yesterday. Okay, yeah, post game time has to go away. And I need to go into have constants here. But I don't think I send anything over PubSub. Let me take a look at this. And Miwei said, thanks for following. So client, game server. Ah, but it's just a hard-coded string. Yeah, time to fix that. Okay, cool. See you, Miwei said. And if you want to stay for another minute or two, you'll actually get a whisper and, well, it doesn't matter. You'll get it later if you come back. Okay, we need to change this. So cluster message type, assert that has some stuff, export that. So we can say cons pub sub topics equals, say something like game finished. And assert that that has unique values too. Export that. And then let's use it probably here. Wonder how loud I am to the people outside. Okay. So transition into post game. This state doesn't really exist. Or at least it shouldn't exist. Do we have a pub sub here? Oh, thank goodness. This dot pub sub dot publish. So constants. This is the wrong set of constants though, isn't it? Yeah, I need game server constants. Dot game finished. I don't know what to do. I don't have the designer imagination for the front end stuff, but that's what I already know. What should I do? Wait, did I miss a message? Am I on the ground floor? No, I'm not. Don't have the designer imagination for the front end stuff, but that's what I already know. What should I do? So, oh, I guess I understand what you're saying, White Angel. I think there are a couple of things you can do. One is not be bothered by it. Two is learn the stuff that you say you don't have an imagination for. I think it's a skill, and I think you could definitely pick up a lot of it. I definitely also think there are some people who are like super talented at that stuff and don't need to try as hard. So if you like doing it, then yeah, I'd say put some time into it. Or yeah, like Lucalo said, just learn back-end stuff. It's very similar. You're still coding. Oh, thanks, Digital Crosshair. I think you're the first person to have ever commented on that, other than the person who wrote first on the video. By the way, most of that story was true, despite that it sounds like it was made up. Like, it was not a good time for me. Okay, so game finished. So we need to include this. Let's take that here and include it like that. All right, next up, a whole bunch of things need to happen. So connection manager, for one, needs to subscribe to this. Do we have game server constants anywhere? Of course not. I like the stuff you're doing. That's what I wanted in the first place, but front end is a bit easier. I think it all just comes down to practice. If you have done something for long enough, it's going to seem easier. And if you're interested, I always suggest that you get started. It's never too late. Okay. And the Toastmaster video. Oh, that's on my personal YouTube. If you So whoops. How did I just do that? There we go. If you search Adam13531, it's this one, I think. Yeah, there. Wait, what? Oh, I can't link the link I just did. That was, oh man, hang on a second. This, got it, there. If you want to watch that, skip like 45 seconds in. The first part is just an introduction. And normally I really hate that in videos, but this time I thought it was appropriate. I'm not going to explain. This doesn't matter. Okay, so here we need to subscribe to this. We need to say this dot game finished. Game finished. Yeah, let's call it that. Now, when this happens, there's a whole bunch of stuff that needs to take place. One of them is that we need to close all sockets. We need to disallow all users. So anyone who's connected, we disconnect. And kill off all the connecting users too. To do destroy everything in connecting user. Probably. I don't know. So should I learn Node? I think it's a good idea. I think the only way you can go wrong learning something is opportunity cost. Like, you're going to be learning Node instead of spending your time maybe learning Python now. And then after you learn Node, you'll learn libraries around Node instead of the libraries around Python or something like that. If that's not a big problem for you, then yeah, learn Node. Doesn't hurt to learn things. Close all sockets, disallow all users, destroy everything in connecting users, and then finally tell the cluster master about this. Okay. So let's just try to do, there are 4 tasks. They're straightforward enough. So I didn't actually mean to do that, but that kind of looks good. So there. All right, so let's do these. So close all sockets. Well, we know what players are connected to us because we have the player depot. I don't think I've closed sockets before, except for in player connected twice. Here, player.emit, disconnect player because new session started, and then player.disconnect. So we've got to go through all of the players that we have. Let's get the player depot first. Player depot equals this dot game server dot get player depot. And I think this is how I do this everywhere else too. Yes. So in the player depot, we probably iterate over all players at some point. In fact, I'm pretty sure we do that. Yeah, we do that here. This is not the best way to do it. So const connected player equals that, good. And then we just do this dot disconnect. Perfect. First JS and then Node, or just start with Node? Well, Node is just JavaScript. So if you don't know JavaScript and you want to learn Node, I think you can learn them both at once. Might be slightly harder. But when I launch Node here, I can type in just regular JavaScript here. So x equals 5, x plus 2. This is stuff that I could type into the browser if I wanted to also. Where it gets to be a little bit different is require, and also you're running this outside of a browser. So you have access to a file system, you can run shell commands, you can do a lot of stuff that you couldn't do in a browser. So disconnect all players. What's gonna happen when they get disconnected? I guess they're gonna know about this. Maybe we send them a message first saying like you got disconnected because the game's over, but you'll know the game's over. Right, what else happens here? Do we send any messages about that? Reset all players outstanding buff choices, game finished. We could tell them, they could figure it out by themselves. Maybe we send the final score or something. I guess let's emit a message here. Connected player dot emit. This should happen right in here. Yeah, disconnected because new session started. So we'll just say something like the game ended. Game just ended. This alert is coming from the server. Do remove this eventually. Replace it with something else. That song? Oh. What is this? Oh god. I'm like cringing 2 seconds in. I can't watch that. Maybe the song is funny, but not gonna do it. So set allowed players. What we're gonna do here is set this to nothing. Yeah, in fact, I could just set this to nothing. So this is potentially an empty array. Such which players are allowed to play. If this is empty, then that means that no one is allowed to connect. Now there's one other thing. I'll say if this is empty, or if it's null, then that means no one's allowed to connect. So here, we'll just do this equals this or an empty array. That way you can pass it in as null. Then up here what we'll do is we'll just say this dot set allowed player is null. So make sure that the players who were just allowed to connect will no longer be allowed. Okay, good. Lucalo, I haven't heard of that. Hey, ProSam. Okay, so destroy everything in connecting users. This is potentially not necessary. I'm not actually sure though. A connecting user is what? A socket? Yeah, I think we disconnect them. Alright, let's see. Where do we connecting user disconnected? This is called when a connecting user disconnects. It'll stop tracking them. Do I ever call this? Disconnect callback equals that. Connecting user set disconnect callback. Okay, no, I don't. I'm not actually totally sure what I'm supposed to be doing here. I think I just disconnect their socket. Yeah, I think that's all I do. Is there a disconnect function here? Disconnect. This dot disconnected equals true. That's strange. Why doesn't this disconnect their socket? And when do I even use this? What? What? Oh, this is called because their socket is closed. So as long as we just... Okay, that's kind of a weird flow. It's actually a really weird flow. Player.disconnect. Yeah, I think that's pretty weird. And it's totally unnecessary, right? Do we even use this is disconnected function? Cannot disconnect a player twice. Okay, that was for tracking purposes. Guys, I need a project to learn code better. Any ideas? What do you want to do? Alright, I'm going to do things this way. So let's go to the constructor. That's not the constructor, that's the constructor. Let's get this, let's go back to here. And then iterate over all the users here. So const all connecting users equals underscore dot values is dot connecting users. All connecting users, connecting user dot. Now we need to get their socket, but we only want to disconnect them if it's... See, this is what I think is weird. I guess if it exists in this data structure, then we can do this, get socket.disconnect. Huh. Yeah, maybe. It's right here is where this happens. And then this calls into connecting user disconnected. And yeah, we remove them from that. Okay, I think this should work. So disconnect all users who were attempting to connect but hadn't finished connecting yet. We should probably tell them something. Actually, no, we shouldn't. That doesn't make any sense, right? The chances of this happening are so rare. Plus, what do we even tell him? Actually, it doesn't matter. We could tell them something. Connecting users are not currently told anything though, and the only place we have a socket dot disconnect somewhere here. Yeah, this we can tell them something, I guess. Magic Mud says, to do app, lots of examples you can follow if you get stuck that way. Yeah, and hi Magic Mud. I haven't seen you here before. I think a to-do app's a pretty good thing to start with, and you might end up using it. Plus, the nice thing about a to-do app is that it can expand as much as you want it to. Like a to-do app, at the very least, needs to-do items with probably timestamps, and then marking them as done and removing them. These are kind of, I can't imagine a to-do application without those things. But then there's a whole load of extras you can do, like filtering, searching, sorting, I don't know, online synchronization, formatting. There's a whole bunch of stuff you could do. And any of these things can be its own little programming project. So yeah. Fully meta to do. Okay, so we gotta send them a message right before we do this. So the game you were trying to connect to just ended. Go join a different game? I don't know. That's... Yeah, I think what you could do, if you're looking for programming projects, just think of any program that you use and try to make the core functionality of that program. So, for example, Sublime. How would you make a text editor? And at first, like, you could load up C# and slap a text edit there and just start typing things in. That'd be fine, right? But then you probably want formatting. You probably want, I don't know, multiple tabs, all this other stuff. I mean, text editor is a very UI-focused thing. If you think about something that is not so UI focused, something like a password storage system, you could look into cryptography algorithms and you can, I don't know, there's a lot of different things you can do. Okay, so tell the cluster master about this. And we tell them after we've done all of this. Okay. Yeah. All right, so then the question is just how do we tell them? We probably don't have a message for this right now. Cluster. Where do I do this? Game server constants. Cluster message type. Yeah, that's what we need. So we're going to say game finished, game finished. This is sent from worker to master when a game has just finished. Call it Atom 0.1. Yeah. So when I send a message, I can just do process.send and then a type. But only if we're a worker. Yeah, that means we need cluster here. I don't know how I feel about this. Because I gotta put this stuff down here. And we obviously don't want that showing up. So cluster.is worker, send type game finished. Wait, if there's a, no, that's correct. Throw highlightjs.org in the HTML. Game looks interesting, but I'm not really interested in the development, but I hope you finish the game. Yeah, no problem, IDN man. I appreciate your candor there. I imagine watching development's definitely not for everybody. In fact, developing's not for everybody, so watching development wouldn't be for everybody. Okay, so This is called when the game server itself tells us that we're finished with the game. So disconnect all players, disconnect all users who are attempting to connect, make sure that no one else is allowed to play, and then tell the game server cluster about it. So now we need a handler for that, which is that the game finished. Game server finished running game. And this needs to have the same format as this. So we do this. Game server instance message. The message is going to be null. Now here's where things get a little bit interesting. It's actually pretty similar to that. We say that they're ready for the game again. We increment this. We put a logger message there. Game server instance has finished running a game. And actually having this here would be pretty nice too. Whoops, what happened? Uh-oh. Okay, wait. What I meant to do is this. There. Game servers are now available, are ready for games. Yeah, that. How are you communicating with the client and server sockets? So the client and the game server is sockets, yes. Basically everything else is just REST APIs. Yeah. So I guess I'll run another giveaway. Magpie wins. C handle worker message for comments about parameters. I mean, this is obviously called when a game server finishes running a game. I think that's pretty straightforward. So what are we missing here? I guess, let's look at the list. When a game is over, make sure people are allowed to reset and sockets are closed. Game server needs to keep track of its own state. That's not being done yet. Tell the cluster master that we're finished. That's done. Test it all out. Okay. Make sure you can't rejoin. Make sure another game can be run on the same server but with different people. All right. Let's try it out. Let's try it out. This will be interesting because it's one of those times where it's like, maybe it works, but it very likely won't. Okay, and then one of the other things I need to do before I do this is just set the number of game servers to 1. That way I know that I'm connecting to the same game server every time. The rest of this stuff does not need to be open. So how do we test this? Make sure you can't rejoin the game server. Oh yeah, I gotta make it so the games last hardly any time whatsoever. Also, I totally forgot about this. And now it's too late. Oh well. Okay, so we go to play.bot.lan. No, we don't. We go to localhost 3000. And even then, this is not going to work. But one thing we can test, you know what I can do? I can do this. Connect, join. Yeah, so that. See how there was only 12 minutes and 21 seconds remaining? That should have been 13 minutes. So that's another bug I've got to fix. This knows about both these players, right? And they can chat with each other? Yeah. So what do? I set the amount of time in a game down to nothing. It'd be great if you could automate some testing. Yeah. I agree. So where do we set the amount of time in a game? Something is set to 13 minutes here. In-game time is 13 minutes. Post-game time actually doesn't matter whatsoever. So let's set the in-game time to 10 seconds. No, 15 seconds? 15 seconds. Let's try that out. So now we rerun this. So when we hit this, this is going to say that we have 1 game server. It should say 1. Why does it say 0? That's not right. One game server is now online. What's happening here? Why is it saying... Also, what's this? Has finished running a game. 2 out of 1 game servers are ready for games. What? What? The game ended in a tie. Oh, because... Oh, darn it. Alright, I know what's going on. Although this shouldn't say 0. I gotta fix that bug. It's gonna say this every like 2.5 minutes or something. In fact, if I go set this to like 1 second here and 1 second here, that's just gonna continually happen. The weird part was that this didn't report. Now it's reporting a count of 2. This is not correct at all. I think this is because I'm restarting the server though with different parameters in it. Let's just reboot all of this. Connection refused. Oh yeah, that's fine. Okay, now what? Does this say 1? Yes, perfect. But every 17 seconds, that's going to go up by 1. So let's wait. Then this is the bug. If I just keep pressing send here, this will eventually say 2. In fact, we should see this happen pretty soon now, because I think it's been about... Yeah, there we go. It doesn't say 2. Why not? Well, what's in charge of getting the number of ready game servers? Oh, is it the overseer, but only in... Yeah, it's only on health checks, I think. So something needs to tell the overseer that this is available. Hey, Ray. Count 4, yeah. Okay, good. So that's another thing that I probably need to keep track of. The overseer only finds out about free game servers, or ready game servers, I guess, during health checks. This means that up to a minute can pass where we don't attempt to use a ready game server because we don't know about it. Alright, those are bugs I gotta fix. How should I start learning Node after I learn JavaScript? Should I take online courses like from Udemy? I think Learn You Node is a good place to start. I don't know exactly where you should go on this site because they have tutorials and everything. The way I started was by doing this. So number 1, install Node. Number 2, run these 2 commands. And that's it. And what is this stuff? Strange. Why did they put these things here? Weird. But yeah, run these 2 things and then you'll be led through a series of tutorials. It'll take you probably about 3 or 4 hours to finish them, depending on how long you spend. It actually might take a little longer than that. So just to set your expectations, the last time I did this was like 2 years ago. It was about 12 lessons and it's good. Just if you're gonna do this, make sure you're trying out a bunch of extra stuff. So sometimes you'll do something and be like, but what would happen if I did this? Instead of just thinking that, go find out what happens if you do that. Egghead.io. What is this? This is a paid site though? Create free account or GoPro. I don't know. But yeah, there are a lot of resources out there. All right, so regardless of how many this thing thinks we have, because it thinks we have 11 game servers and we don't, I don't think that changes how this stuff runs. So let's do the... Oh, actually something else I need to do. Once they are... So marked as running game. Once they are marked as that, make sure that their game base is set to pre-game And yeah, I think that's a good suggestion, Judge Bacon. Check out learn new node. There. I don't want to do this part yet, but I want to try connecting. So let's try that out. Connect. So I hit join game on both of these. Now it says the match is about to end. That means the game just ended. This alert is coming from the server. Okay, and now I'm not allowed to connect again, right? So if I try, oh, how would I even do this? I've gotta become a hacker. So I was told about a game server, and I want to try connecting to it. So I hit connect. No, this is bad. Yeah, something needs to tell the matchmaker. But that actually worked. I didn't need to hack anything. Ah, nice. Okay. Yeah, so something needs to tell the matchmaker that the game is finished. That way it can stop tracking the player who was in the queue. All right, I'll be right back. I had to use the bathroom. Yeah, be right back. Hey, Earlies. I don't ever see you typing in chat, but you've been here for 30 hours. Alright, so something needs to tell the matchmaker that the game is finished. That way it can stop tracking the players who were in the queue. Alright, let me think about how this is going to work. So, the game server only knows how to talk to the overseer. There's nothing that says I can't have it talk to the matchmaker, but I think it should still go through the overseer. So the cluster master should tell the overseer about this. The overseer can update the number of ready game servers in addition to telling the matchmaker about it. I've been lurking almost all the time. No, that's totally cool with me. And I don't mind if you continue to lurk after this, but I'd be remiss if I didn't say hello. Oh, also, today is the day of the Hearthstone expansion. I said I was going to spend all my gold. I don't know if I want to do that, but maybe I'll do that tonight. Yeah, remind me. I might do a Hearthstone stream. Consider doing Hearthstone stream. I'll do like a 200 pack opening stream or something like that. I've never bought that many packs. All right. Anyway, so they need to tell the matchmaking the game's finished. I think this makes the most sense. So we just got to go code all these APIs. Yeah, Judge Bacon. If I do that tonight, I don't know how much Hearthstone I'll actually play. I might just open the packs and then call it quits. But that would not cut into the coding time. I'd be doing that after the end of the stream. So I'm going to be coding for another, 4 hours today at least. All right, let's go into the Overseer REST server. So what do we call this? What does it do? What do we have already? I guess it's one of the internal APIs. We have provision, we have num game servers, reserve game server, create game server. So what we want to do is something like a post to like finished game. Yeah, I think it's fine. Do it on stream now. Yeah, not gonna happen. Hang on a second. I need a coaster. I need an adult. So there's gonna be game server finished. What did I call it over there? There's like finished running game. There's game finished. What, seriously? I thought I came up with some like stupidly long function name. What was that? Did I not? Oh, it was in the cluster master. Yeah. Okay, let's go find that. Game server finished running game. That's what I called it. And that's what we're going to call this. And then we're going to put this here, recres next. Okay, so what happens when we call into this? I guess we specify our port. Do we even need that? We need something to identify us here. What do we have? We have register endpoint. I guess this is where having UUIDs would be pretty helpful. So we're going to need to send our host port over. Or is there some other way we can do this? I guess we'll send a host port. Is this C++? No, this is JavaScript. Whoops. Hey, Chifili, did you get 2 emails that I followed you, or just 1 email? I think I accidentally clicked unfollow. And then I clicked follow again. Oh, and Kyriakos, thanks for following. Okay. So yeah, here we need the host port so that we can identify which cluster. This is not optimal. Let me take a look at something. So we have register game server. We take in host address, host port. Then whenever we want to look this up again, we're going to need both of these things. So, okay, fine. I guess we just send the host port along. There's not a problem with that. Not necessarily. We just go into game server REST client. Account server here. So when we register, we pass in the host port. Yep, we'll just need to do that. And also probably send this. So the API is going to look pretty similar. Well, whatever. All right, so let's get all of the stuff that I need. So we need port, we need the address. So remote address and remote port. Yeah, so we need that stuff. You just got one? Okay. This is the amount of points Adam has awarded people for helping since February. I gave myself a whole lot. Also, some of these numbers are off. Like, every once in a while I would give someone points. Like, EJ did not get 310 points. Every once in a while I'd give someone points for I don't know, like in EJ's case, I think he gave me 100, so I gifted him 95 in return, but I gave him points in a different way from how I should have, and I don't know. So these numbers are probably not accurate. These numbers are probably more accurate. Interesting. The 1% is me. I'm almost literally exactly 1% because I'm 1 out of 94. But interesting. 4 extra points. Yeah. Alright, so I have these as lets. I don't know if they need to be lets. Do these change? Nah, there it changes. This does not change though. This can be a const. Okay, and we should make sure that this exists. I don't ever do that, do I? No. Well, we're going to need to make sure in here. So let's put this here. Get. In fact, let's get rid of this hack. What is this? Overseer state is AWS. Override, yeah. I don't think we want this here. Yeah, I don't think we want that there. Okay, that looks good. Let's go back up to here. So we need this so that we can identify exactly which cluster is telling us they're done. I don't know much about Twitch. What are these points? Yeah, the points are only for this channel, and they're not even for too much. They are there. So you were supposed to be able to use it to buy Botland. Right now, Botland is free. Also, buy is the wrong word. Like, gain access to Botland, because Botland's always going to be free. And then there's also one of my lunch screens. So whenever I go away, I run something like this. I'm not actually going away. I'm just showing you the screen. And BRBs fall from the top. If you get access to my lunch screen, it'll just say something like, "Thanks for the support, Adam13531," something like that. But that's it. That's all you can spend points on. But a lot of people like them as, you know, giving them to other people or bragging about them. So they're just something fun. Okay, so let's get the number of ready game servers. Where is that? Where is that? It's in a health check. It should have been. Oh, it's an extra parameter. Okay, yeah. Then I gotta change how this is done. Okay, fine. So const. So rec.headers. I guess I'm passing everything through headers in here. Finished game. Yeah, so fine. Num ready game servers equals parse int underscore dot get rec dot headers. Okay, now those need to be set, but we want to be relatively lenient with how we handle this stuff. Let's do this. If is not a number, remote port logger.error. So remote port is not a number. Return rest.send 400. Yeah, there have been people who spend all of their points or give them all away, and then they come back and they say, "Oh, I want to be on launch screen," and they don't have any more points. Is it gift? Yeah, it's gift. So if is not a number, num-ready game servers, then we say pretty much the same thing. Yeah, these don't need to be. All right, finally, we just do rest SN 200. And then what? Then we call into the endpoint monitor to say that a game was finished running. And we need to call into the matchmaker. So this dot endpoint monitor dot game server finished running game. We pass in the remote address, the remote port, and the number of ready game servers that we have. And then let's put all these onto their own line. Yeah, Digite wrote the right command in there. That's all you have to do. I guess we'll put this over here. All right. So we say host address, host port, num ready game servers. Okay, so to do mark this as ready, to do track the new game, the newly available game, and to do tell the matchmaker about this. What does the let keyword do in ES6? It's for block scoped variables. So what only existed prior to ES6 was var, and also global variables, I guess. But var was for function hoisted variables, which is a very weird concept for a lot of people. So I'll say like ES5 function here, console.log a. This would print undefined if you did this. So then in ES6 though, if you said something like console.log a, error, a is not, well, anyway, it'd be an error. And then if you said something like if true, so that. So in ES6, let gives you block scoped variables, where a block is just anything in braces. And you still have var. They're function hoisted though. So this is every var, no matter where it appears in the function, like let's say there's some code here, it's treated as though they're hoisted all the way to the top. So they may as well have just been written up there to begin with. So hoisting is kind of a weird concept. And if you ever want to test any of this stuff out, I'll link you to a site where you can try it. So here's where you could test this. You could type in ES6 over here. So I could say something like function ES6 function, and I say if true, let x equals 5, let x equals 6, and you see what it converts into in ES5. So they put an underscore in front of my variable name. That way, if I try doing something like x++, it's referring to the one without the underscore. But if I do the same thing here, refers to the one with the underscore. So you can test things out here and see what it converts into. Same thing, if you wanted to try classes out, class person, constructor, this dot foo equals bar, you can see what this turns into and what happens when you try constructing it too. So mark this as ready. There is, I don't even know if this is a thing I need to do. Let's try it out. So we need to figure out, we need to get the endpoint that this corresponds to. I guess that's the first thing we do. So to do, find the endpoint that this corresponds to. Yeah, and I don't know how frequently function hoisting exists in languages, so I can't comment too much on that. All right. So getting that const game server endpoint equals this dot find existing endpoint by host and port, host address, host port. Okay, now that had better exist. If it doesn't, if not util.exist game server endpoint, then we have a big problem here. Logger.error game server finished could not find a game server with host address and host port. Now, well, I guess I should say address equals and port equals. Then I don't know what we do. That's kind of a fatal error because there's not much we can do to recover from it. Is ES6 standardized, or like most web tech, not really beyond collective delusion? Yeah, it's standardized, it's just not out yet. So all the ES6 features are here, Super Iron Bob. And so there's a lot of cool stuff, but there's not support in every browser yet. Maybe, okay, maybe what you meant by standardized was, do browsers use it yet? In which case, no, they don't fully use it. So let apparently works in Chrome. Oh, that's nice. Okay, what about symbols? Yeah, symbols work. Arrow functions work. Okay, so Chrome has at least some support. I don't think it has everything yet. Does it have promises built in? Oh, wait a second. I might be getting this because of the page that I'm on. Never mind. Well, promise I might be getting at least. The rest of that is built into Chrome. Reference error B is not defined. Ask you, what's the code you're trying to use? Because if you're typing things into the REPL and you just say something like b equals 5, okay, that the reason why it says it's not defined is because in use strict you have to say what this is. You have to say it's var, or you have to say like window.b, or you have to say something like that. So just saying b equals 5, this is a global, and in use strict that's not allowed. Compat tables. Whoa. Look at that. Wow. Where's Chrome? Current browser. Well-known symbols? What are well-known symbols? Oh, has instance, etc. Okay, I don't care about that. Subclassing. Actually, there's pretty good support so far. In Chrome, at least. And what, IE implemented all of it? No, it didn't. This is only 4 out of 5. Why is this like faded? This entire column, these columns too. It's weird. There's like a million different things going on this page, so I'm not going to find it, and it doesn't matter. Look at IE11. Oh, I just closed the page. I'll open it. Red. Yeah, is IE11 being supported? Oh, they had percentages up here. Interesting. Pretty good. The fade means it's up to date? I'd expect fade to mean out of date, although it didn't look like that was the case there. But anyway. Okay, so yeah, what happens in this case? A game server finishes running a game and we don't have track of it. That means bad things. Yeah, that means really bad things. Also, we need to tell which players were involved in this. Having worked on that team, nope, not beyond security fixes. We're all on Edge. Oh, you're at Microsoft. I was just at Microsoft last week. Are you in Washington? Whoops. Just slam my mouse on the desk. Okay, so we can't just return here. We need to also get which players were running in that game. Or do we? Yeah, I think we do. Yeah, let's get player IDs. Actually, there's potentially... No, just player IDs. Let's just get that. Okay, which means that I've got to do this. Player IDs. That means I need to get that. Num-ready game servers, remote address. So let's do if not is array player IDs. So we'll put that there. Player IDs is not an array. Yep, in one of those buildings in the insanity that is our campus. I'm near the Commons, if that's a meaningful landmark to you. Yeah, I used to work at Microsoft. I actually used to work on the main campus, although I was not near the Commons. But that was a decently long enough time ago. This is the port where they're running the REST server. We need this so that we can identify exactly which cluster is telling us they're done. Yeah, so I think this stuff's fine. I think the only other thing I need to do here is this. Just say player IDs equals, and we get this. I don't know what this is going to come in as. I should probably do a test. Because it might be a string and I might need to parse it. Or I could check isArray on anything else really. Rec.body. Oh, you know what? I'm posting to this, aren't I? Oh, so I could have used the body that entire time, huh? I should just do that. Let's do that for everything. How was that meeting at Microsoft? Did we get a shout out? I mean, there were no shout outs. The meeting went fine. It was this, yeah, it was nice. Okay. Yeah, so I want to change this to this. Player IDs equals rec.body.get. And that probably means I should be taking these things in via the body as well. Which means it could just be a number. I'm going to hold off on that for right now. Actually, no, I'm not. Am I? I don't know. It doesn't matter. Let's leave it like that for right now. So player IDs. I pass that in. I take it in here. Good. Then one of the things I need to do, I need to tell the matchmaker no matter what. So tell the matchmaker that these players are no longer in a game. Okay. Well, in order to do that, we need to go set up the matchmakers server. So what do we say for this? Post queue. It's not really queue related though. It's posting that we, I don't know, finish the game, finished game. I think that's fine. Game server finished. It's actually more about, what do I call this? Health queue. Because what I'm doing here is removing players from the in-game state, which means removing them from here entirely. And this all needs to happen before you try to queue up again. Because at the end of a game, what'll happen is we'll tell... Yeah, I gotta prevent a race condition here. It's gonna be a little bit difficult. So disconnect all the players. I think the first thing we need to do is send this. I'm not actually sure. Okay, this is the first thing we do. Definitely. Let's do that first. But then what I'm thinking of a race condition here is, so imagine if at the end of a game you had an option to queue again immediately. However, you're already being tracked by the matchmaker. Okay, I can think of a way around this. So I guess solution number one is wait until we've finished removing you from the matchmaker completely before we tell you that the game is over. Solution number two is when you try rejoining the queue after a game and you get a response back saying that you're already in a game, just ignore that and try again in a bit. When in doubt, another queue. I'm not sure which one of these is better, but I need to make sure I'm doing at least one of them. Oh, see you, William. Take care. Have a nice night. Okay, I can rename this API whenever I want, so let's just not worry about that. And let's just call this finished game. Or remove. See, there's this though, Del. But this is removing you from the queue. There's also removing you completely from, I guess it's the Del API. Players. Let's say players. Yeah, I think that's good. So remove players from matchmaker. That's what we're gonna call this. All right, repress next. So we get the player IDs. So you see something like matchmaker client. Does that exist? Of course not. Where do we talk to the matchmaker? Apparently nowhere. Seriously? Where does any of this happen? The overseer doesn't talk to the matchmaker? Oh yeah, it doesn't. Not yet, at least. Okay, that's fine. We can get the matchmaker. We need to get the master matchmaker. So there's get endpoint by type and master state. Okay, so let's do this. Const matchmaker endpoint equals this dot get. So we want the endpoint type to be endpoint types dot IDs dot matchmaker, and the master state dot IDs dot master. Okay. Now that had better exist. So if util dot exist matchmaker endpoint. What is this? Oh God. Pro Sam. So if util dot exists, then we need to tell them. So matchmaker. So we have a REST client here somewhere. REST client. There it is. This dot REST client. So overseer REST client. And this lets us reach out to a particular endpoint. Yeah. So we're gonna need to write something here like remove players from matchmaker endpoint. So let's call into that. Remove players from matchmaker, master matchmaker, this dot REST client, and take the player IDs. Okay, and if not, we'll say logger dot error, new error, game server could not find a master matchmaker. So not removing player IDs from its tracking. Now, this is really, really bad if this is persistent, because if a player ever gets stuck in the matchmaking queue, then we have a big problem. And this is possible that we hit this, in which case we need to retry it at some point. So to do all, then it's possible though that the overseer crashes too. So to come up with a more resilient way of handling this, I should probably save the players' IDs to the database before sending a response. That way we know they're being tracked. I gotta figure that out. Oops. I've discovered a flaw in the system. Yeah, this is going to be a problem. Definitely. Okay, find the endpoint that this corresponds to. So we want to tell the matchmaker. So let's go do that. Let's get the remove API URL endpoint.get rest URL / players. Yep, and we're going to call into that. So const request equals this dot request dot del remove API URL dot send, I believe. Yeah. And then we need the player IDs in here too. Return request. Okay. Let's let's make sure we're calling that correctly. So remove players, yep, good. All right, well, that's fine. So what about this? Remove players from matchmaker. So we need to get the player IDs. Equals rec.body.player IDs. If not is array player IDs, then logger.error player IDs is not an array. Alright, then we remove these players, which I have the queue. I guess it's going to be like this .mmq dot remove players player IDs. And then the mmq we say remove players player IDs for each player ID. This dot remove from queue. It's not even removed from queue. No. We wouldn't do this. We need a way to delete their status entirely, but in such a way that is not a cancellation. Yeah, those are uncommitted changes, Endorn. You're right. And if I ever remove a line, you'll see a little red area here saying that something was removed. So that's pretty helpful. Or even if I change a line, I think, yeah, then it's just a dot. Hey, it's Sir Gamer. Okay, so this stuff all needs to happen, but we just don't count it as a cancellation. So this dot remove from queue, player ID. In fact, this is why you use map. So let's just do that. No, I'm fine with this. I'll just keep it like this for right now. Alright, the only thing is it's not a cancellation. Remove from queue must be called from somewhere else. It is here. So we'll just say true. Or, I don't know. Yeah, let's leave it at this for now. So, is cancellation Boolean. So, if true, we're removing the player from the queue because they manually said that they don't want to be in the queue any longer, as opposed to removing them because their game finished. I don't think this is a good idea. Because we remove them from the queue as soon as they find a game, right? No, we don't do that. I don't know how this works. So new in-game, player in-game. Trying to implement saving, loading, write JS game with JSON, but it's not really working because custom objects turn into regular objects. Is there a good way to do this, or should I try something other than JSON? What do you mean custom objects turn into regular objects? Because, oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Okay, so you're saying you have something like this, const player, and, or whoops, not const. All right, let's start again. Class player, you know, something like score, this dot score equals 5, or score, whatever. And then when you do, so JSON.stringify Adam should turn into something like this, right? Score 99999. And then, so you've saved this, but you're like, I don't know that it's a player object anymore. So what I do here is I implement functions like serialize, and I do something like return score, this dot score. And then I have a deserialize function here that is serialized player. Return new player, serialize player dot score. And then when I save something, what I would do is I would say something like local storage dot, and I don't remember how to do this exactly, but it's something like this: local storage on main player equals Adam dot serialize. And then on the other end, I could say Adam equals player dot deserialize local storage, not main player. I do something like that. So hopefully, I'll just put this online. Hopefully that makes sense. You don't have to do things this way, I guess. You could always come up with a different save format. But this is what I end up doing. All right. Adam, it's nice of you to help. Alright, reserve game for players. So, I do this. I change their status. And if the game actually worked, then they just have a status here. But the thing is, we're going to be tracking them. We only care about the players who are in a queue when we go to find a game. Let's see how Matchmake works. Oh, wait time list is what we care about. So, new player in game. They've also, no, they've got to be removed. I didn't do this right. It's totally wrong. Yeah, this is wrong. Or is it? Maybe it's not. No, they've been pulled from all these things already. I just need to delete their status at this point. Yeah, oh man. Alright, I botched this whole thing. So, where's the wait time list? Sort a list of all players in the queue. So, remove from... Okay, yeah, this is wrong. Wrong. Let's delete all this. How about let's just copy paste this over here. And then remove from queue. We'll delete the whole is cancellation. So delete. So that's always the case. This needs to be removed entirely. We need to say something like delete this dot player status player ID. Adam, in the near future, where one of your games makes it big and sell millions like Minecraft, what do you see yourself doing? So Digital Crosshair, I've answered this question before. I'll kind of hit on all the same points. One is that this is like buying a lotto ticket. I've put in a ton of work for this game, and so it's natural to think, what if it was successful, and what if I got a lot of money? But it's very likely not going to happen. So I'm trying to be realistic about that. Now, to answer your question anyway, if it did happen, I'd still want to work on Botland. So one of the things that I've always asked myself is, what if Botland is like moderately successful? It's not making millions of dollars or something. And then all of a sudden someone comes by and says, hey, I'd like to acquire your company for $2 million. Like, would I want to do something like that? And the way I look at it is, what do you do with $2 million? Do you invest in another game that you also wanted to make but that took more resources? Do you try to retire with it? For me, I'm working on Botland not just because I think it'd be a cool game and that I think it should exist. And yeah, having money would be great too, but I like it. I want to work on it. It's fun to do. So what I'd like to say, and of course this could all change, money definitely changes people, and like I already said, it's not very realistic that it happens, but what I'd like to do is continue to work on Botland for like 5 years. So that's my answer. What do you do with $2 million? Convert it to euros so I can spend it. Alright, I have screwed up another part of this part here. So now there's no concept of cancellation. So is this all we're tracking at this point? I've got to make sure. So when we say reserve game server for players, we've already deleted them from the skill arrays and from the wait time list. So the only place, so despite the game server, we remove them from most data structures. We don't remove them from player status. Yeah. Okay. So when we go to delete it, then that's the only thing we got to delete them from. The players will already have been removed from wait time list or players by skill back when the game server was reserved. So we just need to stop tracking them in this data structure. Hey Tom, yeah, I remember you. I mean, it was just yesterday. I think it'd be, if I had like 3,000 people in chat, then maybe the answer would have been no, but yeah. Usually decent at remembering someone for one day at least. Are you sure it says what program language is this? It's JavaScript, yeah. All right, so remove players. This is not entirely true because this is really just remove player. This is like players joined game, or game finished, whatever. Remove players. I'll just comment this here. So this is only meant to be called when you remove a player who was in a game. Actually, that's not necessary. I could just enforce that they're in a game here. Yeah. And Solaire, thanks for following. He just says, do you remember me? Yeah, you're that jerk who thinks he told me about Regex 101. This is only meant to be called when you remove a player who's in game, not when you remove a player who's in the queue. We should check the player status though. I just can't think, is there a time when... No, I don't think there's a time when we want to do that. So we just enforce that they're here. Let's get their player status. Player status. So if not util.exist, then we're obviously done. And if they're not in a game. So if they have no status, they're not even being tracked. Either one of these I think is an error. Logger.error, new error. Could not remove player ID equals player ID because their status is player status. Now this should have a toString on it. Otherwise, this is going to be really weird. Player in queue. What is this? Matchmaker queue status. So toString. NCL, thanks for following. I got 5 new followers yesterday and I barely streamed. Yeah, Tom, I followed you. I don't know if you get emails about that stuff. How do you test in JavaScript? I'm studying Java at the university and we heavily use JUnit. So I use Mocha, but I haven't been writing tests for a little while. Roughly, all test frameworks are going to give you something like a run this before a test, this is the test, and then run this after a test. When did you add AdamBot? That was last night. It got approved, I believe. That's thanks to Noob for Lunch contacting Knight himself. So we're going to print out the type here. And then, is there anything else that's interesting to print out? The type and the player. Return this dot type. So this is going to be what, like a queue status type. Stop player. I guess we'll do that. Just a simple toString. I don't know if that's helpful though. Could not remove player ID equals player ID because their status is player status. So this will either print null or it'll probably print that they're in a queue. And if they're in a queue, it won't tell us much more than that. Player in queue. But we don't have anything else. So I guess that's fine. Okay. All right. And then delete them. And this is not return false. This is just return. Otherwise, for each bails out, I think. Let's try that out. LD equals require low dash. LD, whoop. I'm not in Node. You can't just run this on the command line. What's the matter with me? LD dot for each 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 value console.log value return. So this should print all 5 values. Perfect. But this should print only 1. Yes, perfect. Okay, so I just need to make sure this is a regular return. Got it. Yeah. player IDs is an array of numbers, and it returns nothing. Alright, so let's take a look now. We have the server for the matchmaker. This is going to call into something. Remove players. Okay, that's good. So then remove players for matchmaker. This is done from del/players. So in the client, we're going to go to /players and del, and yep, that's already done. Okay, cool. So remove players from matchmaker. So then we do this from here. Good. And then I just need to finish these to-do items. So game server finished running game. And then this is going to change everything. I'm not going to do that yet. Find the endpoint that this corresponds to. So we get the endpoint. Then mark it as ready. Track the newly available game. Tell the matchmaker. So we told the matchmaker. Marking this as ready is hopefully a little bit easier. Game server endpoint has a state and a number of ready game servers. And we have a set and we have a set. So we need both these. I'll just copy them over there. So you only run the program to make sure the lines you implemented work as intended. Yeah, I mean, that's what a test program is supposed to do. I finally had my first C# project at work. Nice, Tom. Okay. Yeah, so in Dorn, in general, the program is called a linter. And that's how I want programming. Yeah, this. So in computer programming, lint is a Unix utility. There's the, okay, lint, it can also refer more broadly to syntactic discrepancies in general. Yeah. Yep. Okay, so we gotta do both of these things. Game server endpoint dot set number any game servers. We need to increment this number. So whatever it is, we just add 1. Well, we already have a function that does that, so let's do that here. Perfect. And then set the game state so that it is ready. So do we do this somewhere else? We must. Phoned home game server cluster state. I don't know what else we have. Provisioned, phoned home, registered. Oh, we can't change this. There's nothing to change here then. This doesn't get modified. So mark that we have another game server available. Okay. Yeah. Well, I can already see what's going to take the rest of today. It's been a lot of good programming though. And so this has got to be done. And I've already changed a bunch of code over here. Let's see. Game server finished running game. Good. Yeah. I'm not really looking through this right now. I just wanted to refresh my memory here. All right. Yep. This is going to take the rest of today. I'm pretty sure of it. Game server finished running game. So this needs to contact really everything. All right. I think I just selected the same thing though. That was weird. Here we go. Remove players. Okay. All that's fine. Game server finished running game. And research, that's really good. You gotta start somewhere. Also, I gotta fix this chair. Okay, so what do I do now? Do I fix up the to-do items that I have? I probably do. I've got to test this at some point. There's a lot of items here. Hey, Pure Photon. It's going well. I don't know if I've seen you here before. Well, welcome. If you're curious about what the game is about, there's a YouTube video there that you can watch. I've been working on the infrastructure for so long now, and I don't think I'm even close to seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. Yeah, there's a lot to do. All right, so this is done. I need to document the flow of all of this at some point. Document flow of how the overseer, how the cluster master, the overseer, and the matchmaker all get updated after a game is finished running. And even the players too. Ugh, so much. And then I guess update the flow that I'd already documented about, like, as of /25/16, this is the case. I think I'll know what that means. I'm Research, thanks for following. Gross, just noticed that Oracle VM VirtualBox logo. Wait, why is that gross? I use this to run some Linux machines here. It's made things easy. I just use it because it's free. I don't think it really matters to me. And Edser, that's awesome. I like Terraria. I think it's a cool game. I think they did a really good job just managing it and creating it too. It's not something you can say about every game. Okay, this needs to be done. Game servers need to keep track of their own state. They shouldn't start their countdown timers unless they're marked as running game. They don't totally need to do this. And no, I'm not going to make that a thing, Proset. It's a weird image for me to look at. It's not, surprisingly, the first time that someone in this stream has put my face onto a much more muscular body. It's just something that's very weird to say. Most people do not have that happen in their lives. Game servers need to keep track of their own state. So I wonder if I need this or if I can just work off the messages that the cluster master sends me. And Doran, they're intentionally bad. I came up with a really good one. Not that I'm ever going to make another Boatland related video, but I came up with a good one. I forgot what it was. It's too bad. If I ever remember, I'll have to share with you guys. Okay, so right now, we can close out of this. This race condition. Yeah, I need to figure out what I'm doing with that too. So let's close out of these things. That just made, we might want that eventually. So I guess let's save these around and close these. And same thing over here. So Cluster Master says that you're either ready for a game when you finished running or when you finish initializing, and that you're running a game never. That's weird. Let's take a look at when that's supposed to happen. I think that happens from the server, actually. Yeah, here. Set game server instance state running game. Okay, and does this have... No, it doesn't. Alright, and you're only marked as running a game when it's been reserved. And in either case, we're sending a message here. And in this case... Where do we... Ready for game. Do we send a message here? No, both of these are when it sends us a message. So, no, I don't need to send a message here. I think I can do it this way. Yeah, the cluster tells us when we're running, and that's when we start the timer. As soon as we realize we're not running, that's when we stop the timer. Makes sense. Hey, Anonymous. Tom says, yeah, I like Hyper-V, but my teachers insisted on me using Oracle, and it doesn't work well with the VM we're using. Oh, yeah, if you have incompatibility issues, that's a good reason to not use something. I used Hyper-V before this, and I thought it was fine. I haven't had a problem with really any virtualization software yet, other than the one time on stream that I already forgot what the issue was. And yeah, good luck, Tom. That sort of thing is really good and very eye-opening. You can find out a lot about a lot of things there. Okay, as far as starting and stopping this timer, let's take a look. Game server main. So we do a set interval somewhere. Here, update game logic. And this does update it in the game server as well. Last interval. Okay. So we need to cut this out. So when we get a message that the game finished. Okay, last update time, is this defined anywhere else? No. So let's do this. So this dot game update interval equals this. So we'll say stop game loop. And I think, what's the opposite of set interval in JavaScript? Is it clear interval? Clear interval. Yeah, there it is. Clear interval is called with just the return value of set interval. Yeah, okay. So we can do that same thing. We can say if util, do we have util? We must have util. If util.exists, this dot game update interval, then this dot game update interval equals null, and let's do clear interval on that. I thought Hyper-V went to all consumer SKUs of Windows as part of the push to enable Windows Phone development, but it's an optional feature you have to turn on. Yeah, yep, you're right on both. Don't you dev docs me. If a simple Bing search can show me this thing, then I don't think I need dev docs for it. Alright, so we set this, and then, actually that's it, yeah. So let's listen to, do we have a subscribe anywhere here? No, but we have a pub sub here, and we have a setup pub sub here. And so we need to do this.pubsub.subscribe. We don't have game server constants probably. Actually, we do have it. So we do this, go into constants for the game server, pubsub topic game finished. So 28 here. So on game finished, we say this dot game finished this. And then we can do a game finished call here where we do this dot, I already forgot the name of the function. Okay, I think it's stop game loop. Yeah, stop game loop. Oh, Ansible docs are on there? What was it that I wanted on here that wasn't there? Wow, Ansible docs, nice. Okay, so stop game loop, and then when we start a game, we need to start the game loop again. So in fact, this shouldn't even be running until we were told that it should run. If clusterized worker, okay, so let's do this. Else, let's not set up a game loop. So this will consume basically no CPU. How about Ansible swayed him to open it? Okay, wait, let's see. Let's see if EJ is going to do what I think he's going to do. Actually, he probably would have done it already. Fine, I'll type it. There. Hope you're happy. It is a pretty funny GIF. I think the second kid's the funniest because he trips the hardest. Actually, that shouldn't be funny to me. It's a kid falling on his face. Alright. Let's figure this out. So setup game loop. When I start a game, I am told there's a process.on. Must happen somewhere. What's this? What is this? Oh, on unhandled rejection. I don't care about that. So on message, and this is coming from game server, handle cluster master message. And what in the world? What? Message object. Oh. Oh, whoa, oh, okay. This confused me so much. I thought this was highlighting this, and I thought this was the name of this, and I thought this is not right. But no, this is fine. Okay, great. So we get a reserve game call, and main needs to kick off the game loop when that happens. And we need to set the state correctly too. Okay, so set state running game. Oh, we have this. I'm already, what? I did not know this. Huh. Okay, I guess we can do this here then. Stop, game loop, finished game. And we could say this is just ready for game. Okay, so in running game, what we'll do is we'll set up the game loop. This dot setup game loop. And we need to set the game state correctly too. That's going to be a little bit more difficult, right? Game state. I don't know where that takes place. Here it is. This dot game state. So we can get it, and I guess we can set it ourselves if we want. Or we could say that we're starting a new game or something like that. I'm not sure. Yeah, this is going to be... So there's update game state. And then here's where we can set a new phase. So we need to set the phase is in game, and we need to set the time. Does anything do this? Game phases, generate buffs for player, check for new buffs. What starts a new game? Oh, start a new game. We have a function for that. Started a new game. Next buff time index, delete, scramble teams. Good, 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 good. The only thing that I see missing from here is something that'll set the game state correctly. If it's pre-game, then say start a new game. In fact, we should set that manually. How do I want to do this? Well, okay, so this is something we need to call, definitely. So let's do that. So this dot game server dot started new game. And then we also need to set the game phase. So const game state equals this dot game server dot get game state. And here's where we'd set a whole bunch of stuff. Let's look at game state. This doesn't have a time in it. Game state base. Oh my goodness. Shouldn't it be start new game and not started new game? I'm not sure if you're... So you typed this the second time. I don't know if you're saying that I typed that. Started new game. Yeah, maybe it should be Lepko, but that's already something I typed before. Excuse me. Okay, so we have time remaining. When do we ever set this? Original value of time remaining. Okay, great. Do we use this anywhere? Set game phase, and then the time remaining. All right, well, I know where this is coming from at least. It's coming from here, where I did that, this stuff, game phase times. Right here. Okay, so we need to say, I need to get this to work somehow. How do I do this? Duration of new game phase. Then set the game phase, and then route that we received the game state. I think... So clients, there won't actually be any clients at that point. I think we can do this. Set game phase. New game phase. I think we can do all of this in here. And the current game phase, we need to get that. Okay, so get the current one. If the current one is equal to the new one, then just return. Otherwise, actually, should we just return? I don't think we should. I think we do this no matter what, because we want to set, I think we want to do it this way. This dot set game phase, new game phase. Okay, then we can delete this stuff. Duration, That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Yeah, so all of that stuff is fine. So now we have this concept of set game phase. And if it's equal to pre-game, then we start the new one. I'm not sure exactly how I want this to work, but let's go back to here for now. So we have started a new game. I guess we can do this. This dot game server dot set game phase. And we'll say that this is pre-game. And then we started a new game. Is that? Let's set up game loop too. Just call into that, yeah. Set allowed players. Okay. All right, this might work. Oh, this is very difficult. So we are keeping track of this. Make sure to set their game phase set to pre-game. Okay, so here's what I need to do. We need to change the constants over here so that there's like 23 seconds. I don't know why I picked that number, but 23 seconds. Post game is going to be done away with completely, I think. Even Vim got more screen time than Adam. Even Notepad.exe. Well, Vim was never the center point of a stream. Adam was at some point. All right. Are you ready? Am I ready? That's a bigger question. Am I ready for this? Got network traffic and we weren't expecting it. My code wanted to terminate server. We prepared it. Okay, well, all that looks fine. Okay, cool. So now we started at 23 seconds. We're probably down to about 18 at this point and counting. But it won't actually happen that way because we're going to hit join game and it's going to be back at 23 seconds. Okay, let's put Ultra Killer down really fast. There's no way these are going to reach each other in 7 seconds. The game is going to end and then we're going to immediately get ejected from the server. And then a whole bunch of stuff is going to happen too. So the game just ended. The alert is coming from the server. Great, happened there too. Okay, whatever. What happened on this stuff now? Let's just close out of all of these. All right, so what do we have? Added an endpoint. Update game server and database was called. Oh, no, none of that happened. I never called that. But the first part worked. The issue with converting atom to atom is that atom is meant to be an alternative to the line. Update game server and database was called. Oh, no, none of that happened. I never called that. But the first part worked. The issue with converting atom to atom is that atom is meant to be an alternative to the line. No, I think, okay, so Atom, the text editor, I think could be better than Sublime. But there's a learning curve to it. And the only thing I showed myself doing on stream at first was trying to set key bindings. And that was very different from Sublime. And I only spent, 20 minutes on it and got frustrated and then ended the stream. But that was because I'd already been streaming for 8 hours that day. So that's a little unfair. And I don't have a problem with Vim. It's just I don't plan on using it as a main editor. So the overseer only finds out about ready game servers during health checks. This means that up to a minute can pass that we don't. So that's been fixed. So test all of this out. Yeah, that's the real deal, isn't it? There's also like clean up the code, lint, figure out what I'm doing about the to-do issue in, I don't even remember where at this point. What did I say? To do, this is not a good thing. Endpoint monitor, I think. No. This. Game server finished running game. Okay, I'm gonna go use the bathroom. When I come back, I'm gonna look into these things. I'm not gonna get anywhere past this yet because I need to get food before I do anything like major. But yeah, I want to take a look into this at least. Oh, that's gonna be an undertaking. So I'll be right back. Okay. Let me fix my hood here. It's not really. Whatever. I'm done. Hood's gonna remain like that. If I say JS for game dev, would I be eaten alive? I think how you might have meant to type that is if I say JS for game dev, would I be eaten alive? Or, like, are you questioning why I'm using it? Not totally sure. So figure out what I'm doing about the to-do issue. All right, so the risk that you run is insane here. It's that you end up with a player who's in a state such that they can never play the game ever again. That's it. That's what happens. Well, until I restart the matchmaker, which could be like a month. Yeah. Hey, Jack. And hey, Icy Chris. I don't think I've seen you, Icy Chris. Jack, you usually say hi every single day. I haven't gotten enough hellos from you lately. All right, so I should probably save the player's IDs to the database before sending a response. That way they know they're being tracked. Is this what I'd written here? Where did I even write this? This. Let's copy this over to here and then close out of this. So imagine if at the end of a game you had the option to queue again immediately. However, you're already being tracked by the matchmaker. I'm not super concerned about this particular one. If you're already being tracked though, okay, so that's, yeah, this is something I should probably do. At the end of a game, we should, what do we do about this though? We should remove players from the matchmaker before we tell them that everything is finished. That way they don't try rejoining and then determine that they're in a game, which they now can't connect to. Hey, Goddess. Today has been more working on the whole system. Really, what's nice is when I'm testing things now, I'm testing pretty much every endpoint. I have the overseer, the matchmaker, the account server, the games themselves, and the client. And there's data flowing between all of them. And it's like it's almost ready. I'm hoping by the end of Friday that you guys are playing games on Amazon's servers for this. I mean on Amazon's cloud. My servers. And Goddess, yeah, Sublime is pretty nice if you haven't used something like that before. But it might be good for you to just skip right to using Atom, ATOM. All right. No, I'm new. Been watching you for a while. Oh well, hey, I see Chris. Yeah, I didn't see your message until just now. Okay. And then the other thing I need to do here is write this down. So, all right. So problem. When a game server is finished running a game, we need to make sure to remove those players from the matchmaking queue. Actually, no, you know what I could do? So, if I don't do this, then the players will always be told to go back to IP address a.b.c.d, which will either no longer exist or which will never allow them back on. So solution number one could be run a sweep every once in a while that removes players from the matchmaker who have been tracked for many extra minutes. Oh yeah, you created a new account. Oh, what was your old account? Wait, are you standing too? The fifth guy who's standing while coding, I should try it. Yeah, I am standing. I find that my posture when I'm seated for like 8 hours in a day is not great. Granted, it's also not great right now. I really should be standing like up, shoulders back, like this. This is better posture, but it feels weird. I should probably get to the point where it feels fine. So would this work? How would I even do this? I know a player's join time in the queue because I have that information. I have player in game, and this contains. Wait, no, do I? This, yeah. This maps to a player, and the player has a join time. So what I could do is, if you've been in a game for longer than 20 minutes, that I fix this automatically. That's a decent way of solving this. It's not great, but it's not horrible. And the only way that could happen is if... Oh, what if we use a different join time, though? No, because we delete the status entirely. Okay, I think that's good. Well, anyway, that's one potential solution. So solution number two is before respond. No, how else would we do this though? Because there are potential problems all have to do with future coding. If I add longer game modes or variable length game modes, then it would be tough to handle this. If I forget that I've coded this and then I reuse player objects in the matchmaker so that the join time doesn't get updated, then I will probably auto remove players. Oh, okay, I see Chris. Okay, so before responding to the game server, so what's the flow right now? This is, so the game server tells the cluster that it's done. The cluster tells the overseer that it's done. The overseer tells the matchmaker that it's done. And then finally removes the players from its tracking. The problem is that any of those steps could fail, and then the matchmaker won't get updated. So let's say the game server crashed. I'm already going to have code somewhere that checks for this, right? I wrote this down somewhere. Where did I write this? Sure, clusters marking extra states, what's more resilient to failures. Game server instance, what? Okay, I guess when starting a game server cluster, make sure the cluster, I don't know if this is even necessary. This is requested, okay, finished, sure, that's done, good. Delete them from the player depot. Am I doing that? That's actually a good question. Connection manager, player depot, there was finished game. Player depot, oh wow, I'm not. Okay, that's a mistake. It's a big mistake. I had to go into server player depot and figure out, is there even a remove all players? Delete offline players? I mean, all of the players would be offline at that point. What about shared player depot? Is there a remove all? Remove all players. Yes, there is. That's what we're going to do then. So let's go back over to here. There we go. Sarden says, what's the to-do list plugin you're using? It looks awesome. Yeah, Ashperman linked it in. Olo says, Adam without a shirt. What? Are you talking about the picture that Pro Sam was linking in? Because I've definitely been wearing a shirt all day. All players. Okay, well that's done. Where did I write that though? Yeah, that's. So they need to mark this as ready once they're done running a game. Cluster tells the worker that it's finished running a game. And that it's now ready. This isn't the case. It's the worker telling the cluster. That could have been easier, but whatever. Oh, that actually needed to have been over here anyway. Yeah, so that's done. Both of these are done. Fix the to-do item that's preventing servers from being updated correctly. Where did I do this? I have 2 game servers. I know I wrote this down somewhere. Just can't find it. I wanted to see if that would fix this issue anyway. Alright, I don't know. I'm not going to look through all of this stuff. Yeah. Why is the lamp behind you turned on? Isn't it bright today in your region? Oh yeah, it's bright. Yeah, it's bright enough almost every day. But I have it turned on because followers control the lights. And I wanted them to be able to see the lights that they're controlling. Did you study computer science before starting to develop games? I'm about to finish my, what is that? First exam? Aimed on studying informatics. By the way, I like your work. Yeah, I did. So I have this. Oh, you see Chris. And yeah, thank you guys for the follows. I studied computer science. I did my undergrad, and then I figured that's enough. I'm done. T-Vlog. Environment thief. Millions are dying because of you right now. Oh, hey, today we learned. All right, so solution 2, before responding to a game server, what can I even do here? What if the game server shuts down? What if the game server shuts down and nothing tells the matchmaker about this? I think I need to split responsibility across all 3 of these endpoints. Oh, I mean, I was wearing a shirt under this. It's just, it was too cold. Maybe after I have some food in me. Matchmaker about this. Yeah, I wrote this down somewhere though. Oh, something about this thing terminating and me not having anything I could do about it. Game server is reserved but never hears about. Oh, this right here. If the overseer or matchmaker fails right after reserving an instance, then the cluster would assume that the game server is in use, but then the game would never finish. If the game server is reserved but never hears about who it is reserved for, then the game server should just terminate. If the game server is reserved and is told about who it's reserved for, but no one ever joins, the game server may want to contact the overseer and correct the bad state. If the game server actually crashed, then the overseer will fail health checks on it. Now, in the case where the overseer fails a health check, I guess this is why I probably need to track which game server people are on. Because a failed health check would mean, yeah, this is a problem. This is a big problem. In any case where a game server shuts down unexpectedly, we need to tell the matchmaker that it happened so that it can free the players up to join a new game. This to-do file is huge. Yeah, it is. There's a lot of stuff to do. That's why I said it's going to take another 10 or 11 months to finish. And I'm mostly adding stuff. I'm like hardly removing things. The things you see me marking as done were things that I probably added earlier in the week. And what's going on with my light? Is that you? Who is that? No, that's Icy Chris. Yeah. Yeah, followers get to control my lights. I thought you've been here for that, Goddess. Did you follow already? Actually, I can find out if you followed already. Process. Yeah, you were already given one. I'll send you one now because you probably didn't realize what that was. There, I sent it to you. So if you want to do it, you can. I mean that kind of shirt. Oh, like a formal shirt. Yeah, I recognize none of these words. That's Polish, right? Okay, I think these are very in-depth problems. I'll need to figure out a solution for it later, but I don't think now is the time. At the end of the game, we should remove them from before we tell them everything's finished. That way we don't try rejoining and then determine that they're in a game, which they now can't connect to. Yeah, alright. I think responsibility needs to be split among all of the endpoints involved. Alright. Yeah. The matchmaker will probably also need to start tracking game servers specifically and who is in each of them. That way we can handle improper termination. Alright, well, it's just code cleanup then. And then I think I'm going to get lunch. So, yeah, let me finish this up because this might take like 15 minutes. Might take longer. So let's start with this. Actually, let's just mark them all and then go through one by one. Alright, these 4 look good. I'm not going to check these in, so that's fine. What about this? Game finished. Game server finished running. So in the case that it finished running, we say it's finished. There's a certain number of things ready. Set game server instance state. Oh, I didn't finish this actually. Cluster master needs to communicate back to the overseer. So this is where, did I write this out? Nope. I didn't. Yeah, I didn't. I wrote all the APIs. I just never called into it, I guess. Like overseer, REST server. Finished game. I need to call into that. I need to post to that. I need to post to it with these things in the right places. Working on audio processing using Raspberry Pi. How do you control your lights? That's all done here. Okay, yeah, we gotta call this. It's not something I've done yet. So we'll say finished running game. So const finished game API URL equals this.get server URL. What is the URL for this? It is /finished game. All right. Now we need to pass in all of the right things. So let's copy this up to here. So we posted this, copy this here. We don't need a type. What we need is remote port. It's gonna be host port. So that's already set. We don't need the version. We just need the number of ready game servers, which we should have somewhere here. And we finally need one more thing, player IDs and skill levels. That's actually marked incorrectly. It should just be player IDs. All right, so we do .send somewhere. This is needed so that we can be identified. Yeah, whatever. Alongside our host address, which is built into the request, so that we can be identified by the overseer. Judge Bacon, I could do that. Yeah. Let me do that. There, just increase bot spam in here. Oh, Sarkton, you haven't been on Twitch before? I'm surprised you ended up here and not in a game stream. Man, if you're entertained by this, just wait until you watch people speedrun games. There is quite an art to that, and those people spend like, I want to say, probably more than 2,500 hours playing some of those games. And the goal is to be able to run most of them in like less than 40 or 50 minutes. So if you think about it, they've done tons of runs, tons of practice. I mean, some of the games go up to like an hour or two, and very few are 2+. Like Final Fantasy VII, cannot imagine trying to speedrun that game. It's like 8 hours world record, right? Conemu SourceForge link is outdated. They moved to GitHub. Oh, wow, really? Can you give me the new link, Lepko? Or should I just search for Conemu? Wow. Okay, yeah, let me change that. I've got the link here. So Adam uses Conemu, a console emulator freely available here. Oh, Ocarina of Time, that the 100% is 4 hours. But the any percent is like 18 minutes. Okay, so request. And what'd you miss in the last 20 or 30 minutes? I don't know, not much. I've been cleaning up code for a little bit. So let's call into this finished game. I do a post, and I need to do dot send somewhere. I don't have a dot send anywhere in here apparently. I think I just set it over here. Dot send player IDs, player IDs. Now, that's the only part that I don't have here. So this needs to be called from here. Do we know who is running on that game server? If not, we need to keep track of it. Your best is like 4 days. Well, granted, it's probably not 4 days worth of hours. It's probably just over the course of 4 days. Is there a story behind that? What do you mean behind that? Also, yeah, Judge Bacon, console doesn't, man. So let's do this. Where did you learn to code? Also, Judge Bacon, I want console to be there. I just, man, I do not like how some of this stuff works. What am I doing wrong right now? Existing command and an alias name. Did I not just add Konimu? Maybe that was an alias. God, this is so annoying. Why are you using headers for that? Don't just, I'm... Okay, let's just do this. Because this is, console's been removed, so we'll just add this as console as well, I guess. There. Okay, where did I learn to code JavaScript? So that was this. HTTP is more fun that way. T-blah, it's just, I probably added them both as individual commands. And now it's, is there a story behind the use of the 6052 assembly syntax highlighting? Oh, wait, was I supposed to know? Did you mention that before? Yeah, I tried making an NES ROM at one point, but the documentation is very unofficial. So I eventually just gave up. Only auth and version info. Yeah, I'll write a note to fix that at some point. In fact, did I already write this here? I don't know. Stop cramming everything into headers for my REST APIs. Only auth and version information should be there. No, I think that's fair. I definitely think it's fair. Alright, I gotta get food pretty soon. I haven't even finished this thing, but this won't work unless I... First of all, do we have a client here? Overseer REST client.this, player IDs. So to do get player ID. Okay, EJ, tone down the language, okay? I'm gonna have to ban you. Was the NES ROM before the commented Metroid source decompile was released? I don't even know. That's the first time I'm hearing about this, so I can't tell you when it happened chronologically, but I guess it doesn't matter if I didn't know about it. Finish some to-dos before adding new to-dos. Yeah. Alright, player IDs. So here's the issue. When we're told that a game server finished running, it's because we did a process.send from the connection manager here. And we do this right at the very end. So here's what we could do. We could pass in the player IDs, right? Can we? Set allowed players. Alright. This is gonna be weird. So const allowed player IDs equals this, but we need to clone this, _.clone. Alright, and then we pass this in here as just player IDs, allowed player IDs. And then we format this entire line so that it's like that. Good. Okay, so now this is passed into this message. Message has player IDs, message.player IDs. I think that'll work. I haven't tested any of this stuff yet. Can I ask how old are you? Yeah, you can literally ask. I haven't been answering that. Sorry, I don't share my age. Also, why did I get like 15 more viewers right now? Darn it. So I should have just gone and gotten lunch. I like to not eat when I have viewers, but I like to have food in my stomach when I have viewers. Such a conflict. Well, I think testing this is going to be pretty important. I think I just ignore the edge cases at first, and then I'll code them later. Because I think in coding them, and by later I mean like later today, but I think in testing them at first I don't do that. Let me take a look. Make sure these can run multiple games sequentially on them. Yeah, I'm not done with that. So this is where I left off. Where I left off, I haven't finished cleaning up the code. I decided that I wanted to test everything out without having coded the edge cases around disconnects/crashes. The struggle is real. Just have a lunch cam, problem solved. Who needs privacy? You know, the very first day of the stream, which was what, 8 months ago now, pretty much. The first day of the stream, I ate lunch for maybe, 10 minutes? Because I was talking to you guys while I was eating lunch. And I remember I had a stool next to me, and I had put my lunch on there, and it just sat there for 4 hours. I never got the time to eat it. I was starved by the end of that day. It takes a lot more energy than I thought it would. All right. Yeah, so I think that's it for now. I'll stream for another 3 hours when I'm back from lunch. Like I said, I hate doing this when the viewer count is actually good, but what are you gonna do? I gotta eat food. So for those of you who don't know about Botland, I'll link this video in. Have finger foods. Yeah, I could do something like that. I'm gonna go get like a proper meal though. So if you want to add yourself, last chance to type BRB lunch to add yourself to the lunch list. Or is it lunch BRB? I don't even know what this is. All right, I'll give like 10 seconds. You won't hear my voice before the time will end, but you'll hear this explanation afterward. All right, 3, 2, 1. No one else is in. All right, there we go. White Angel, you're just a second too late. You'll be on tomorrow's screen though. So there we go. All right, I'm gonna go to lunch. Like I said, I'll be back at about 2 o'clock my time. If you want, type streamer time in the chat. You'll see what my time is. It's 1:20. I'll be back at about 2, and I'll be back for 3 hours. So cool. See you guys after lunch. Thanks for watching so far. And I'm back. Let's check the chat. Boop. Is that a living in the past? I haven't seen you. Toricana. Hi. Probably not here. Why is Skynet's name multiple times on the list? He spent all of his points. Like, a lot. He got on the list like 30 times. Man, I just ate like 1,000 calories. Hey, Tupper Box. Oh, this is actually pretty recent. 3 minutes ago. Yeah, thanks. Okay. Back to work. Zug. So I need to finish cleaning this up, right? I haven't finished cleaning up the code. I decided that I want to test everything out before, without having code at the edge cases. Okay. Gallery top. Yeah. All right, so let's take a look. I was starting with the clients. All right. So what do we do here? We set the state. Increase the number of ready game servers. Wait a second. I should test this out. Should I clean up the code then test it out? I don't know. I'm gonna write this down though. Tell the match. Well, we need the matchmaker. I'll eventually type this out. We need the matchmaker to know that these players are now free to play another game. Okay. So that's good. This is just one function, right? It's mostly one function. So this is in connection manager, and it's actually the top of this function. This is called when the game server itself tells us that we're finished. This is called when a game naturally finishes. It will reset the state of everyone it'll reset the state of everything so that it's as though this is a brand new game server. Yeah. Okay. So save off the players who are currently allowed so that we can later tell the matchmaker, well, tell the overseer about these players. Disconnect all players. Make sure the players who were just allowed to connect will no longer be allowed. Disconnect all players. I'll remove this eventually, yeah. Then remove them. Clear out the player depot. Disconnect all users who were attempting to connect but hadn't finished connecting yet. Yeah, there probably shouldn't be many of these. And then tell the cluster master about this. Via the cluster master. Okay, sounds good. All right, so that's done. You know, this isn't too bad, not yet at least. Pub subtopics, I guess I'll comment. I don't think it's worth commenting too much. Whoops, I'm in the wrong place. Pub subtopics. Yeah, I'll just game server constant. Potential topics that will not leave the game server itself. This is just an enum string. Okay. Yeah, we're looking good here. Okay, what's next? Here, set game phase in the game server. Set game phase. Sets the current game phase, resetting the time of the phase and alerting any connected clients about it. So this is whatever is in game state, set game phase. Ugh, I didn't write what it was. It's just a game phase, I guess. Game phase number. How was my lunch? I don't know how you eat so late. Maybe I just eat super early. My lunch was really good. I ate a ton of food. Like a lot of food. And I don't usually eat this late. It's just when I'm streaming and there's a lot of people, I like to stay around. Granted, I think overall the numbers have been going up, but it's hard to tell. Because if you look at this, it's actually gone down in the last few days. Although, you know what I wanted to check actually, as long as I'm on this page, you know, this trend has kept up. I still don't know what did that. I guess it was creative. Okay, so tell the clients about this. So this is callable from elsewhere now. Yeah, and after I'm done with this, there's more to clean up. Set game phase, pre-game, started new game, set up game loop. And then here, set that we're ready for a game, and then stop the game loop. Okay, good. Maybe that was the day you tried that. So overseer REST client. This tells the overseer that we finished running a game. This is needed so that the overseer can update the number of free game servers that it thinks are available, and also so that it can tell the matchmaker that the players who were in this game are now free to play other games. This should be commented. This is an array of numbers, and this returns a promise, which I guess we can keep. Yeah, I shouldn't be setting these things here, and yet I am. I should change that at some point. Okay, that looks good. And one last file. None of this should be checked in. So let's lint now. BL call lint. I expect to see at least a couple errors. I probably missed a semicolon or something. This defined but never used. Yeah, that's correct. Okay, so I think that looks good for now. Good. And then the infrastructure code. Players per game. This is gonna need to change. But I'll need to test this before I finish the code. Remove players. Yeah, that's pretty well commented. This is fine. This is pretty simple. This is what, the matchmaker REST server? Remove players from queue? This should be called, do you have to specify what kind of object you're returning in a method in JS? No, you don't. So you could actually have a function like this. Var r equals math.random. If r is less than 0.5, return 5, else return 5. You can actually have a function return many different kinds of things. Or you could say something like, you know, if math or whatever, return something here too. foo bar. You can have any number of return types from here. This should be called after a game is finished running. It will stop tracking players. I could make that more generic if I need to. You spelled called wrong? Oh, I think I had it typed that way originally, but I changed it. Either way, thanks for watching out. How does that return foo bar work? That doesn't make any sense to me. So that actually is valid JavaScript. If I make a function like show endorn return foo bar, so this notation is a JavaScript object. And an object in JavaScript is like a dictionary or a map in other languages. It's a key. It's a set of key value pairs. So in this case, the key is foo, and the value is a string called bar. It could be anything I want it to be. It could be a number, for example. And now when I call this, it'll be foo5. The keys can only ever be strings, though. So if you don't specify them in quotes, they'll be put into strings. If you specify them as numbers, they'll still be put into strings. Every single thing here is converted into a string. I don't know if that answers your question. So this doesn't do anything important, this function, but you can do it. Okay, so that's done. This doesn't need to be checked in. I'll just write Atom change MMQ to only 2 requires 6 people. Because I'm not gonna check this in yet. I still have some things left to test out. So endpoint monitor, game server finished running game. This is called when a game server reports that it finished running a game. So this is a string, this is a number. This is needed so that we can identify a game server, even if it's cluster C number of ready game servers that are available right now in the game server cluster. And then this is an array of numbers, so the players who just finished playing. I don't think this returns anything. Alright, so tell the matchmaker that these players are no longer in a game. This is a fatal error. In fact, let's log this as a fatal error. This dot critical error. Now, critical error only takes in text, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. So let's get rid of this. All right, otherwise, find the endpoint. Mark that it's available. Yep, okay, cool. JavaScript isn't asynchronous. There are APIs that can be asynchronous, but itself it's not asynchronous. If it were, you couldn't rely on very basic things happening, like A equals 5, B equals 6, and then, I don't know, C equals A minus B. If this were always asynchronous, you couldn't rely on this ever being a realistic answer. Could be anything. Could be undefined, could be... Actually, no, I guess it can't be anything. I guess it can either be undefined or -1. What happens if you do undefined minus 5? Oh, not a number. It can be not a number or -1. Or, hang on. Yeah. Okay. That doesn't matter. Okay, so that's this file. That's done. Remove players from matchmaker. This is overseer REST client. Remove players from matchmaker. Removes players. Removes players so that they're no longer being tracked by the matchmaker. So this is an endpoint. This is an array of numbers. This is a promise. Spurtman, I mostly agree with that. I think there are some things that exist just as jokes. But I guess hating on a joke no matter what is usually pretty futile. Game server finished running game. So this is coming, wait, where is this coming from? Overseer, game server finished running game. Yeah, okay. So overseer rest server, game server finished running game. This should, what does this do? This updates both the overseer and eventually the matchmaker about the games. Flask was a joke? I don't think I used Flask. I might as well write that this is a promise. Doesn't really matter. No, it doesn't even return a promise. Never mind. Guess it totally doesn't matter. He believes technology is ruining humanity? Wow. That's a very bold statement. I mean, I doubt this teacher thinks all technology is ruining humanity. Like, should we not have used spears to hunt originally? Isn't that technology? But probably just modern culture. Being stuck on Instagram all day. That's what's ruining humanity. That's what your professor thinks. Okay, let's test this out now. Actually, I can't do that quite yet. Let's lint this. Strings must use single quotes. Thanks, linter. Okay, cool. So let's test it. How do we test it? This is done. This is done. This is done. Okay, let's just get rid of those things. Make it so that a game only lasts like 10 seconds, then boots you from the server. Okay. Cluster run. All right, so we should see one game server available here. And if game servers know their own state, then they know that they shouldn't report this multiple times. I have a feeling that's not going to work. Because I'm pretty sure I didn't fix this. Yeah, in fact, in maybe 10 or 15 seconds, we should see a message print out saying how many game servers are online. If that says 1 out of 1, then I guess bug fixed. If it says 2 out of 1, then bug still there. Oh, wow. Pretty crazy. Left go. Oh, man. I see you're a Weedley's fill-in for today. What's going on here? This didn't print anything. Did I revert this? 23:15:1. So yeah, after 39 seconds, this should have printed something. I'm pretty sure it's been at least 39 seconds. That's strange. All right, let's take a look. This is coming from game server main. And we say available game servers. No, it's not coming from here apparently. Oh, come on. Oh, right, game servers don't start until you connect to them. Right, no, this will never happen. Okay. You know what they say, don't wait for things that'll never happen. Nobody says that, by the way. So connect, join. As soon as I press join here, we'll see 23 seconds on the clock. Yep, perfect. Okay. So I shouldn't have set that to 23 seconds. Let's make that much lower because it's going to be really annoying to sit through every time. So let's figure out where that was stored. Doop, 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 there. All right, let's set this to like 4 seconds. And let's set a game to be 4 seconds. Doesn't really matter. And then since we only have 16 seconds left to wait, I guess let's just wait those 16 seconds. Then it'll boot us offline and a whole bunch of stuff will happen. So So let's take a look over here. Does the overseer say anything? Oh, that's a big mistake. Could not find a game server with address and port. That sucks. Could not find game server. What? What? Oh, could not find a game server. What am I doing wrong here? Could not find a game server with address. Could not find. Where is this coming from? What? It should be in this function right here. Oh, I see. I just split it up over 2 lines. That's why I couldn't find it. All right, but why is that the case? So find existing endpoint by host and port. Host address, host port. So we know that we were searching correctly here. We probably had tracked this. Where is the cluster registering itself with us? Here, game server. Oh, the IP address looks different. What is this nonsense? I wonder if... So I'm pretty sure these are just the same IP address represent... Oh, this is... Oh. Okay, I need to compare these things. Hey, Rod. I haven't seen you in a while. What's up? Okay, so here's what I need to test. I need to see if the IP address library that I'm using has some way of checking cons or whatever, var u equals require dot slash util. Can I do that? U dot convert IP address. No. So what I want is IP address equals require. This has functions in it. So let's do IP address dot parse. And let's put in this address. So we'll say this is A1. And we'll do A2 here. Now, is there some way to tell if they're equal? Do I have an equals function? To normalize string. Well, there you have it. So I should be normalizing all of these. Huh. Not much. Currently trying my hand at websites and stuff for the Riot Games API challenge. Oh, wow. They're doing an API challenge. I didn't know about that. Then again, I don't play Riot Games, but that's a good idea for them. This, by the way, leads me to a question I'm sure you know. How can I securely make an API request and keep the key hidden? Can I call a PHP function? Is PHP safe? So, oh yeah, you can tell by the parse being printed in yellow. Yeah, they normalize it themselves. It's just I need to convert this to a string. So Rod, in general, whenever you're trying to keep something secret, you need to, I guess, first answer the question, who are you trying to keep it secret from? Is it people listening in? Is it the person who's running this on their own computer? So what I'm assuming you're doing is making an API request from your computer somewhere else, because a language does not necessarily make something safe or not. If any modern programming language, you can do things in a secure way and you can do things in a not secure way. So as far as keeping keys hidden, there are a bunch of different things you can do. I think the best place to start is, let's look up public key cryptography. I think this is a good place to start. This is what a lot of different technologies use. At least this concept, and there's a lot you can find out about here. There are also ways that you can share a secret over an untrusted communication. Not communication, what do I mean to say there? Darn it, I don't know what the word is. A user viewing the website can peek into PHP files. Oh no, so they can't look into PHP files. Yeah, oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, so you're not even necessarily transferring data. However, you do have to be careful. Oh, Superman said that too. Yeah, if you misconfigure stuff, then yes, they would be able to look into it. For example, if you stop serving the files as PHP files and you just serve them as text files, then people will have access to it. But in general, you shouldn't be putting hidden keys in code anyway. So for example, you might be tempted to do this. So I'll say this is tempting to do something like const secret equals, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then say something like, login user Adam secret. Instead, what you probably should do is something like this. Const secret equals, load from file system secret.txt or something along those lines. Or like also find take from environment variable secret. Something along these lines. That way you can always share your code with anyone, and if it leaks, nobody cares. So don't worry about that. But yeah, I think you should continue to ask questions if you need to. And yep, what Blot said is also totally correct. Don't ever make your own cryptography stuff unless you totally know what you're doing. So these all need to be saved as normalized strings. And that's why this thing failed. So convert to IPv6. You know what? I could actually just change network util. When I say convert to IPv6, all I really care about is that it's a normalized string. So let's go do that. Network util. Parsed address dot. Oh, what's this? Okay, I need to test this out. So we have u dot convert to IPv6. So if I do 127.0.0.1, what do we get back? That. Okay, now let's do to normalize string. Oh, did I lose that file? Oh no, I wanted that. Where did that go? Oh, I guess I have them here. Where are they? Give me the IP addresses. All right. Because I want to write this directly into the code here. So note, we return a normalized, actually I'll say a normalized IPv6 address string. We normalize it so that equivalent addresses like and there both get converted into, ta-da, this one. I kind of do want quotes around this actually. Let me put quotes around all of these. That way we can check string equality later. Hey, Twitch is not a dating site. Development's going well. I've been working on the infrastructure for a while. I am still chugging along. There is a lot of work to do. I think I've been making good progress, especially in the last couple weeks. I mean, there have been some slumps where things weren't that great, but that was mostly like 2 months ago, I think. Okay, so this is good. Let's test out this function now. So I'm going to paste this here. We're going to do convert to IPv6. Why can I not type this in? What's going on? Convert to, oh, it's capital P. All right, let's copy this in. Good. And then let's do this. Good, they're the same. So we shouldn't hit this error anymore. Well, once we fix this up, we shouldn't hit this. So let's go to package.json, push this as that. Modules, network util. Let's do an npm publish here. Oh, hey, Remy. Oh, man, sorry. Yeah, colors of names throw me off sometimes. I saw a sea of orange, and I responded to the green messages. Rod says, but if I set up the request on PHP, there's no need to encrypt the key, is there? It's debatable. I'd say it would still help, but I guess technically you don't have to. So for example, if I have a process running on my machine and the secret is only needed on my machine and someone calls into an API that I'm exposing and they don't have access to that secret, then yeah, I could store it however I want. It can be in plain text, it could be written on my monitor in red Sharpie, it doesn't matter. because someone in a remote connection won't have access to that. Unless they hack the webcam and look at a reflective surface. Alright, let's check this in. So I pushed that. The only thing that changed here is convert to IPv6 now returns a normalized string. That way I can compare the quality for all of the variants of localhost. Okay, let's check that in. Like your glasses. Yeah. So remember, if there's one thing to learn, it's that you shouldn't ever code with glasses on. I'm leaking all kinds of secrets right now. But watch, if I didn't have glasses on, like, you guys probably wouldn't be able to see anything on my screen. So just got to keep that in mind. So now that I've done this, we've got to update all of the callers of this. Let's do npm update. They should at least give me 1.2.1 of this. Yeah, there it is. Okay, good. Let's close out of these things. npm update everything. I got the mic working, yeah. Yeah, I needed to plug it into another USB. Don't you fail fish me for that? What's going on here? Operation not permitted. What? Does this mean it's open somewhere? Because I'd find that a little... Oh no, that's probably right actually. npm update. There we go. What's a program that you run all the commands called? Oh, hey Zatron. It is this. Conemu. Rod, I think for the sake of this, so you're in a little bit of a different situation from most people who ask about Node or PHP, and then it sounds like you're doing a competition and you only have a limited amount of time. But my general advice would have been, you should probably just learn Node. And no problem, Zatron. I think it's really good. I think as long as you're on Windows 10, you won't run into any random problems. Everything going fine? Yeah. Oh yeah, everything's going fine. I think everything's going pretty well. Oh, can't let programmer D win it. Okay, let's run it again. And Sergi, thanks for following. Let's run all of this stuff. Good, good, good. Okay, now let's try this again. Oh, what are you laughing at? Twitch is not a dating site? Discussion ended. What? I'm missing something. Also, what is going on here? Oh, I broke single player. Oh, look at that. Wait, what is going on here? This is super weird. Time froze in botland somehow. I bet this has to do with stopping the game loop. Oh, no, it doesn't. It has to do with not being able to call publish on something that's undefined. Also, what is going on here? Transitioned into post-game. Pub subtopics. What doesn't exist here? This? Strange. Strange indeed. Dirk Pitt, thanks for following. You are one letter away from a Super Smash Bros. Character. Actually, I guess technically 2 letters, because I think you have 2 T's on the pit. Hey, Darkstorm. Okay, so we have a pub sub here. And then we call this right here. So I guess this happened before... No, this doesn't make any sense. What's going on here? Put a breakpoint here. This dot pub sub. It's undefined. Oh, that means it's probably undefined when I pass it in, huh? The pub sub should only exist in the server version of this class. Okay. That seems not very smart. Fine. This should only happen on the server. I guess let's just write this as a to-do item. Okay, so now we try that out again. Let's refresh the pages. Oh, look at that. Everything's almost. Okay, yeah, everything's working. Okay, games are just going to last like 2 seconds, so these things aren't ever going to stop spamming us, but let's connect anyway. Okay, so I'm going to join the game over here, and I'm going to join the game over here. We'll see, I guess, like 3 seconds left, and then the games will quit out. Yeah, 4 seconds left until it starts. Then we'd have some time to deploy bots, and then the match ends and boots us offline. Okay, good. Now what happens over here? A bug. This is not a normalized IP address. So something screwed up. I don't know what it is. Got to meet one of your floor chefs? What? Dirk Pitt says, "What's wrong with your keyboard?" There's nothing wrong with my keyboard. I don't know what you mean. It's an ergonomic keyboard. That's why it looks wavy like that. All right, so convert to IPv6. This is done right here. Host address. Oh, I think I know what's happening. When we're comparing IP addresses, we get it right from the connection. The connection has it set to some IPv6 thing. That's the problem. Okay, so I've got to fix that. So anywhere that we get the host address, which is probably just going to be the overseer's REST server, host address, remote address, that's what we call it. Okay, yeah, so let's fix all of these. And in order to fix them, we need network util. Where does network util live? It's in botland somewhere, I don't know. This thing. So let's get that. Let's go back to here and get this. Yeah, Spurman, you should set up a blog. In reality, Adam just smashed his keyboards. I don't think, have I ever gotten so mad at something that I've broken it? Probably. I don't know if it's been like a controller or keyboard or something though. Yeah. I know there's a certain subset of gamers out there who break their controllers out of rage. That is not me. I break it out of playing too much. So let's get these remote addresses. Let's get them the right way. Actually, really, anywhere we just see this, that's what we need to do. Good, good, good. All right, let's try that out. Does botland count for that? I meant hardware. Clammy, thanks for following. By the way, the new followers, you'll get a whisper from Botlad. Everyone always asks, is that spam? Who's doing this? But no, it's totally fine. Feel free to click the link. Get whispers turned on. You'll see what it does. Okay, cannot find a game server with address. This is actually reasonable. This is what should happen. But that's because I got into a weird state here, and I need to close out of all these things and try running them again. Okay, so connect here, join and then we hit join over here, and that's what's going to join both of these. The buffs got reset correctly, great. So now we're just going to wait like 3 seconds, and then something's going to happen here, and we hope it's not an error. Okay. Actually, nothing printed, but I think that means that it worked. Yeah, so here's what we need to do now is make it log. Do not trust Adam, he's a master hacker. By the way, is the link supposed to have spaces on both sides? It's not, and that's better Twitch TV putting them in, I'm pretty sure. Ross says, what's that thing on GitHub to prevent a certain file from being shared? What? I don't know what you're referring to there. Silence is golden. Not in this case. Well, it kind of is. Yeah, the only log calls I have are through error paths. So I guess here we can say logger.info. You know what, let's say this at the very beginning, because otherwise we won't know exactly what went wrong here. So we'll say host address colon host port. I don't really want to put a space here. I'll just say a game just finished running on putting putting it at num ready, game servers ready. Game servers player IDs are now free to play, well, will be, which is thankfully the same number of characters, will be free to play other games. All right, and then on the matchmaker, we need to do the same thing. Oh, git ignore. Oh, did I, wait. Oh, I understand. I understand that question. Got it. I thought I totally misinterpreted that. Okay, so if there was any problem here, we'll just say I'll just put it here, logger.info, removing player IDs from the matchmaker. Now, does this print out correctly? What happens if we do that in Node? If I just say a equals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then console.log hello a, then I become Canadian. Got it. We're done. All right, let's try this out again. And then we can test the rest of this. So let's close out of these things. Great. Hey, Hydra. How's it going? Okay, cool. So started, and started. Let's run this on back. What did the backticks on a string do? So in ES6, that lets you use string interpolation. So this is the ES5 way of doing things. So you might have something like a var name equals Adam and var cool equals yes. Plus name plus is cool plus cool. So this is the ES5 way of doing things. The ES6 way of doing things, this is the ES6 way. Name is cool cool. So what this does is it'll interpolate the string, like it'll just basically take whatever this variable is. Or you can even do other things. You could say like this dot to uppercase in here. And so now you can see, I think you can see this, yeah, that it's uppercase. So if you look at these two lines side by side, you'll see that this is slightly fewer characters, but the nice thing is that you don't have to worry about like closing strings and escaping them. If I wanted quotes in here, it would be kind of obnoxious because I have to do something like this, and then I think this looks weird, whereas you could do something this way. So that's it. Hey, Pickle. I love how Adam's example sprint to Adam is cool. And now it's saved in my local storage. So anytime I go back to that page, it's going to be there. Okay, so let's test this out. Here we go. We connect over here, join game, join game. Okay, now this will tick down. Oh, no, that's fine. Probably should clear chat, but that's expected. If I say something like test, whoop, game ended. Okay, so what happened here? So a game just finished running on localhost 8083, putting it at 10 ready game servers. Okay, that's a bug. Ooh, this isn't good. 1,2 will be free to play other games. Yeah, that's a big problem. There are a lot of issues here. Where I buy this keyboard everywhere, shipping on net? Probably just Amazon. Only Master hackers can use it. Oh, this is bad. Alright, we gotta take a picture of this. So, there are 2 bugs to fix. Bug numero uno. Game servers are still reporting that they... Oh, what happened here? No, that's fine. Yeah, game servers are still reporting something like 5/1 game servers are ready. The 10 is probably just 2 strings combined. I don't think so. I think that's actually the number 10 because you can see this counted from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. And then that's where it crashed. So I think that's a real bug. And now it's at 11. So yeah, this is just going to keep going up. And then there's another bug. The cluster keeps reporting that a game finished. But the timer should have stopped. Okay, so let's fix this one first. It's reporting that many game servers are ready. So let's close out of these and go to cluster master. I also want to close out of that. So that message is here. Finish running a game. Actually, no. Both of these are the same bug, I think. I don't know why this is being called multiple times, though. It keeps starting new games. It shouldn't be doing that. Unless something's reserving it, and nothing can be reserving it. You know, I should start keeping track of this. What messages people have typed that makes a lurker respond. It's just interesting to me. There'd be no nefarious reasons here or anything. I wouldn't... Because, right, I haven't seen guys Noko ever type before. Okay, I am going to start keeping track of this. Okay, so messages that pulled lurkers out of lurking. Because this has happened every once in a while. One of my very first streams, someone said, go to your like administrative panel on Twitch and show your secret key on stream. And like 3 people immediately were like, don't do that. And I knew not to do that anyway. But those were people who probably never would have typed had something like that not happen. If you want a lurker to respond, get a list of viewers and read it out loud. Yeah, no, I'm not going to do that. I know lurkers don't like being called out, usually. Like, I wouldn't like being called out in another channel. If someone types in chat, I'm going to respond to it, probably. Go back to lurking. No. Oh, it's already backfired. You then program your bot to say those comments to get the lurkers out. I just think it'd be funny to keep... You know what, fine, I'll just silently do this. I usually go out of lurking mode when somebody types in chat something completely ignorant and I feel I have to explain things. Okay, so this is the problem here. I'm going to go into wherever this comes from. It's game finished. Where do we get this? Right here, game finished. So let's find this. This is only going to be sent from one particular location right here. Perfect. This is in game finished. So this is handled when we get the pub subtopic, which had the same name. So where do we publish this? We publish it here. Transitioned into post game. Yeah, great. So this is fine, but this should only be called if game server main called this. Yeah, update game logic. And this doesn't run unless we have this set interval. And I call stop game loop. Something's wrong here. Maybe something's calling setup game loop? Handle reserve game? I don't know. Let's just put some logger info here. Called setup game loop. Called stop game loop. Clearing the interval. Did I do something wrong here? Huh. What happened with Pusher? It ended up working, but I'm probably going to get rid of it. And Twitch is not a dating site. No, you didn't do anything wrong. Okay. So let's test this out. Whoops. All right, there we go. So did this register? Number of non-critical endpoints. So this should know that we have one server. Yes, good. Okay, so let's try this out again. I don't think this is gonna work because I didn't. Well, I know for sure it's not gonna work. I didn't change anything. But what I want to figure out is what's going on this server. So in 3 seconds this will end, and then we'll see a bunch of stuff happen here. Started a new game. Why? What is going on? Started a new game. Also didn't print out these things. Am I not calling stop game loop? Game finished. Set state is ready for game. Okay, that's weird. Subscribe game server constant. Oh, this is undefined. Oh. So sick of this. I'm gonna go modify this. Subscribe. We're just gonna do this right now. If topic equals undefined, throw new error. Cannot subscribe to undefined, which means I need to put a comment here. Adam's modifications can no longer subscribe to undefined topic. Are the players being put back in the queue but not being assigned to a game? It was this that was going wrong, I think, which is that I was subscribing to something that didn't exist. And hey, Smooth Dog. So this is the issue. I was doing game server constants dot game finished. What really this should have been is this. However, because game server constants is at least an object, which by the way does contain game finished as this, because it's an object, when I try to access a property that doesn't exist, it just returns undefined. Then I try subscribing to undefined. And nothing's going to publish that, so it just broke. So now let's try this out again. I'm going to close out of all of these things and rerun them and just keep being frustrated. Alright, there we go. So okay, something broke. Something horrible broke. What's going on? I couldn't join a game? Oh, what's this? Cannot subscribe to undefined. Oh, right, I never fixed the problem. I just put a... Okay, hang on. It's this. This is what this should have been. Instead of this. Okay. Alright, I'm ready. You can do this. Where do people laughing at? Is it my pain? Is that what you're laughing at? Because I don't think anything funny happened here. Oops. Alright, so now we can join the game. That should fix everything. Good. Take what are we on? Yeah, I know. Alright, so finish running a game, clearing the interval, and that's it. Now it says 1 game server is ready for a game. Game ended. Perfect. Alright, don't care about that. Hit send here. It says that we have 1 server available. Totally fine. When somebody else failed at something, I'm so satisfied. Yeah, it's probably nice when it's not happening to you. I don't know what that's like, though. Okay, so a game just finished running, putting it at 10 ready game servers. Why does that keep happening? Putting it at num ready game servers. Ready game servers. This 10. Okay, well, that's still a problem, but what about this? This also didn't print out. Modify. So we should be calling into the matchmaker here. What is happening? Overseer REST client. Full URL players. We call .del players return request. Oh, there's no then here, so this promise never gets invoked. Sloppy, sloppy, sloppy. In fact, even promote endpoint has the same problem, right? Yeah, this is not how I would expect to call these APIs. So let's go change this to be .then resp there. We don't actually do anything here. I guess return resp. That way this will be called. All right, let's try this again. Take number 52. All right, let's try this out. So here's what we're going to test this time. Although this probably won't work. So when I hit send here, it returns 1. As soon as I connect to the game server with both of these things, now it should return 0. Perfect. Okay, good. Now I'm going to hit send again once the match ends in 2 seconds. It returns 1. Okay, good. So that's all fine. Now what do we get here? We still got 10 ready game servers. I don't know why that's happening, and I got to fix that. But now the matchmaker said removing 1, 2 from the matchmaker. Perfect. Okay. The only weird thing is that's a stupid message. So we'll say removing players with IDs 1, 2 from the matchmaker. And Zebrato, thank you for following. Or Zebra, though. It's probably Zebra, though. I know what it's like to be a substitute teacher now and be like, I'm sorry, kids, but I'm not very good at pronouncing names. And they're like, Joan Smythe. Alright, so I got this working. So then this is the only weird thing. This is reporting the correct number of game servers, and this has the correct number here. The only thing that's strange is a new bug that just popped up, which is bug. We're getting this output. Can't copy it. No. Okay, well, we got way more than I needed there. All right, good. There are not really 10 ready game servers. And no, Spurman, there are always promises. I just didn't have a then on the caller side. All right, so why is this happening? So putting it at 10 ready game servers was here. Num ready game servers. This is probably just the number 10. Oh, which probably means... Okay, let me take a look at something. This. Num ready game servers. Parse int get... Aha! I put this in the wrong... Okay, yep, that should have been there. Got it. But then that means this doesn't exist. Or it's not in the header. Where does this come from? It comes from over here. So there's an overseer REST client coming from here that takes in num ready game servers dot set num ready game servers get. How did this fail? Or what does this API do? LD equals require Lodash. A equals an object. With it actually had NumReady game servers here. And this was, let's just say n. N was set to 1. Now we do ld.get an10. What happens if we do parse int on that? What? What's going on here? How did this line of code give me the number 10 as a result? Get NumReady game servers. The only way it could have gotten me that is if this is undefined. So the headers don't have NumReady game servers, which means I don't know what that means actually. I guess it means it's undefined, and then I'm not passing it in from the client, but I'm pretty sure I am. NumReady game servers. It's not a number. Why does calling .then matter? .then is what finally, so that's what invokes, that's what kicks off the promise. I could call exec or something like that, or catch. That way I can invoke promises in a certain order. I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. Divide the number of game servers by 10. Let's try this out one more time. I don't think this would have fixed it, but it's worth at least testing it. Also, at some point, I'm going to need to do this totally end-to-end here. All right, now we wait 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, error. Well, that does answer that question for me. Huh. I bet I should just send this the right way. So let's just do that. NumReady game servers. This.clusterm.get NumReady game servers. Good. Put a comma in there for good measure. Look, we're on a roll right now. All right, then from here, we get const NumReady game servers equals pretty much the same thing. Except for this turns into this. Excuse me. Doesn't whatever promise does get done no matter what you call then on it or not? No, it doesn't. So if you do node and you say how would I show you this? Yeah, no, because it's basically, let me do it this way. Const promise equals require bluebird. So if I make a new promise, my promise equals new promise resolve reject resolve hello. So there, I have a promise, but until I call then on it, it's not actually gonna, it's not gonna say anything. In fact, I guess a better way of showing you this would have been doing it this way. Console.log resolving. There. Oh, wait, I'm wrong about that. Okay, I don't know. I'm not sure, Spurman. That is kind of strange. So why did that fail then? Huh. I don't know. Alright, let's take a look. What did I even change here? I did a return rasp. No, I didn't. Top 10. No. Here it is. Remove player from matchmaker. I don't know. I don't know what I did. But anyway, this doesn't matter. I'm going to take a look into whether I just fixed this. Bad request. This is... Uh-oh. Internal server error. Oh, come on. What am I doing here? NumReady game servers has already been declared. This is coming from... Oh, there it is. Yeah, this needs to be done away with. Okay, let's try that. You failed JS class. Okay, so registration should succeed. It did. All right, let's try this again. I'll just refresh these pages. All right, we're good so far. So now we wait 7 seconds, and then we see what happens here. We should hopefully get one game server, and if we do, then everything's fine. That is pretty far from fine. Could not find a matchmaker. What? Hey, that number printed out correctly, though. Look at that. This doesn't exist. There's no master matchmaker. Why is that? Oh, I probably forgot to restart this. Although there are no timestamps here. But I can get timestamps. Although I'm going to quickly forget what time it is. Log.txt, I guess. Okay, matchmaker listening at... what time is it in UTC? I guess it's currently 22:05. Yeah, this was 50 seconds ago. What's going on here? Just made one match. How else would I have gotten this? But then I can't contact the matchmaker? Something went wrong. Removing the matchmaker what? Health check failed. No. This is all wrong. I don't know why that happened. I can't even close out of this thing. Oh, there we go. Okay, I'm gonna start this again, and we're gonna cut that time down on this so that I'm not waiting 8 seconds every time. 8 of my terribly precious seconds. I could be breaking code in that time. So we'll go into here. Just scrap it all? No. No. So we'll set 4 seconds. There we go. So when I start the matchmaker, this should register itself and then shouldn't just randomly fail, right? Added an endpoint, master matchmaker. Okay, good. So now I run this. Everything should still be good. Good. All right, I'm just gonna test this out again. So same thing as what happened before. Count is 0. As soon as this hits 0 again, count should go back up to 1. Perfect. A game finished running. Yep, okay, that worked. End to end. That's good. So now player 1 should be able to add themselves back to the matchmaking queue. Let's try this out. So when I connect here and I hit join game, that worked, right? Yeah, added player. Perfect. And now if I connect over here as Adam3 and I join a game. Nice. Now the part about just making matches, I should probably tell who's in which match. What other things did I want to test here? So this bug is fixed. This was a problem with sending things to Tetris. I should really fix that. So at the end of a game, we should remove players from the matchmaker before we tell them that everything is finished. Yeah, these are things I still have to do, but make sure you can't rejoin the game server. That is going to be a little bit challenging. I guess I refresh the page, and then I connect here, and then I manually join the game server somehow. This is something in here. Produced game server. Right here. So we need to call into this. Let's do debug main.mmq produced game. So we're going to manually specify the IP address 127.0.0.1 and the port is 3003. And we press enter and it says an error occurred. Either you're not permitted to be in this game or your account details cannot be retrieved. Now, while that's correct, what happens if we try connecting to an IP address that does not exist? Apparently it says the same thing. What? That doesn't make any sense, right? What if I said like 10 dot, or no, not 10 dot. 90, 90, 90, 90. Yeah, now it'll time out because that's an IP address that's not going to just return to us. All right, and then eventually we get a timeout message. We should. Just waiting for that to happen. Come on. Let's take a look at the function. Client main produced game. So what do we do here? Socket interface. Disconnect pusher. This is going to time out. I guess it doesn't have anything that will time it out, right? Authenticate the game. Oh, there it goes. Perhaps it's offline. Oh, perfect. Isn't that nice? Okay, cool. So that's good. So you can't rejoin the game server. Make sure that this reports the correct number of ready game servers. We should see it right here. It says 1 out of 1 game server. And it says someone is attempting to connect. They have not authed yet. Error. Player 3 is not allowed to play on this server. It's printing error twice. I don't like that. I think it's because I'm literally typing the word error twice. No, apparently not. Okay, this. Oh, error happens to have the word error in it, so this should just be error.message, I guess. Yeah, fine. Okay, what else do I have to do? Report the correct number of game servers. So yeah, it's reporting 1. That's good. Make sure another game can be run, but with different people. Yeah, I did that too. Okay, all of the tests have passed. Hooray. So let's do one last linting pass over this. We should run into one unreachable code error. We can ignore that. The code doesn't have to be reachable. Good. Great. Let's check this in, finally. And then change MMQ to require 6 people. So we just click this. I don't know what just happened. Okay, let's just quit out of this. Okay, let's try that again. Done. All right, so added APIs that a game server cluster can call into. It's not APIs, it's really, well, let's just look at this. This is the overseers. So added APIs in the infrastructure that a game server cluster uses when it's finished running a game. These will update the overseer's state and the matchmaker's state to reflect, well, yeah. So that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine, and this is probably fine. Yeah. Okay, so added APIs in the infrastructure that a game server cluster uses when it's finished running a game. These will update the overseer state and the matchmaker state, most notably to free up the players who used to be in the match so that they can play other games. Okay, that's good. What about this one? Cluster master, game server finished running game. Good, game finished. Just print out the error message there. Looks good, yep. Game finished, pub subtopics, got it. I fixed a really important bug there that I think was just part of this commit. This should only happen on the server, sure. I guess I'll write, well, we'll write it over here. Only happen on the server because only the server has the pub sub and only the server needs to, wait a second, game finished. This goes into game server main where we subscribe to it, and that's when we stop the game mode. We actually shouldn't do this. Yeah, we shouldn't do this. This is only in the case where we are a cluster worker. Node 6 is out? It was on that chart earlier. I saw that. I was surprised because I thought they weren't up to 6 yet. I wonder what big things they changed. Oh yeah, Dirk Pit. Yeah, you get to change my lights if you follow. Or I guess if you want to give away. So if you're Darkstorm right now. PogChamp. So game finish. I don't think any of this stuff is supposed to happen here. I don't think it's up to us to figure that out though, right? We pub sub this out. And then this should only happen if we're a cluster worker. So if cluster.is worker. If we're just a game server instance, but we're running in a cluster, then we basically freeze the game server now that no one is connected. Rather than days when a programming language would be major version for at least a year. Huh. Node v5 will continue to be supported for the next 2 months. Notable changes. Worker omitted as first argument in message event. Wow. It's actually going to break my code. Crypto dependencies. Modules. Proof type checking. Doesn't sound like this is going to provide many improvements for me. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Phlox. Yeah, I like the lights too. What's kind of interesting is I haven't been controlling the colors on my own. Back before the stream, I used to change the colors every once in a while, but now I don't do that at all. I think it's because I'm frequently sitting in either a blue or a pink room, thanks to you guys. Assignment to underscore will limit a warning. Oh, thank goodness. That actually is probably going to help. Although now I think I've cut it out of my behavior almost entirely. Just when I do that. Of course, they fixed that. It's not really a fix, I guess. Alright, so set game phase. Yep. Set up game loop. Yep. Oh, whoa, no, those things need to be removed. This stuff. Because this is just noise, I think. Right? Called stop game loop. Yeah, I think that's just inherent to finishing a game. Right, what else prints out here? The game ended in a tie. Yeah, I think it's fine. Okay. Finished running game. Okay, good. Good. Can no longer subscribe to undefined topics. That's something we'll check in a second. This doesn't need to be checked in. Okay, good. So, when a game server instance is done running a game, it will now report that status to the cluster master, which will in turn report it to the overseer, who then tells the matchmaker. After doing all of this, the game server instance can be used to run another game. Node.green. kind of crazy URL is this? Since when is a green a TLD? Huh. That's almost as crazy as bot.land. Alright, so let's check this in. I'm pretty sure we're in good shape here. That was a lot. There's just a lot to do. I still have these things too. So at the end of the game, we should remove players from the matchmaker before we tell them that everything is finished. That way they don't try rejoining and determine that they're in a game, which they now can't connect to. All right, so let's close out of some of this stuff, and then I'll get to that problem. Yeah, this is kind of that same thing. This I don't think I need anymore. I kind of know what those IP addresses are, or the ports I mean. So these I guess I'll leave open. Save that thing, close out of all of these. Oh, I gotta check this in. Wow, that is just pure coincidence that I happen to close every tab except for this one. Okay, so I no longer allow, you know what, there's a license somewhere. Oh, what's going on? There's closure library, this right here. I'm supposed to document all of this. There. I am no longer allowing PubSub to subscribe on undefined. It causes too many errors down the road. Did you hear destructing works now? Oh, destructuring? And default function parameters? In Node 6? Okay, that's pretty compelling. Yeah, maybe someday. I think everybody's favorite days are the days when I update Node, because they never go smoothly. So consider updating Node to 6.x. I'm Body. Thanks for following. Mr. Body. I am no longer allowing this to subscribe to undefined, causes too many errors that aren't apparent at immediately at runtime. Oh, the Vape Nation threw me off. 96% up to ES6 spec. Wow. That's pretty good. That's 4% away from perfect, which is where most specs should be all the time, I think. What is going on right now? All right, I think this thing is telling us something. Oh, it's done. The turtle has landed. Close. Got it. Nice. All right, time to get real. Time to get real. It's just getting warm in this room, that's all. And someone just followed. Did I? Yep. Who was it? Okay, well, the bot better tell me, otherwise it'll remain a mystery. Yeah, so I gotta fix these things. Let's take a look at the code in here. Banned. I wonder if the import and export system will ever be supported. It probably will be. So at the end of a game, we should remove players from the matchmaker before we tell them. So this is happening from the connection manager right now. And game finished right here. Now, if we were to wait for the matchmaker to get back to us, then we'd have to go through. So here's the issue, right? Yeah. So the problem is that this goes through the worker to cluster master to overseer to matchmaker. and then back through all of those. This would need to go through the worker, cluster master, overseer, matchmaker. Back through all those. She got banned? Wow. I'm surprised. There's a lot of uproar about that. I guess that means that there's a spot for me in the Hearthstone streams, huh? I actually might stream tonight. Yeah, I think this is unreasonable. But I don't know for sure. It could just be a promise. This isn't impossible. It just needs to be a promise. And it still needs to be resilient to failures. Yeah, AJ, that must be nice. Must be nice getting paid to do a job. Wouldn't know what that's like. While I think this would eventually be great to do, I'm going to need a fallback solution anyway. So I'm not too concerned. Because yeah, if you get booted from a game server, not booted, but a game ends, it's okay. So here's like user's perspective on this: is I play a game, the game ends, I'm super giddy, I queue up for a new game immediately, I get an error saying you can't join that game server. I am confused. So that's a pretty realistic scenario. And then I'd say, wait, join game. I'm not part of this game server. Also, you get rejected from the game server immediately. But then, as any normal user, I would probably just click join game again. Yeah, I don't think this is an issue. It will eventually work. If something crashed, it may take some time. So I don't think we do anything about this for right now. Plus, there's no... the client needs to boot you back. Like, you're stuck on the screen forever at this point. Okay, so let's just write this down. Right here, I have a to-do item. This. So I should just put this here. I'm going to cancel this for now. Well, I won't cancel. I'll just put it somewhere else. Throw it further down the to-do list. Okay, so right now, when the client sees that a game is finished, it has this message coming to it from the connection manager. Okay, so instead, I need to put the player back onto the account screen and enable the join game button. Or well, the user won't be able to press that button until the game server is done reporting the status back to the matchmaker. In fact, if anything ever doesn't add up, for example, if I try joining a game as I'm already in a game and that happens like 3 or 4 times, I could probably trigger a state change. This is sort of like on pinball machines, how they... I'm not going to finish that sentence. Alright. I need to put the player back into the account screen. Done. Reporting the status back to the game. So I could consider... querying the matchmaker for the user's state automatically behind the scenes to prevent any small race conditions, but if the game server failed completely and didn't report the status to the matchmaker at all, then the player will be locked out for possibly many minutes. In those cases, perhaps attempting to join the queue repeatedly could trigger a state refresh. Why not putting him into a queue? What? So, okay, here's, I think I see what you're saying. You're talking about this. I queue up for a game and I get an error saying you can't join that game server. So here's what's going on in the back end. When I connect and I hit join game, what happens is I go into a queue. So I'm not currently in a game. I'm in a queue right now. And I can't join the queue again because I'm already in it. Likewise, if someone else joins the queue, I am now in a game on this machine. Now imagine if the game lasted for like 10 minutes, right? I know it's lasting for 4 seconds right now, but imagine if it lasted for 10 minutes. And I say, no, I don't like this game. I'm going to refresh and I'm going to try connecting to something else. When you press the join game button, it should connect you to the game you were already in. There's no reason why you should be able to just quit it and count it as a loss or something. So that's what's going on. That's what causes this problem here. And it's a tiny race condition. It's really not a big deal. And that's why I wrote it down there. The big deal is this. Figure out what I'm doing about the to-do issue here. So the matchmaker probably needed to start tracking game server specifically. So I'm going to write this. I'm going to write this somewhere else. Yeah, so post-game time is a concept that is not really used anywhere. In fact, if I search for post-game, not that, post-game. What do we have here? Start a new game. Yeah, that's going to be called manually. Reset buff choices. Okay. A match starting. Yeah. So that's, I'm probably going to need to do away with that. Hope the join game screen will be a lot prettier. Oh yeah, no, all the UI is going to get updated. Also out of curiosity, are you planning to watch Adam open Hearthstone packs tonight? No. I'll say definitely no, definitely yes, and maybe. I don't like this whole, well, I'll probably do it, so I'll just say yes. There's a maybe for a reason. I just want to see what this is. I'll look at the results in a second. All right, so for this, figure out what I'm doing about this. I think the responsibility needs to be split amongst us. So that's this issue. When a game server is finished, we need to make sure to remove those players from the matchmaking queue. If I don't do this, then the players will always be told to go back to that IP address, which will never allow them back on. Game server tells the cluster that it's done. The cluster tells the overseer tells the matchmaker that it's done. Finally, so what if the game server shuts down and nothing tells the matchmaker about this? What if the overseer crashes? That probably couldn't happen. What if the matchmaker crashes? What time? I don't know, probably in like an hour and 45 minutes. I probably should put that on the straw poll, huh? Yeah, probably like an hour and 45 minutes. I'll probably just stream it regardless. What are you going to see, Mike? I just saw Jungle Book recently. It was like a 5 or 6 out of 10. Probably a 6 out of 10. Run a sweep every once in a while that removes players from the matchmaker who have been tracked for any extra minutes. So if you were put into a game, we need to keep track of, we need to keep track of how long you've been in the game for. We need to keep track of how long you've been in a game for. And then when you've been in it for too long, we need to assume that something crashed and then update everything. Oh, this is just it's just a lot of state, and it's maintained by like 3 different servers. I don't know what to do here. Because we don't know for sure. We don't know for sure that something crashed. But it almost definitely did if we didn't hear anything yet. Kyriakos, thanks for following. I appreciate it. Follows have been pretty good lately. Gotta love maintaining this type of state. EJ says, I'll stop by and support you. Oh, in the stream? Oh, you mean now? Well, alright. Yeah, so the issue here is that there are 3 things involved with cleaning up after a game server is finished. How do you make concurrency harder? Put in another process? Yeah. Yeah, Super Iron Bob, I definitely agree. So yeah, there are 3 endpoints involved here. And by 3 endpoints, I mean 3 different entire machines. So there's the overseer, there's the matchmaker, and there's the game server itself. Just ask the user for an input at that moment so you're sure it did or did not crash. I don't think that's exactly what I'm getting at here, because part of this is not user related. So for example, if a game server crashes, right now, if I query, I say, hey, how many game servers are ready? And the overseer says 1. The reason it thinks that there's 1 is because the last it heard, that thing was online. But now what happens if, well, if this crashes, I actually do have a way to deal with this. But like the users are not involved with how many ready game servers there are. Why not simply add a heartbeat? There's, yeah, there's a heartbeat going to the game server already. I guess then something else needs to keep track. If the yeah, I can do something like that. If the heartbeat fails, then tell the matchmaker that it failed, and then clean everybody up who is on those game servers. That's probably a lot of honking outside. That's probably gonna need to happen no matter what, actually. So action items. If a heartbeat fails on a game server, tell the matchmaker the IP address of the server that failed, and it will remove all players from its tracking that were on that server. So yes, that is actually pretty good. I still think you should make the game server a black box and make the overseer responsible for it through an API. Do the game servers host more than 1 game at a time? Yes, they do. And the overseer would know if the game ended prematurely. But that's part of the issue. It can't totally be a black box, because imagine if sometime in the future I add a game mode where it's like first person to get 100 points wins. Those could end in a minute. Those could end in 10 minutes. They could end in 100 minutes. And there's no way for the overseer to know that. Granted, I don't have that kind of game mode yet. But they do. I thought you spun them up for each game. I used to. A lot of the work I've been doing in the last couple of weeks has been so that game servers, like one, so that's where this concept of cluster comes in. This cluster happens to be running any number of game servers. Cluster run. So it's all specified by this. Like, yes, it's set to 1 right now, but I could just easily set this to 10. And then when I start up the cluster, it's going to start 10 different game servers. But it's all in one. Oh, I can't start 10. I can only start 9. Apparently. Okay, let's try that. No, it's still trying to use 3010. Why is that? Oh, it's starting it. All right, let's just start 6 of them. There we go. All right, great. So now it says the number of game servers ready. It thinks it's 0. I don't know what that's about. It's actually a problem. This shouldn't be 0. 2 out of 6 are ready. 4 out of 6, 5 out of 6, 6 out of 6. Think in terms of an API, internal, that would reply with a state, etc. to the overseer. If it isn't replying or has a state other than online, then it would run away and crash. Yeah, it's kind of the heartbeat thing then. Just an internal API that gives the overseer all the info it needs about a current game. Yeah, I think that's a good way to do this. Game servers would have to be push updates to the overseer, then pushes on the client. The client's action would do that in reverse. Well, but the problem is what happens when those push updates stop, and that's what a heartbeat would do. Do you have any notice on the cluster crashing from the infrastructure? We listen to process handles to know when our child processes crash. I do have the heartbeat. Granted, the heartbeat only happens once every minute, which it sounds like I'm going to have to change that. Well, no, maybe not, because this should be a relatively rare case, right? That a game server crashes. If a game server crashes and, the 20 or 30 people are affected by it, I guess that's fine, because it'll only be for up to a minute, or I can just increase the frequency. Everything between servers should be boiled down to a clean API. Just when you close the game servers, make automatic close in the MMQ. Just want to help. Thanks, Kyriakos. The push updates would be a heartbeat. That is one way you could do this. Additionally, if you did the API route, we'd know if a game was done without the game servers needing to know anything about the overseer. It's completely abstracted cleanly. I think having a push in that case is not a bad thing, though. Maybe, I'm not sure. Like, game servers reporting that they're done, I feel is a good idea. Hey, JNix. Okay, so let's see. So basically, I should just know when this thing fails. So if a heartbeat fails on a game server, tell the matchmaker the IP address of the server that failed, and it'll remove all players from its tracking that were on that server. Okay, I think that's reasonable. Now, if the heartbeat isn't... See, what I wonder about then is there some other crazy thing that could happen here that I don't expect? Like, the heartbeat doesn't fail. What if the heartbeat doesn't fail, but the game server hit an error where it can't report its status? This is where I feel like I'm going to need some auto cleanup thing on the matchmaker anyway. So I think I'm going to put that fallback in, put a fallback into the matchmaker so that if games go on for too long, that the players are cleaned up. Where I guess too long in that case means, I guess at this point, like 20 minutes or something, or even an hour. We just coded it something, so it's not running forever. Does the heartbeat have any correlation, numbers, and IDs to know the response is to the right message? The heartbeat is really just a ping at this point. So it contacts the entire cluster, and it says to the cluster, are you online? And also, how many game servers do you have running? And the cluster responds. So if the cluster goes offline, we have to assume that every single game server that was on there was bad. There need to be a decent amount of code for that. So let me copy paste this stuff. So here was all of chat for that time. Consider doing the API route. Yeah, that's why I pasted this over here. I wanted to read through this again. So I guess we can get rid of all of this stuff. Well, actually, let's do this. No game is done without the game servers needing to know anything about the overseer. So the other thing I wonder about there is if the overseer is contacting all of the game servers and basically saying like, are you done? Are you done? Are you done? Then that's a lot more traffic coming from the overseer that seems unnecessary. That's the thing that I worried about there. if I go the API route, then I have like one machine, the overseer, contacting, potentially hundreds of game servers every so often to ask about their state. Now, that's the whole point of a health check, is to do that, but the every so often is relatively infrequent. So I'll say like this is already happening with health checks, but those only occur once every 60 seconds. These would need to happen once every like 3 to 5 seconds. Talking about bytes per game server here. Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't worry about this. I think having the game servers is an almost black box is best. Game servers have minimal knowledge to say, hey, I'm alive. He's counting free bytes again. Everyone else is giving advice and suggestions. Spurman's like, oh, it's happening. Adam's going down that same path. Internal traffic is free. No, yeah, I know about that. Well, I don't know if that's what Spurman was getting at. But, yeah, okay, I think that's fair. So then the overseer would know everything. So then what do I do when the overseer fails? Yeah, that's the other thing I had to account for. Okay, so let's do this. So increase the frequency of heartbeats to the game servers. In fact, probably just stop differentiating between. No, let's just increase the frequency. How do you set the DNS when you update the overseer? Is it an AWS function? Yes, it is. And I can get you the name if you want. Store state in a database. Yeah. So store any important state in a database. Internal traffic is free till it isn't. Wait, what? AWS really has like a threshold where once you cross it, it's not free anymore? Huh. Oh yeah, it wouldn't be gigabytes per second though. When overseer does a failover, the new overseer has the database with the fresh state. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, and yeah, serving ninjas, I can look it up for you. Because I had that whole AWS util that I wrote. There's something about DNS in here. Update DNS. It's called change resource record sets. I think this is what you want. And then from there, you would just look up whatever. If you're using Node, you'd look it up from Node, of course, but like AWS change resource record set. So I'll paste this into you. Overseer has a fresh state. So store any important state in a database. If a heartbeat fails on a game server, tell the matchmaker the IP address of the game server, and it will remove all players from its tracking that were on that server. Alright, doesn't fail, but it reports. Can't report its status. I guess we treat it as a failure then. Or wait, no. That's why the game server doesn't do it. That's why the game server isn't in charge of reporting its own status. Put a fallback into the matchmaker so that if games go on for too long, the players are cleaned up. No, I don't think we need that anymore. Well, I don't know. I don't know if this is needed. Never heard of them charging for internal traffic. Yeah. Well, also, if you're Twitch, then you're part of Amazon. But I get the point. Super Iron Bot. That's what $1 billion does for you. Okay, so it's something along these lines, which means all of the things that I kind of set up is going to have to change. So I think we just delete this, and I write this up here somewhere. The fallback is needed. No, the fallback is it's replying, but it doesn't. Never mind. This is all gonna have to change. So make the game servers into more of a black box than they are. They shouldn't really have to reach out to the overseer much. The overseer can handle the traffic. So increase the frequency of heartbeats, store any important state about in the database. And more specifically, this is that I'm going to have to make a table for matchmaking state or who's on what server. So that's already being done in the matchmaker, but the matchmaker doesn't have a database. I don't want it to have the database. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure what I want to do here. Something needs to know about which players are in which game server. Currently, that's the matchmaker. I don't think there's anything stopping me from having it continue to be the matchmaker. But that state is not persisted to a database. And I guess it doesn't totally matter. So to migrate this on the game server, add a new /_internal route, only allow 10.x, just reply with a JSON object with prudent info like game state, time remaining, whatever you need. Yeah. Put the state to the database and process whatever triggers you need. Yeah. Make sure heartbeats return any important state information, like how much time is left in a match. I wonder if each game server needs what, like a time and a state. Let's say like 30 bytes and there's 300 bytes. Say a kilobyte per game cluster. Run 15 game servers, 90 people each. Okay, yeah, I think it's fine. Okay, so then if a heartbeat fails on the game server, tell the matchmaker the IP address of the server that failed, and it will remove all players from its tracking that were on that server. And then a fallback in the matchmaker. I don't know, if the overseer crashes, I think the system is just screwed up. I guess the other overseer takes over. I don't know if a fallback is needed. I want to put this stuff here too. And then I think we're just going to kind of mark that as done for right now. I'll have to do that some other time, or whenever it becomes relevant. So right now I don't think it's important because it's an edge case that isn't going to happen in the next like week. If it does, then I just restart everything. And I probably will get to it in about a week, but I want to keep going toward this thing. So make sure the client can connect to another game after finishing on a given game server. Yeah, this is not currently possible. Assuming the game server's in use, then the game would never finish. I gotta just write this down out there too. First, finish turning these into design items. Design/to-do items. Alright. Okay, so is this the last part of matchmaker flow? It actually is. Wow. Alright, well let's just mark this as done and let's finish this. So I'm going to move all these things up to the top of the list. Let's shrink this down for a bit. It'll make it easier. Let's put this up there. And anything else, let's do that same thing. clustered game server tasks, track usage rate, reuse EBS volumes. Expected game server version is configurable. Plug the matchmaker into the process. Oh, look at that. Plug the matchmaker into the process. That's already done. Now just make it so 2 people who try to... Yep, that's done. Figure out whether I can consolidate this. Yep, sure. Figure out whether that... Yeah, make it so this can be changed at runtime. Account server starts up. Make sure it's pulling its version number. Make it's pulling its version number. Figure out how to expose the REST server that's running on the game server that should be responsible for serving the health API. That's done. Ooh, this is something that should be changed pretty soon, actually. Consider refactoring the REST client. Database Ansible scripts for the Ansible database script. A matchmaker replication. Figure out the answer to this question. Should I bother checking the health of an endpoint that the match overseer tells us? Matchmaking. Flesh out queue. Make it occasionally check for matches. That's done. Make it so endpoint monitor can email me. Be able to handle the pool of game servers. That's done. Add an infrequent check to make sure matches point in. Why is there so much left on this list? Server can host multiple games. This is a very involved change. Yes, it was. So we're not just ready or running. They have a certain number of game slots that can be tracked. Yep, these are done. Player joins. Make sure they can't rejoin the next game that takes place on there. Make sure people can't connect to game servers unless they're in the allowed list. Okay, so it's not so bad. I could cross a lot of these things off. Why are you adding things to that list? I have a lot to do. I mean, any item that's not done, I have to add to this list. So let's put all these things sort of at the bottom. And yes, I know I am refactoring a to-do list. But hey, this is how this stuff gets done. Like, if I forgot about any one of these things, I don't think I'd find out about it until it started failing in production. Alright, and let me push all these things down to here. Okay, perfect. So now we just have unfinished items at the top of this list. Yeah, and a lot of them. Oh, man. Alright, let's get the right number of lines showing on every thing. It should be 30 and a half. There we go. Just really add a to-do list to look at another section of the list. Yeah. I can't think that this stuff is done and then move on. Alright, so here we go. Now, I wrote something about the account screen. Where did I do this? Where did I do this? I could have sworn I just wrote this down somewhere. Yeah, here. So this goes up here too. And then I start working on this. This is what production is for. Alright. This is what running many giveaways is for. There. Hey, Merlin won twice. How's chat doing right now? How do you guys feel? Your next project should be a to-do list game about making to-do lists. I wonder if there's any way... That's basically every MMO, right? Every MMO, your quest log is just a big to-do list. And you slowly tackle these items. Do it, that can't happen with the lotto. Actually, you'd never want to win the lotto twice in one run, right? Because Lotto winners end up splitting the winnings. But yeah, I guess you would want to win twice. Okay. What is this? What happened here? Oh, action items. That just shouldn't have been a thing. Life MMO, yeah. Someone actually made a to-do list program that was kind of a game. You like leveled up as you did stuff. I think the problem with that is you got to be honest, because nothing's going to stop you from just saying, yeah, I got the groceries. I just got 100 experience points. It's too bad you don't get better at stuff like that in real life. Like, I can't get the groceries any faster than I'm getting them now. So I'm like sprinting through the store throwing watermelons into my cart. Alright, right now, when the client sees that the game is finished, it has a message coming to it from the connection manager. The game just ended. Instead, I need to put the player back onto the account screen and enable the join game button. The user won't be able to press that button until the game server is done reporting. Okay. Let's close out of that. Let's close out of this entire thing. And let's go find that particular line of code. Here. So what we could do is we could have this return something that says the game is done. I don't think that's totally necessary since the client will know whether the game is done on its own. And it should necessarily happen after the server tells it. But let's search for this. Where is this saved off? Here? Pub subtopics? This goes through a whole bunch of different stuff. Okay. Yeah, I think this should be a network constant that gets sent across everywhere. Like game is finished. Although we have game state, don't we? Game state here. Sent by the server to indicate the current game mode. Do we have something about phase here? No. So what is this used for? In EJ, I'm pretty much the same way. There's one thing that this is the only thing that's fun about going to the grocery store right now is that they have self-checkouts, and I take pride in whenever I get to one of these things and I see there are like 3 other people. There are only 4 of these at the grocery store I go to. There are like 3 other people there, and I'm in and scan more groceries than they do, and then I'm out before any of them. And they're like looking at the screen thinking, what's the code for bananas? Is it 4011? Alright, I've got these here, and I emit this in what? One place when you join the game. Because reusing a message is better than making a new one. Because of how much work it is to make a new one. I think we're brothers. It's like Twitch Stockholm Syndrome. Okay, received game state. I could send this a second time. I just don't know if that's a good idea. Because, where does this come from? Here, received game state. And then this happens here, and we call it here. Yeah, this is a bad idea. I should just make a new message. All right, let's do it. So let's go into constants. I'll just throw a new one here. Let's see if we actually have all of these. So if I just search for this, this is going to be an interesting way to find missing numbers. Are you ready for this? So we do this. Oh yeah, we have all 50. Oh, look at that. There are no missing numbers. Okay, then I guess we just start at 51. Export const game finished equals 51. Sent by the server when a game is finished. Now, the other question is it worth having a message about this at all? There could be... No, actually, there's no way you could have different information from them. I don't know if this is necessary. If we discover that a game is finished, what we could do is... The client could just know about this, right? Let me try something out before I do this. If I get rid of that general, wherever that was. Oh, there it was. Generic alert. Got it. The game just ended. So let's get rid of this. And we'll just say that we would have sent a message there. But there's no real reason to. And let's start all this stuff again. Digital crosshair. Yet I have yet to go through yet a self-checkout yet. Wise words. Okay, so we're going to change MMQ to expect only one player in a game. And then we're going to test this out. So we got to rerun the matchmaker. Alright, got it. So let's start this. Connect and join game. So we're in a game, the match is about to start. Now we can put down bots if we want. And then the match ended. Now we know the match ended on the client. I think we can do something about this. So where does the client render the time? Botland app timer. This comes from here. Render timer. Does this connect to anything? Game phase state. Something updates this. Game phase initial state. Yeah, here. And then there's timer MS. So set timer. This must appear in this action, set timer, which comes from client main, set timer. Here we go. Update game state. Okay, so if we notice that the timer hits 0 and that the game phase is, well, I don't know. Let's look this up. Right, get time remaining. Let's just log all of this stuff. This dot game state, and yeah, that's it. Let's just log that. What is going on? This is taking. Why is this not scrolling to the bottom? What's happening right now? There we go. Now it's scrolling to the bottom. Okay, so we can see the state and everything. Now let's connect to a game. So I'm going to hit connect and then join. And now we're in a game, and eventually this should stop, or it should just go negative. Yes, it's negative and our state is still in game. Okay, so that's how we know that the game has ended, is when time remaining is negative and the game phase is in game. So const time remaining equals this dot game state dot get time remaining. This is in milliseconds, not that it matters. This is in MS. So if time remaining is less than or equal to 0, and this dot, let's get the game phase. If so const game phase equals this dot game state. Game state, I believe, has a get game phase. Yes. Get game phase. If game phase equals constants dot, where is it? Game phases dot in game. So the game has ended. Now we do something. Now what do we do? That's a good question. So if I get this done in the next 45 minutes, I'd be happy with this. Because that's, what, half the week? And how many more tasks are left yet before I get to that break in the to-do list? So there's that. What is this? Hook up the client to the matchmaker instead of relying on debug APIs from the account server. What? Oh, that's already done. Deploy the client onto account servers? What in the world does this mean? It should be in static hosting. I didn't mean account servers. I meant on the AWS servers. Wait, what? No, what did I? What? Oh. Onto the same VMs that are running account servers on AWS. Eventually they'll be in static hosting somewhere, but this is the quickest solution for now. Into stop walls. As soon as you connect to the game, as soon as you connect to the account server, have it tell you if you're currently in queue for a game. That's done. Oh, it's only kind of done. We should lump that all into one request at some point, but I'll handle that later. The join game button on the client should just connect to the API that joins a queue. It should also change the UI, so it's just how long you've been in the queue and what your starting position, perhaps. It should update. I think the current position means I need to change this to store sort of array. That's already done. I think tackling the client, yeah, okay, good. So then these things are something I'm going to have to do. And then where are we? Yeah, there's not too much after that, right? Consider having the overseer tell the matchmaker when a game server is available. You can track of who's in a game. This is already done, right? Fix the to-do item in there. Smallish tasks. Document. Any game server instance should exit before all have finished, and that handles the error. Yeah, and then fix pusher. Okay, yeah, so I think by the end of Friday, I can get this on Amazon. That is my goal. And if I think if I don't hit that goal, that I should work overtime or something. I'll see. I'll see about the weekend. Anyway, that was all a deviation from what I was trying to do here. So the game has ended. Now we need to kick ourselves back to the account screen. This is where things get a little bit harder to do. Account screen. Where do we authenticate to that? Here. And when we get this, user details, fetch bays, update, account server, get queue status, handle it. What? What? Your boss is gonna make you do overtime? I mean, not my own boss, but yeah, probably. 2 questions. How do you connect to Twitch? Not a 24-hour stream. I'm not gonna do that. Yeah, my time right now is 4:11. I'm gonna be finished with coding at 5, and then I'm probably gonna switch over to Hearthstone and open like 200 packs, and then probably call it a night. I've been here for 41 hours. I know he's not. That's a somewhat snarky response. Oh man. Okay, what am I even doing? I'm just like scrolling around the code right now. I need to figure out how to get back to the account state. Because right now I'm in a game. I can see buffs. I need to close chat, close out of buffs. So to do close chat, to do close out of the buffs, probably to do restart single player. Not totally sure. Yeah, because this is not going to work. In fact, why is this showing up here? Because I can't click this. Maybe there should be a message when the game ended. Maybe this is what puts us into post-game. The game has ended. The game server doesn't need to tell us that it ended. So we'll... How does this even work? Update game state. So if we missed updates, then what happens? Game state. Time remaining minus equal. So, if you had things stuck in the debugger for a long time... Oh, but then delta time is going to be whenever the last update time was, right? Yeah. This will be fine. Why would you open 200 packs? How did you even get them? I didn't get them yet. I was going to get them today. But it's a ridiculous amount of gold. Because I don't ever buy things in the game. The game is ended. The game server doesn't need to tell us that it ended. So we'll set ourselves into the post-game state here. So that we don't keep calling the game ended function. So we don't keep thinking the game ended. Okay, yeah, so let's do this. So we'll do this dot game state dot set game phase constants dot game phases dot post game. And then we'll say this dot game finished game. What do I call it on the server side of things? Connection manager finished, game finished. Okay, let's call it the same thing, I guess. So we just do this. Whoops. Okay, so all of this needs to happen, and I don't know how to do any of it. Let's put a bookmark there. What is it that starts showing chat? Because when we connect the first time, oh, that's not good. Game phase is undefined. Oh, right, because it's not that, it's this. Oh, see ya, Endoran. Take care. Alright, so I hit connect, and then join game. When I join the game, that's when chat shows up. Oh, also buffs need to go away. I gotta write that on the list. When a game ends, get rid of the buff choices. Actually, I think I already did write that here, right? Yeah, close out of buffs. So we have something like start a new game. Reset team scores, reset buff choices, update buff summary UI. What does this do? What is a buff summary UI? Okay. All players buff data, wipe leaderboard, add all players to leaderboard. We don't have any players. In fact, we probably need to set up the simulation server again. In fact, wherever we do set socket interface, we need to undo all of these things. So we gotta set this to null. And then I don't know, a whole bunch of stuff. Let's do that. Let's go into started new game. Now the simulation server could be in any random state at this point. Reset the state of the simulation server. So when we make the simulation server, we have this. This has a whole bunch of stuff. But it's also going to have its own game state, right? It extends a game server. Yeah, so we need to totally reboot this thing. How do we do that? Oh, EJ, what a cool site. Thanks for telling me about it. Okay, yeah, how do we start a new game here? Something on here. Where is it? Check for new buffs. Start a new game. Here we go. Delete offline player. In fact, what if we just called this? This dot simulation server dot start a new game. Yeah, what if we got rid of all of this? I don't know what's gonna happen. This dot simulation server dot start a new game. And we can get a little bit tricky about this by doing this. So these should all be constants. But we can't set them that way because this is const. And this is not even allowed. Okay, great. Well, then let's just get rid of all of this. $60 times 1 times 1,000. What? 1 times 60 times 1,000. So that'll be 1 minute. Then in game will be, or let's make it 30 seconds, I guess. Just 30 seconds there, 15 even. It doesn't matter. 20 seconds, 30 seconds, and I don't know about post game time. 20 seconds. Okay, let's try that out. Why do I sit here and tell you how to structure your game server logic and you just bully me? I thought we were brothers, man. I thought we were brothers. Alright, so join game. Once this quits, so there, what happens here? Oh, yeah. Nan time. That's exactly what I wanted to happen. So what, are all these things needed? I mean, I'm going to get a new buff if I do this, but I shouldn't be connected to the... Whoa. Yeah, that's wrong. Nothing tells me about this. Wipe out all entities, reset, player buffs. I guess this is the server side of things, and this is the client side of things. In fact, what if we just called start a new game here? Does this do anything for us along those lines? Start a new game. The client will know how to do this without being sent an explicit message because they know the game phase transitions as well. I think this is the case with most of this stuff. Let's see. Let's try it out. Where else do we call this from? Yeah, here. The game just ended, so get rid of any buff choices we may have had. This is part of start a new game though, right? Reset buff choices. Yeah, what else do we do here? This patch, set can deploy, set game phase. Okay, we probably need to do that. Although this should take place... Oh man, there's a lot of stuff here. Constants on game phase up pre-game, I guess. I'm not sure. So I connect, I join a game, I just wait now. What happens? I don't know what's even going on here. Cannot generate buffs for player because current game phase is post-game. But it shouldn't be, right? We're starting a new game. I'm saying this to pre-game here. I think I know what I need to do. I think we just get rid of this. So when game finished, something needs to set the game back to pre-game. There's got to be a way to make this better. All right, let's see if that did anything. This failed. Cannot read property get team ID of undefined. So the player doesn't exist. We're doing get color for player. Where does this come from? Here, create bot. So there is a bot here with no code apparently. What? There's no code on here. How did we create a bot with no code? The server told us about this. I don't know. What is the code? There is code. It just didn't get created correctly. Man, this is crazy. Yeah, this somehow didn't get code. I don't understand that. There's life, ID, name, is bot, 1 per tile, owned by player, physics. It's weird. And then, oh, the owner's undefined. Because it doesn't have an owned by player component? It does. Oh, I think I wiped out all of the players. Okay, I don't know what to do. I think I need to go create those players again. So let's take a look. We have this create AI players right here. What this does is it calls create AI player a bunch of times, which goes in the player depot. The player depot that's created is one that only exists in this game server. It shouldn't it it shouldn't have no players in it. What's going on here? Or is there a message that's missing? Create AI players, creates them, and then tells everyone about them. I entered arena. I guess that's the issue, is that these still exist, but I just don't know that they exist. I wonder if I could just make a new simulation server altogether. That's probably not a good idea. Let's see if that would work. Started new game. This is the code that I was writing. Set MP router. Actually, maybe it would work. Where do we update this thing? We don't. I don't know how this works. And then we need some parameters here too. Set up title screen arena. What if we just did this? I don't know what would happen. Huh. Let's try it out. 1, 2. Does it have players? No, it just has me. Alright. I think this is going to be pretty challenging. Did it error at all? No. This stuff kind of did. Now what? No, this doesn't work. Yeah, I can't do any of this. Set up title screen arena. Someone has to change their brakes. Yeah, it's super loud, right? This is ridiculous. So the players don't even exist. I should probably just look into this one by one. So let's go into debug main.simulationserver.playerDepot. What do we have in here? How many players do we have? We have all of them. But they're not showing up in the leaderboard. So that's one of the problems. The other thing is the time left in the game is wrong. Let's close out of this thing entirely. That way we just have this open. And we don't need any of those other tabs open anyway. So game finished. I guess the other thing I could do here is, actually it doesn't matter, does it? No. I need to go from this state into the join game state, where then all those players go away, back into the regular state. Whoa, what? How did that happen? Well, everything fixed itself. Look at that. I guess it just didn't wait long enough for it to build last time. Wow. That is impressive. And it fixed this problem too, which I'm pretty sure was never working before. Except for chat is still around here, and that's not going anywhere. That's actually, yeah, definitely not going anywhere. Got server chat message null. Oh, that's actually correct. Wow, then we start a new game after that too. Except for that part's a little bit weirder. We need to know if we're in multiplayer in that case. So if this is in-game and we're in multiplayer, how do we check if we're in multiplayer? SPMP router tells us, I think, is in single player. Yeah. So we do this, and this .spmp router is in single player. Okay, great, cool. So when we connect and we join a game now, good. The match starts, the match ends, we get a whole bunch of players in here, everything works. It says the match is about to end, though. I guess because it started a game from scratch. It's very interesting. So I can deploy bots, and they should work, right? Nope. You tried deploying BayID 6, but you don't own it. Okay, that's why that doesn't work, because I didn't ever change the UI. But bot deploys are always broken. However, there's no way to join a new game at this point. That's the issue. I gotta make that UI come back. So the match is over. The next one starts soon. So what? It's gonna generate new players, not ANDA and CE. Yeah. No, those players all exist there. Are these random? Can I choose buffs? Huh. I can. Okay, well. Yeah. This is only slightly wrong because there's an Adam player there, and that's who I am. Okay, so this is good enough for now. It's definitely not great. I'm probably gonna write down that I broke everything here. So we need to close chat and we need to show the account screen. And then that's like more or less pretty good. Just wipe out the entire simulation server and start a new one. Now that Adam player existed still. I'm pretty sure that's wrong. How many players are there here? Copy. So there are 12 players. Now how many are there when you start for the first time? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Yeah, so there are always 12 players. I guess the names just differ. Not sure why that is. Okay, well, close chat and then show the account screen. I don't know what shows the account screen at first, but when you press connect, it shows up somehow. So I got to figure out what's doing that. Join game. I think that's a good place to start. What decides that this is going to show up? Lobby state. Can join game. So then what interacts with the lobby state? Lobby initial state. Show. So we have show set can join game here. So this is probably like this. Handle MMQ status. So this is going to be set to true. Set connect to server showing. That's still going to be false. Then what shows all of this other stuff though, like your inventory? Because I don't remember that. Workbench state is showing. Alright, that's not that helpful. Workbench state is showing. That's by set bot base is showing. Set bot base is showing. Here, authenticate to REST server. Set that to true. Yeah, we just need to set this to true up there too. Okay, let's try it out. So now, whoop, I broke everything. Main is not defined. What? Main? Oh, this is a build error. Oh, never mind. It's fixed. Okay, there. I didn't break everything. I just didn't wait long enough. Alright. So, sure, I hit connect and then join game. Now, a game lasts for 4 seconds, and then it should kick me back to the account screen. Yeah, the only problem is that chat showed up. So I can buy and sell stuff now if I want, right? Buy. Yeah, perfect. And then join another game. Oh, it works, kind of. No, that didn't work. Did it? Did it work? Oh, I have the wrong constants. That's why. Oh, wow. So there's only one thing I need to fix, and that's chat. So where does chat show up? Chat enabled and chat showing. Chat showing changes here. Set chat visible comes from actions temp. here, and main sets this. Something has to set this. What does this? This dot bound actions dot set chat visible. What is this? It changes it itself. So there's nothing stopping me from dispatching this state. Show chat and hide chat. Something must set this. I don't know where this is happening though. Must be in here. Cat chat showing. Here it is. Enable chat. It's a silly idea. What does this? Enable chat. Found it. Okay, so this shouldn't exist at all because this is a terrible idea. So let's just change this to set chat showing. We'll get rid of enable chat and we'll set chat showing to true. Enable chat is gone. Enable chat as capital letters needs to be gone. Delete that one. Delete this entire thing. Delete this. Delete this. Oh, wait. Is it... Did I name this wrong? Darn it. Set chat visible. Alright, but that's good. So then in here, we just dispatch set chat visible to false. And we're done. Let's try it out. Did my computer just crash? What? That's weird. Huh. Okay. So connect, join game. We'll be in a game for 4 seconds, and then everything should go. Oh, chat's already gone. Darn it. That's broken. But now can we join another game? Look at that. No, we can't. Not really, at least. All right. Well, it gets kind of screwy afterward. We'll have to fix that. Also, chat doesn't show even when you join a game the first time. I bet. This is not working. Set chat visible. Store.dispatch, set chat visible. Is visible, set chat visible. Is visible equals true. Yeah. Huh. And I got rid of this. Oh, chat enabled. Why are there two different... Oh, I know. Oh, I know why that is. Because there's a difference between you having access to it and... Yeah, okay. That's... Alright, I actually can't delete that then. There were two separate messages for a reason. Alright, let's delete. Yeah, let's put all this stuff back to how it used to be. So enable chat still has to be there. I just need to change how this is named. It has to be set chat enabled. And I'm gonna write here. It's really bad. Set chat enabled. I don't know where everybody went. I mean, there's still people here, and actually, surprisingly, 40 viewers and 50 people in chat. There's nobody's talking, but that's fine. So this is very different from set chat visible. This will let us know if chat can be shown/hidden. If this is false, then chat isn't even considered to be hidden. It's considered to not exist. Apparently, there are just people actively watching. I gotta say, it still feels a little... But yeah, I'm gonna finish this up, and then if everything works, great. I'll switch to Hearthstone for a bit. Buy a bunch of packs. Call it a day. Alright, so set chat enabled. So this is set chat enabled, and then where we use this, Chat enabled equals state dot is enabled. Okay. Next, where we use this, we set this to true, and we set this one to false. Try it out. Connect, join, chat doesn't show up. That's a problem. I wonder if I just didn't wait long enough for the build. That's possible. No, that's probably not the case. Set chat enabled. Okay, let's take a look at the diff here. Enabled chat. Yeah, this stuff finished. This changed, I mean. That just used to be enabled chat. I wonder if this stuff finished. This changed, I mean. That just used to be enabled chat. I wonder if, so set chat enabled, good. Is enabled. Good, so I'm passing in true or false. Then here I'm using the is enabled part of this. Okay, that should be good too. That stuff doesn't matter at all. So, what have I done wrong? Let's try manually dispatching this. Debug main.debug store.dispatch type set chat visible, set chat enabled is enabled true. Yeah, that doesn't work. Why doesn't that work? Oh no. Chat enabled. Is there a way for me to get what this thing is? There might be. So there's a chat message reducer in here. What does this have in it? Chat messages reducer. Chat enables is undefined. Okay, that's the problem. What is doing this then? Enabled chat? Oh, I must not have searched for this in all the different places that we have. I don't know. And Scorzy, thanks for following. Reminds me of a Key of Awesome sketch. Yeah, enabled chat. Okay, it's breakpoint time. Set chat enabled. We'll just put a breakpoint here, and then we'll refresh the page. That'll get hit. We'll figure out what's going wrong. There we go. So what's the state? State.chat enabled is somehow false. That's not right. Set chat enabled true. What? How is it false? It's coming from this line of code. This just got set very strangely. Dispatch 0. What is this? Never even seen this sort of syntax. Why would they have put a 0 there? I don't know how that got transpiled to be like that. That part I think is very weird. But yeah, this is correct. Is enabled is set to true. And yet when we get up here, state has, oh, it's called chat enabled at that point. No, that's fine. The state is what I wanted to look at. Yeah, chat enabled. I meant action. Oh, whoops. Yeah, that's a typo. Okay. Problem solved. Let's refresh the page. Everything should work. We hit join game. Chat shows up, please. Yep, there it is. And then the game ends and chat goes away. And we're back on the screen. Now the question is, can we join another game? That I don't know. So let's hit join game. What happened here? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that failed. I'm ready game server is 5. Well, actually, I am loading 5 different matches here. So right now the number of ready game servers should be 6. Yeah, it is. Huh. What is wrong? I'm joining a game. Where does in chat now even get called? I feel like I'm not really joining a game. I don't know what's happening. And even here, it seems to have just frozen. Weird. So I join a game. It says that I'm in chat. Great. Someone's attempting to connect. They've not been authed yet. So then I hit join game again. I'm connecting to the same server. This is it finished running a game. I'm not sure. This is very weird. Also, out of curiosity, if I were to start this up again, so what? This is going to eventually say 0. Let's just speed this up. So this should say 0. Yep, good. When I start this up, it should eventually say 6. Yeah, it did. Okay. I don't know what's happening here. When I hit join game, it puts me in a game correctly the first time. Then I hit join game again. Can I just, yeah, I'll just type this. There. Now I hit join game again. You are already in the queue. No, I am not. Dear friend. Trusted server. It thinks I'm already in the queue. That means a matchmaker was never told about this. Made one match. Oh, because I restarted. Oh man, could not find a master matchmaker. That's why. So I gotta restart all this stuff. Okay. Well, let's try it out again. So connect, join game. That always works fine. Yep, good. We have chat, test. Cool. Match ends. You probably still want to be able to chat with people afterward, but I guess that's too bad. Or maybe we terminate the server after another minute. I'll have to figure out how that's gonna work. Okay, so now I type out just a line of equal signs. And then I hit join game again. And here it says reserved another one. Yeah. Started a new game, found a user, hitting URL, created a new player, finish running a game. I don't know. That all looks fine to me. Maybe we're just not in the right state to receive these messages. What pickle? Oh, what do I do now? This is so ridiculous. Let's set this time to 10 seconds and another 10 seconds. Oh, except for the server doesn't know about this. Darn it, I can't do this. I gotta restart this. Okay, great. So now, let's join a game. Talking to myself, don't worry. Okay. Alright, so like I said, this works totally fine, right? I can put down bots, move. I wait the 2 seconds for the game to start, deploy. Yeah, everything's working fine. In fact, we can kill the bots, we can put something more involved on here. Well, alright, time ran out. But then it ejected me back to this screen. This is fine, this is what I'd expect. But when I hit join game, then I should be back on that old game server. It didn't update the timer. What is going on? And then it doesn't start. I'm not getting information I should be getting. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if this is a client or a server problem though. Actually, I should boil that down first. So let's do this. Hit connect. I join a game. All right, so I'm in the game, right? And we call all our crazy functions that we have here. Deploy. Good. My bots are shielding. They're laying landmines. Everything's fine. Okay. Now the game ended. We're not connected to it anymore. So if we totally restart the game server, we'll know if it's us or if it's the client or if it's the server. So now I'm going to hit join game. I'm going to wait for that timer to hit a weird number. Okay, 7. That's weird enough. Yeah, this is a client issue. Okay. Yeah, I better write this down. Desktop LAN backup. Whoops. Where I left off, the client, and it's definitely the client, not the server, is having an issue where it can't connect to a second game server after it's already connected to one of them. I don't know. I don't know what's happening yet exactly. When we connect to our first game server, it's all coming from here. Disconnect pusher, socket interface. We wipe out this stuff, wipe out the leaderboard, set candidate player false, remove all the players from the player depot. Set bot base is showing false. All that's fine. And the weird thing is I'm not getting any errors here. Neither errors nor warnings show up. Strange. Wait a second. No, I don't know. I don't know what's happening. Alright, let's put logger.info here. Connecting to IP address port. I'm pretty sure that part's going to be working just fine. In game. That doesn't matter. This is what matters. So. Okay, and also setting these times really high also doesn't matter. I can set these down to like 5 seconds if I want. I'm pretty sure this is telling me to connect to the right place. I hit connect, I hit join game. It says connecting to localhost 3003. Great. And that's what this console thinks too. Worker 3003. Perfect. Okay, cool. That all finishes. Now I hit connect again, and it says connecting to that same server, which is also fine. But then it created... Yeah, but then I didn't get the right state. What is going on? Oh, you know what? I wrote it's definitely a client. Oh, it is definitely a client, actually. The reason I know that it's the client is because I restarted the game server in between client games. Yeah, never trust yourself. What does this mean? It means we're not getting the game state correctly. And that should be showing up from received game state here. Let's just put a breakpoint there. Main.js received game state. Put a breakpoint right there. So that, no, don't care. Alright. In fact, we only care when we connect here and hit join. So this is coming from the server. Great. Then this is going to happen again. Sure, the match is about to end. Okay, cool. So now we're in just a regular game. When I hit join game, yeah, we don't get this at all. We're getting this from the simulation server now. In fact, that's potentially the problem here. When I, what does that mean? I hit join game and the simulation server is still running. What turns this off? MP router. Simulation server, but only if we're in single player. And we're not in single player anymore. We're not in single player because of this right here. Okay, something's wrong. We need a breakpoint here. Okay, so get rid of this and go to IP address here. Okay, let's set a breakpoint there to reconnect to this thing. Okay, that got hit. Perfect. I don't really care about the rest of this. Let's just let it run. Okay, but now when I hit join game, this will definitely get hit, but then I don't know what's happening after this. Socket interface, that exists. Then we set this. And we have this dot is single player is based on whether this exists. So now, whoa, what? Yeah. Right. We're in multiplayer, right, of course. Right, so we stop interval functions. So let's go into this. If util.exist, check buffs interval ID, clear it, set it to null. And that's it. Then something's not right here. Boy. This is before we've gotten to anything else, right? So this connects us to the game server. Well, at least it starts the process of connecting us. We say authenticate to game server. Let's go into this code maybe. Can I not click this? There we go, connect to server. Socket.emit. Huh, maybe my auth token was wrong. I don't know. I'll have to restart this process. So connect to server. What does this do? Okay, cool. Let's try that all again. I'm gonna mute breakpoints this time. We're gonna connect, we're gonna join the game. Then I'll unmute them and we'll try the second time around, and then something's not getting communicated correctly. Alright, so now we unmute breakpoints and hit join game. So this is fine. This is probably fine. We're connecting to localhost 3003. I wonder if we're getting any of these things. Like socket connected even. I don't even think that happens. It doesn't. It doesn't even connect the socket. Wait, so then that means that that thing is probably actively denying us. Right, it says create a new player. No, it's not that. This is so confusing. Socket is connecting, socket connected. So, okay, yeah, the second time I try connecting, it just doesn't even connect the socket. I've got to figure out why that's happening. You know what? It's probably, every time I construct a new one of these things, it's because the socket's still open. I think that's why. I think that's what's going on. Or I need to have this thing print that it closed the socket or something. Yeah, because it says socket is connecting and it just never connects. That's the issue. All right, let's go to socket interface. So wherever I set the old one, we need to make like a destroy function here. Socket dot disconnect socket close. Then publish topics disconnect. Where is this used? Disconnect. There should be a subscribe somewhere. There is no subscribe. Subscribe dot star disconnect. I never use this. Okay, well, I think that's the issue here. We just call this function and I guess it should work. So SPMP router set socket interface. If socket, so if util.exists, this dot socket interface, and not util.exists socket interface, then we terminate the existing one. we're about to set this to, we're about to unset the existing socket interface. So disconnect it first. Is actually, what's weird about this is that we should have gotten a disconnect already. I'm not sure what this means. I still think that this has to do with pooling or something underneath. Let's take a look. Okay, so none of this part should change. We just got to wait the 10 seconds for this to finish. Socket connected, then eventually the game ends. It pushes it back to the title screen. Oh, no, it doesn't because of this. Because we can't publish disconnect. Where did it even try doing this? Like, what is this about? I never called this function is what this is about, actually. Disconnected from server. Topics.disconnect. Do we even have topics? This stopped existing. Oh, good. Isn't that good? This doesn't even exist. Yeah, let's get rid of this. Or disconnected from servers, maybe what I intended for this to be. And EJ, that's actually the case in a lot of floating point languages, right? Or I mean, in the floating point implementations of a lot of languages. That's why you have to check against, what is it, number.epsilon? Number.epsilon, yeah. So 0.1 plus 0.2. So you do math.abs 0.1 plus 0.2. So I guess 0.3 minus this is less than number.epsilon. Yeah, true. Hooray. Yeah, but that is strange. All right, do I use this anywhere? Does anything listen to this? Subscribe, disconnected. What does disconnected do? I think this is what I meant to send out, is disconnected from server. Yeah, I think that's what I meant to send out. So let's send that across. I don't know why I restarted that. That was stupid. Okay, well, connect, join. This all works fine. We just wait for a little bit. I think this is gonna fix this, but I'm not sure. If it doesn't, at least I've got something more to go off of here. I know the socket wasn't connecting, so let's try it now. No, it still says socket connecting. Yep, it's not connected. That's the problem. I mean, there's another problem in that the simulation server is still running. That shouldn't be the case. So there are two problems. One, this should be solved first. The simulation server appears to be adding players to the player depot, even though its interval functions should have completely stopped. I can't type anymore. And two, the socket never connects. Unpaid overtime. Oh yeah, 8 hours, 9 minutes. Yeah, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go take a break for a bit. I'm gonna finish this tomorrow. I'm gonna take a break for a little bit. I'll come back in like 5 minutes or something like that. And then when I'm back, I'm gonna connect to Hearthstone and buy 200 packs, and then I don't know, play a game maybe. Probably just not even play a game. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna play a game. BRV then Hearthstone. Oh wait, I gotta set a time for that, don't I? Oh, it actually is 5 minutes by default. Isn't that nice? Okay, yeah, so programming's over. I'll change the game in a bit. Actually, let me change the stuff now. Just ignore that for a second. Let's do this. Should I make a different stream so I don't have to chop up this video? I'll just say, let's set this as my, I think I just closed something I shouldn't have closed. Okay, so let's put this over here. Oh, see you, Spurman. So Hearthstone, I'll just say opening 200 packs. I guess now I'm forced to do it. And then we'll change this to Hearthstone. Yeah. So I'll do this in a little bit. Yeah, I'll be right back though. Okay. So I'm back. I just need to find my headphones. There they are. Alright, now let's hope I don't unplug the router as I'm doing this. Alright. Okay. So let's change over to Hearthstone. Oop. My face goes over here now. Oh, and I should probably close out of all these things. And there's still a ton of stuff to do. So let's close out of this. Interesting. Hearthstone doesn't want to run. Oh, slower failed login attempts. So this is probably going to happen a lot, and then I won't be able to do this. Well, that's nice. Okay. I'll close out of these things while attempting to authenticate to Hearthstone. Yeah. Alright, yep. Close all this stuff. Keep trying this. I think it actually worked that time. Okay. I'll finish closing this over here then. What? How do I? There we go. Okay. How is sound level right now? I don't know how loud that is. Whoa. Let's turn this down. Sound level's good. What? What just happened? Was this standard now? Okay, cool. So, does anyone want to keep track of how many packs or what the distribution is? So let's get 50. 50, 50, 50. There. Okay, now let's open 203 packs. Alright. It's gonna take a long time. Now 3 rares. RP gold, yeah. Alright, so far nothing but rares. Ooh. Can you auto unpack it? Can you? Oh, I know about spacebar, but that doesn't actually open it, does it? Oh, it does. But space doesn't do anything after that, right? Space whenever you finish? Oh, I see, okay. Ooh, the first epic. Was this in-game currency? Yeah, it was. I had like a ridiculous amount of gold. And I've never done this in an expansion before, just open tons of packs. There was some statistics thread on Reddit that said it'll take 380 packs for you to be able to have every single card. But after you get about 75% of the cards, it feels like you've got them all, so... 20k. Ooh, an epic. Hey, I already have that. I'm like 10 packs in and I got 2 of the same golden rare. That was actually a pretty good pack. 2 epics and a rare. He isn't even flinching. Wisps of the Old God. The eye animation is disgusting. That's pretty cool. Oh, golden common, Magma Rager. I wonder if I should dust the extra cards. I don't usually dust extra cards. How can I click these? All the dust. No legendaries so far. You're guaranteed to get one after 40-something packs because they use a progressive percent system, which I'm probably going to be doing in bot lane. Okay, there's the first one. Fandral Stack Hum. And it came with an epic and a rare. So print screen. Adam looks different with headphones. His ears are larger and blacker somehow. Oh man. This does take forever, huh? Faceless behemoth. We need some Hearthstone. Bully, let him win. See, this is a card I would play. This is what I would consider to be a fun card and not necessarily a good card. And it really makes opponents hate you. Oh, Doom. Huh. This looks golden, but it's not. I saw Crypt playing earlier when I was eating lunch. Ooh, another legendary. He had it like 100,000 viewers. My view count has dropped like 15 since I started. Oh, pretty much the only goldens I've gotten duplicates of already. Like 40 packs. Strange. Journey Below. That sounds pretty cool. Considering... Oh, another golden. Considering people said that Death Rattle Rogue is going to be one of the only archetypes, but I'm sure people will discover more. I've never liked Rogue. But Death Rattle Rogue could be cool. Call of the Wild. What card do I actually want to get? No. I guess those Shaman cards look pretty cool. Evolve and... I don't know, I haven't memorized the names yet. The 4/5 that's basically Evolve on one minion. That looks fun. Then what else? I've been working on a questing adventure of Paladin. It hasn't done so great. Making an AHK for this? The AHK really opens up the start menu, goes to add remove programs, uninstalls Hearthstone. Goes to PayPal, sends EJ some money. Ooh, that's a good pack. 2 epics and a rare again. Not bad. Ooh. Oh, that's actually really good, because I love Totem Shaman. I wonder if it's actually viable now. I also wonder if I should have bought some classic packs. I don't have nearly enough classic cards. Can you share cards with other players? No. I wonder what that Shaman card is called. I think it's a... It's actually a pretty good pack too, huh? Rare, golden rare, and an epic. I think it's an epic. Don't know the name. Yeah, don't blame me for not playing Hearthstone. It was really stale like the last month or two. Really stale. A lot of times I thought, should I just quit now while it's super stale and then never come back? Then I thought I'll do some crazy pack openings for you guys. Wonder how good Arena will be. Yeah, I used to play a lot more. Oh, there's Evolve. I used to play a lot more. Not Hearthstone necessarily. I played a ton of Smash for like years and years and years. And that game was great, but you need people in real life to play with. And while I do know some people who play here, I haven't felt like getting competitive again. And that's a problem. You need to ask yourself with every game, do I want to be competitive at this, or do I just want to have fun? And for me, I feel like there's a lot of overlap. Being good at a game is what makes it fun. But knowing how much time it takes to be good. Another Cho'Gall. That's too bad. Oh, print screen. Okay, well I got 2 Evolves. Not like that's difficult because they're rares, but... Exactly your problem? Yeah. That's why Slither IO was so addicting to you. Addictive. Okay, I might as well stand up if I'm gonna do this. Slither is amazing. Yeah, Rod, I play Hearthstone. I've only streamed myself playing a total of like, what, 2 hours of it? Oh, that's what it is. Master of Evolution. Okay. Play Adam competitively. How into keyboard shortcuts are you, EJ? Are you trying to master it? Whoa. This is, I think, the only pack I've ever opened that doesn't have 2 commons in it. Wow. Pretty decent. Do I play with viewers? I mean, I would, sure. I don't think I ever have, but I don't have a problem with it. Oh, now that's golden. It's in the same position as the non-golden one I found earlier. Oh, I have a space button on my mouse. I forgot about that. I don't need to ever use... Alright, well, I can drink water as I click these then. These stop responding. I wonder why it even takes time to open these. They probably generated them already, right? Maybe not. Why do you hate Adam, Surfing Ninjas? Stopped responding, by the way. I can't click these. Also, was the red card back always animated? I don't remember that. Huh. And EJ, there's been a lot of feedback, though, that it's slow. Like this thing. Oh, Ty Plays, thanks for following. I hope you're not following because you like watching Hearthstone, because that is not what I stream. Not typically, at least. They can't be generated at the moment. No, what I meant is, are they generated when you click open pack, or are they generated when you click buy pack? I wonder what they do. Because what they probably should do is, when expansions come out, use all the processing power they have, I guess, assuming they do this in any sort of like... Oh, hey, Boogie Monster. I don't think it's a very extensive process, though, to generate a pack of cards. I'm not doing something crazy for Botland. Someone said, I'm so sorry. Oh. Oh, I can't. Alright, whatever. I'm from Israel, which is in EU. And the expansion just came out. I don't know how to buy. I searched in Adventures and it's not there. I don't think the expansion did come out in EU. Did it? This is still going so slowly for me. Well, they said they had auth server problems. That's why I wondered, when you open packs, is it because the auth server is slow and that's what it's got to do? Because if this was... This could all be downloaded client side. There we go. Oh, hey. One of my friends opened up Yogg-Saron. They gave us packs and everything, the new mode. Still can't find it. Huh. You might have to wait until tomorrow then. Try logging onto the American server and just see if it's something with the client or not. Because if your client can open packs, then it's probably just EU doesn't support it yet. This is ridiculous. There we go. That's an interesting card. Come on. too bad. Hey, not bad. That's also pretty good, huh? I think I'm probably gonna play this card too. I gotta mess around with my totem shaman. I might play a game or two. We'll see. Oh my god. Come on. Nubla. I don't know if I recognize that name. Ooh, so pretty. See you, Remy. Thanks for joining in today. I think this would be more satisfying if I could get through these packs faster. Like, I don't like this part of waiting. There we go. Then, wow. It's a pretty good pack. I haven't ever... So, Rod, I haven't used free host in a very long time. So I don't know if it's good or not. Hearthstone 0/10. I think, like I said, Hearthstone accounts for like 0.2% of my streaming time. Rod, do they let you host PHP? Because I don't know if they would do that. Kind of doubt it. It might just be basic HTML and JavaScript. Hey, that one actually opened pretty quickly. Gotten a decent amount of epics. A higher amount than I think I should be getting. But not a lot of legendaries, of course. Seems taking its sweet time. Hey, there's a legendary. Alright, that's number 4, I think. I think 000 web host looks like such a shady site. I actually had a problem where my site wouldn't let me upload more files. So it's on a shared host. It's on a free host. So I contacted them and they said you probably have too many files on the hard drive. Like, we'll increase your quota. That did nothing. I started deleting a bunch of stuff. I was using like 3 gigabytes. That's not that much. All right, let me message this person. He said lucky duck. Which host? It's BounceWeb. Sell out. That doesn't make me a sellout. Come on, I've got a ton of Hearthstone friends who never talk to me unless I open legendaries, apparently. Yeah, BounceWeb isn't great. I'm not like super happy with them or anything. Come on. Tires as I can see now. But Octagoth, thanks for following. I don't know if that's the person I'm talking to in Hearthstone right now or not. Oh, hey! I got it. I wanted to play with this card. Nice. Oh, and it's neutral. I didn't realize that. I thought it was mage for some reason. Can't click the cards. Oh, there we go. That's the second Doom. I don't know if you'd ever have a reason to play 2 Dooms in one deck. Maybe if you had some deck manipulation to, I don't know, like gang up or something, but not as a Warlock. I'll recommend you stream to close friends and family. You know, that's actually not a bad, that's not a bad deal. Of course, I'd only probably pay for 2 or 3 months of that. Also, someone else just followed, right? Oh yeah, there it is, Tyrone. Hey. So we played against each other at some point, and now you're watching my stream. What a world we live in. I'm not even looking at these cards. Just clicking through as fast as possible. Oh, I did it! I got another legendary that I already have. Nice. Did I mention I have 3 friends and 3 family members? So, to give you an idea, oh man, now I'm getting more messages. 2 people just whispered me. Thanks. Streaming this. I'm gonna paste this to everybody. Who else just messaged me? Continuous. Yeah. Thanks. There. I'm gonna get all my Hearthstone friends into the stream. All these people following because they think he streams Hearthstone? Yeah. They'll just unfollow me in like a week when they find out that I don't ever stream this. Yeah, it does. Come on, this is the one time I actually get to advertise on stream. Anyway, Rod, what I was going to say is, so on Facebook, you can pay sort of per click to a link or to a video when you're advertising. And I've got some of the stats that we've been using to advertise for Botland. And that's why I said if you were to advertise to like 6 people and I were to pay $1, that's actually pretty reasonable, assuming they all actually go to the site. Make a bot, it's easier. But then I lose my sellout points. Oh, come on. So laggy. There. Today on stream, Adam sold out. I still think selling out involves taking money at some point. Alright, down to 38 packs. Probably never going to do this again in my life. I really just haven't been spending gold. Which is pretty obvious when you end up with 22,000, I guess. But I'll probably start playing Arena or something. Well, actually, Constructed will be mixed up for a bit. That'll be... Once it settles down into a pretty stable meta with tier 1 decks, that's when I don't like it anymore. I like playing Raid Leader and Questing Adventure. And I haven't even gotten, like, the fun cards. Yogg-Saron and... Actually, I guess I got Shifter. How sore is your mouse clicking hand? Actually, not too bad. Well, sometimes I just can't even click. I was there when... Yep. I was thinking about it. I wonder if a game has gotten popular that someone developed entirely on stream. I don't think there have been enough games that even fit that criteria. Be cool if Bala did. Oh, Golden Common. I thought it was Golden Epic. Oh well. Apparently, people who didn't even play Hearthstone would sign up and then open 200 packs. Oh, nice. I'm definitely using that. Just for ratings or something? What did Korea make? Oh, you linked it, okay. Let me see. Oh, that was the Siege Games. Oh, I didn't know this was released. Because, yeah, this is the Terraria clone, right? Oh, sorry, the music's coming through for that. I didn't mean that. God, that's going to be enough to, like, mute my stream. Oh, yeah, that's true, too, Judge Bacon. Okay. Yeah. Huh. EJ, are you still a moderator for the popular streamer who you won't name? Actually, you're probably still a moderator. I guess what I mean is, do you, oh, good, a second Boogie Monster. Yeah, Kickstarter, I probably will use it. I don't know, it depends. Depends on where we are. The money would probably all go towards servers or artwork. Oh, you're actually not. Oh, I don't know what you were saying yes to then. Oh, the third Doom. But you got kicked? You did a mod purge? Oh. That's too bad. Oh, is Soda popping? Really? Wow, I'm surprised. Huh. Did you hang out there a lot? Someone's banning a bunch of people, so he just unmodded everyone? Oh. Shouldn't he have logs for who banned people? And I've gotten a lot of those too, as like Arcane Horrors. Alright, home stretch. Still like 30 minutes to do. I didn't get to see all the 200 pack opening. Can you use your OPness to reopen them again? Yeah, sure. How about I just buy another 200 packs? No, I'm not going to do that. I don't want to spend money on this game. Well, is there any legendary I'd actually want in the last, like, 5 packs that I get? Although I get another 7 once I complete those quests. Jeez, I'm surprised. Because there are enough people here where if I want to know what you said 3 months ago, Temperia can tell me. 4, 3, 2, 1. So slow. Oh, it doesn't. Okay. I guess because they're not banning through a bot. I got it. Alright, that's it. 200 packs. Who knows what the stats are? Don't care. How many legendaries in 200? I think it was about 5. Let's take a look. Because we can find out. I got Boogie Monster, the new Deathwing, Shifter Zerus, Cho'Gall. So I got lots of duplicates of them. So what's this called? Where is Old Gods? So let's just look for legendaries in here. Oh yeah, and Fandles.com. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Right? Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, this everybody gets 8, 9. That's it. So I got 9. 9 legendaries in 200 packs. How many epics? There's no way to count all of these easily, is there? No, I'm not going to do this. Actually, it was 203 packs or something, right? Where are all the golden cards that I got? 2, 1, 4. I don't know what I'm counting right now. Huh. Okay. Well, it's certainly a cool looking card. So let's make... Wait, this is a wild deck. Convert this deck to standard here. Okay, there we go. Jelly of the new gold Deathwing. Okay, so I can't use these cards. What? I want to get rid of this. Oh, that's not how this works. I can just put something else in. I see. Okay, so give a minion +1/+1 for each of these. Let's go back to that. Primal Fusion. Good. I got 2 of those. Alright, let's get Evolve. Probably just 1 of these. Okay, so now everything's back to how it was. But there's other totem... Oh, not token. Totem. This thing. This could be really good in this deck. So let's get rid of... Oh, this is a tough choice. Probably Cult Master. I don't think it's been too helpful. Yeah, let's get rid of that. And let's put in... MC Tech. That's not really needed here. Man, I really want 2 of these. What do I get rid of? How many 3-drops do I have? Too many, I think. Probably the MC Tech. Alright, let's get rid of that. Let's try this deck out. What's standard mode? Standard mode is you can only use cards that came out in the last 2 years, basically. Okay. Cool. Okay, so I'm going to change the title from opening... Playing a few games. Just open 200 packs. There. I disenchant the Golden Deathwing. I don't typically disenchant cards. I don't typically enchant cards either, or craft them, I mean. I love Totemic Might. It's the greatest card in the game. Nobody expects you to use it. So I basically got rid of my 1-drops, which is incredibly bad for this deck. So 2, 2, 3. Then I get a free whatever that thing was called. Hope it doesn't have backstab. Doesn't really matter. I'm actually not a huge fan of this board. He has backstab. And he has SI7? Okay.
This guy's toast.
Go, Rogue, go. So do I coin out the Earth Shock? No, I've got a weird turn 4 as it is anyway. We'll just stick with it. What happened to the board? It's Corrupted Stormwind. What's he doing? That's strange. Also, I don't know what I was talking about with turn 4. I had a perfectly fine turn 4. I probably want to kill that now, because I have a turn 5, a 6, and a 7. Yeah. Okay. Although he's clearly playing Death Rattle Rogue, right? If I saw that card. So that means that there are probably better things to Earth Shock. I don't know.
What lurks in the dim?
Oh, good.
Well met.
Come on, Taunt Totem. That is perhaps the worst. Oh, what's that lock over your mana? Sorry. Yeah. Oh, that's too bad. Yeah, that's a shaman mechanic. The overload. What it started out as is all of these cards are terrible. And then what it turned into is, yeah, you pay more mana, or you pay less mana now and pay it on your next turn, basically. So you're casting cards that are supposed to be above their power level. I'll go with this, I think. I'll probably just sap it. Okay, another chance to draw sap. Use both Phantom Knight. Is he sapping it? Huh. Called it. Okay, so if I were him, what would I do? Probably go face. So I should probably just taunt up here. Hope I get Totem Golem. Nope. Holding 30 viewers after selling out? No, I'm not. People are going to leave very quickly. It always happens when I stream Hearthstone. And I really, it doesn't matter. I'm playing this 1 or 2 games just for fun. Then I'm going to go. Probably play Hearthstone on my own afterward. For anyone who is here because of Hearthstone, I am a development streamer. So I normally stream in creative. You should come watch for that. But do not watch for Hearthstone. Go find Crip or Forzen.
Give me a quest.
Oh, at least he's playing an interesting deck. I mean, I stand no chance at this point. I have no AoE cards in my deck. Yeah, I think I'm done. Alright, so let's try one more time. Because I didn't get to use any of the new cards, I think. What? I came for code, staying for this. Factorio one day? Maybe. Maybe when I get, I don't know, maybe 2,500 followers? I'm not sure. I can watch Fail in Hearthstone too. Darn right you can.
You asked for it.
For Doomhammer.
Oh, Bears Evolve. Except for I can't use it. I got rid of 3 1-drops from this deck. That's why this deck is going to start failing miserably. Oh, now I get Thing from Below. Well, considering I have no 2-drop and this is my only 3-drop, then this thing costs 4 mana. Oh, that's even better. As long as it doesn't have Flame Cannon. Is Flame Cannon a GVG card? I think so, because that's when they added all the randomness. Huh. Alright. Let's token it up. Judge Bacon. Wait, that didn't work. He froze that? We need some dank memes. I don't really think there's any other play than this. And I guess hope he doesn't fireball it. Because I have otherwise nothing I can really do against that. Could shock it, I don't think it's worthwhile. I'm playing half of Mr. Game & Watch right now. I like the Hearthstone memes. What's he doing? Oh, wonderful. Oh, and it killed it. Great. So he won the 75% chance. Wait, that thing's not a totem, is it? No, it's not. Okay. I think I quit at this point. Right? I don't think there's any way I can come back from this.
Reporting for duty.
Judge Bacon's going like bonkers with the lights over there. Okay. Do I quit yet? Oh yeah. You ready for this? Kaboom. Those are some mighty totems. This guy, he just quit the game immediately. He saw that. He's like, I can't play against that. I can't. How am I supposed to beat a deck like that? If it's over, he's trying to play a card. He can't even do it. It's fine. 2/6 taunt totem.
We have many secrets.
Why would you attack that? Wait, he pretty much won the game. Why are you wasting damage on that? I've got nothing. 2/2 tap. Earthshock. Oh my god, I actually killed something. Maybe I stand a chance after all. Judge Bacon joins in. You're immediately like, no, memes are over. No brain power. Alright, so I'm pretty sure this stream is about to end. Yep. That's it. So thank you everyone for watching. I'll be back online tomorrow. I'll be online in about 15 hours from now. So let's just play all our stuff. Yeah, I don't think it's worth playing out. Boop. So catch you all later. Thanks again. See you tomorrow. Bye.